In a haze, some fragments of memory flashed through the girl's mind. Zijing, although you're our biological daughter, we've raised Xiao Xuan for 15 years and have deep feelings for her. To the outside world, Xiao Xuan is still the young miss of the Ying family. But don't worry, you won't be deprived of anything you're entitled to. Who is speaking? And who was the young miss of the Ying family? What, you want to go too? Don't be ridiculous. They're looking for a socialite. You can't even play a piano piece. You'll only embarrass us if you go. I really don't understand why the Ying family adopted someone like you. You have the same blood type as Lu Wei. So what's wrong with giving him some blood? Isn't that your only use? You're just a country bumpkin. How can anyone be as useless as you? Are you really a child of the Ying family? It's pitiful. The girl suddenly woke up with a start. She opened her eyes and took several deep breaths before slowly calming down. Looking at the syringe on the back of her hand, she realized she was in a hospital. Whose memories were those that just appeared? Could it be that not only did I not die, but I've also transmigrated into someone else's body? Suddenly, the door creaked open and a mocking voice came through. Oh, you're awake? I thought you were dead. The female doctor forcefully pulled out the needle. It was just a blood draw, yet you fainted. You really think you're a young lady, don't you? As she spoke, she deliberately squeezed the wound. Blood dripped from the needle hole. Look what happens when you move around. The needle slipped out. The girl frowned in pain. Suddenly, with a flick of her wrist, she pinned the woman firmly against the bedside table. The woman cried out in pain. What are you doing? Are you crazy? At this moment, another young woman in the room hurriedly ran over. This is Dr. Lu. She's not here to harm you. Yin Zijin released her hand and apologized. I just woke up. I thought a dog was biting me. Dr. Lu's face changed, but she still fearfully took a few steps back. You really are an ungrateful wretch with no manners. The sickly woman looked at the girl with concern, her face full of guilt. Xiaojin, how do you feel? It's all my fault. If it weren't for my illness, you wouldn't have had to give me blood, and now you've fainted because of it. Yin Zijin casually glanced at the woman. A name surfaced in her mind, Yin Lu Wei, her aunt, 25 years old, the top socialite in the city, a famous pianist in China, and also a hemophilia patient. On the surface, she appeared weak and gentle, but in reality, she was just treating her like an on-call blood bank. Since she had been reborn in place of the pitiful original owner, she might as well play along with them. The former big shot woke up to find herself as the Ying family's lost little girl returned to a wealthy family, not only having to give blood to the hemophiliac aunt, but also being mocked for being inferior to the substitute young lady in every way. Her father was indifferent, and her mother was even more biased. But how could a big shot be bullied so easily? Yin Zijin looked at the White Lotus ant pretending to care for her, thinking that this malnourished body had fainted because it couldn't withstand several days of forced blood draws. To think that I, the great fortune teller, have been reduced to a mistreated adopted daughter living under someone else's roof. Do they really think I'm still that soft target they can push around? Dr. Lu irritably said to Yin Lu Wei. Why are you apologizing to her? She's just an adopted country girl who doesn't know her place. By the way, who pushed you down the stairs earlier? She then shouted at the motionless Yin Zijin. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Yin Zijin frowned and glanced at her. You're too noisy. Be quiet. Dr. Lu slammed the file in her hand onto the table. What kind of attitude is this? I'm sorry, but with this terrible attitude, I won't treat her illness. You'll have to find someone else. Yin Zijin leisurely brushed her hair. The door is over there. Don't let it hit you on the way out. Dr. Lu, flustered by her retort, spat out. HMPH, you cheap thing. Seducing your aunt's husband. Who do you think you are? She slammed the door as she left. Yin Lu Wei looked at the girl and scolded. Dr. Lu is an expert-level therapist. You've driven her away. What about your health now? Yin Zijin sat back on the bed and started to change. Just an expert who only knows how to administer glucose. You'd think I was having major surgery or something. Yin Lu Wei became uneasy, feeling as if she had become a different person after waking up. Yin Zijin stood up and walked towards the door. But that Lu person was right about one thing. I also want to know who pushed you down the stairs. After all, wrongdoers always leave traces, don't they? Yin Lu Wei? Yin Lu Wei bit her lip and said nothing more. Yin Zijin walked straight out the door. She looked up at the room number and smirked. Nice number. I heard my aunt specially chose this room for me. How auspicious indeed. Yin Lu Wei broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that something was starting to spiral out of control. After some thought, she took out her phone and dialed a number. After it connected, he whispered, Mo Yuan, are you busy? Little Jin usually listens to you the most. Can you help me persuade him? The person on the other end of the phone seemed unprepared for such a request. After a moment of silence, a cold voice responded, "Take care of yourself. If he dares to push his luck again, see how I'll deal with him." The all-powerful boss unexpectedly transmigrated into the body of a weak girl who was nearly drained of blood. She was actually the true heiress but was despised by the wealthy family. She was even treated as a mobile blood bank by little Bu. Well, let's see how this great boss will torment you scumbags in this life. The girl's delicate face inadvertently attracted the attention of two men opposite her. The main playboy rich kid, Ni Chao, nudged the shoulder of the person next to him. "Hey, seventh young master, isn't that the girl adopted by the Ying family a few months ago? The scandal about her seducing her future uncle-in-law was all over the place recently. How come she's out and about now?" The wealthy seventh young master, Fu Yunshin, looked at him puzzled, clearly unaware of this matter. Ni Chao continued gossiping. "You don't know? She actually dared to mess with Zhang Moying. That's really audacious. But she's also quite pitiful. They adopted her just to be a blood donor for Yingluo." Just then, a few street thugs appeared out of nowhere, blocking the girl's path. One of them was holding a fruit knife. "Oh, little sister, feeling down? Why don't you let us brothers keep you company? We guarantee you'll have the time of your life." Fu Yunshin, seeing this, calmly said, "Go help her." Ni Chao doubted if he heard correctly. "If she clings to me later, I'll just say seventh young master told me to go." He reluctantly walked forward. "Women are such trouble. I don't want to get involved." But before he could reach her, something unexpected happened. The girl suddenly, with an expressionless face, grabbed the arm of the thug with the dagger. She quickly executed a shoulder throw, her movements both swift and fierce. Another thug with a fruit knife cursed and charged from behind. "You bitch, don't be ungrateful." The girl spun around and threw another punch. She immediately knocked him down too. Ni Chao was dumbfounded. My god, wasn't this girl in the hospital just a few days ago? Who is this killing machine now? Fu Yunshin, who had been leaning against the wall sighing, witnessed all this. He raised his peach blossom eyes and suddenly smiled. This little friend is quite interesting. Ni Chao finally came to his senses and pinched his arm hard. Ouch, it hurts. So it's not a dream, Fu Yunshin explained behind him. Every move of her attack was very clever. If she had used even a bit more force, these people wouldn't just be lying on the ground. Ni Chao listened with cold sweat. Impossible. Could this little sister be an awakened? If she really is an awakened, the Ying family would be treating her like a treasure. Fu Yunshin, however, fell into deep thought. Awakened? Just then, the girl appeared behind Ni Chao as if teleporting, and patted his shoulder. A frail girl had actually taken down 3 street thugs who were harassing her with her bare hands, while shocking bystanders. It also caught the attention of the two men. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly appeared behind the playboy Ni Chao and patted his shoulder. Ni Chao, as if seeing a ghost, hurriedly moved away. How did she get here? Did she overhear me badmouthing her earlier? His legs went weak and he fell to his knees. I just have a loose mouth and like to gossip. I didn't mean any harm. Please have mercy. Boss. The wealthy 7th young master Fu Yunshin watched him with interest. Are you proposing with that one knee on the ground? Ni Chao felt like slapping himself. Damn these useless legs of mine. Yin Zijing fixed her gaze on the man in front of her and spoke calmly. 3 days from now, at 7 p.m., at the bar at 1 Wangpu Road, you will encounter a bloody disaster, but it won't be serious. 7 days from now, starting at 12 p.m. noon, I suggest you avoid the Punan area. Otherwise your life will be in danger. Ni Chao was completely confused. Fu Yunshin, however, asked with a smile, little friend, can you tell fortunes? Yin Zijing changed the subject. Although it's not necessary. Thank you for your good intentions. It turned out she had just tested Ni Chao. It seems it would take some time to fully recover her divination abilities. Fu Yunshin stared at her intently, as if sending electric signals. You gave him a fortune. Why don't you tell mine too? Ni Chao was stunned. What was wrong with this young master in broad daylight? This wasn't someone he could flirt with. So he quickly moved in front of Fu Yunshin. Little sister, don't mind him. Where are you going? Let us give you a ride. Yin Zijing shook her head and turned to leave. But at that moment, her stomach embarrassingly growled. Fu Yunshin chuckled. Little friend, your benefactor says he wants to treat you to dinner to thank you for your kind warning. After the 3 of them sat down at the Han Pavilion restaurant, Ni Chao looked around in shock. 7. You don't happen to know the owner of Han Pavilion? Do you? Even if my old man came to this place, he'd have to make a reservation 3 months in advance. Then he flatteringly said to the girl, it's rare that Seven is treating us today. Boss, eat to your heart's content. He may lack many things, but money isn't one of them. Yin Zijin took a sip of tea and casually said, what a coincidence. I only lack money. Ni Chao was stunned. Doesn't the Yin family give you money? He thought to himself. That can't be right. Even the servants have new favorites, let alone an adopted daughter. Yin Zijin calmly said, my grades are poor. I've never learned etiquette, and I can't do flower arranging or tea ceremonies. It's so embarrassing. Why would they give me money? Ni Chao was completely taken aback, but Fu Yunshan laughed. That just means they're blind. Your manners are inherited from ancient European royalty. Ni Chao was once again dumbfounded. What? How did we get to noble etiquette? Yin Zijin put down her teacup and laughed self-deprecatingly. Some habits are really hard to change. Imagine, my first time on Earth was in the mid-15th century. Back then, I was still an honored guest of various European royal courts, and now I should adapt to my new identity. The real heiress turned beansprout girl returned to a wealthy family only to be treated as an adopted daughter, while her true identity is not only that of a fortune teller, but also a noble versed in ancient European royal etiquette. Yin Zijin, following Seven Fu Yunshan, came to this mysterious restaurant that even wealthy families need to book 3 months in advance. She unexpectedly discovered a faint spiritual energy emanating from an inconspicuous incense burner, and now her most urgent need is to quickly repair this body, which is nearly exhausted from too much blood being drawn. So she casually asked about fun places in the city. Rich kid Ni Chao eagerly replied, there are so many. You've been here so long and haven't gone out to play? Yin Zijin quietly said. A blood bank probably doesn't have such a thing as freedom. Ni Chao was immediately silenced. Fu Yunshan frowned and pointed to the blood-nourishing red date soup on the table. Drink this. You're too thin. You need to nourish yourself. How many times has Yin Luwei been injured this year? Ni Chao paused, then counted on his fingers. Just hospital visits? No less than 20 times. Ni Chao's eyes widened in shock. Boss, you didn't give him blood that many times, did you? Yin Zijin narrowed her eyes. Probably more. Otherwise, when I awakened, this body's life force wouldn't have been on the verge of exhaustion. Fu Yunshan chuckled lightly. Very good. He could enter the world records. Ni Chao broke out in a cold sweat. The young master speaking in such a gentle tone meant he was truly angry. Someone was bound to be in trouble. He quickly tried to please by saying, Seven is right. Boss, you need to eat more to nourish yourself. Then he called the waiter to bring another plate of pig liver. At this moment, the carved wooden door of Han Pavilion opened again, and a group of people walked in. Leading them was a cold and indifferent man. It was the first heir of the 4 great families, and also Yin Luwei's fiancé, the Zhang family's 3rd young master, Zhang Moyuan. The manager hurried forward to greet him. Mr. Zhang, your reserved table is this way. Please follow me. The secretary following behind suddenly stepped forward and whispered, 3rd young master, look over there. Zhang Moyuan looked in the direction he pointed. Isn't that the Fu family's playboy? Sent abroad for 3 years. But it seems he hasn't improved at all. And there's even Yin Zijin. Her expression seems to be resisting something. Zhang Moyuan's gaze darkened, and he deliberately walked towards them. The 7 who had been through countless romances without getting attached. Fu Yunshan was actually showing concern and urging a girl to eat more pig liver. Be good and eat this. It's good for your health. The girl was clearly resistant. I don't like organ meats. At this moment, the bamboo curtain of the private room was suddenly pulled open forcefully. The newcomer was none other than the Zhang family's 3rd young master, Zhang Moyuan. He was also Yin Zijin's future uncle-in-law, whom the White Lotus sister-in-law had falsely accused her of seducing. He looked down at the girl with an arrogant posture. You ran away from the hospital just to come here and mess around with these people? I don't have that much time to discipline you. I'll only warn you once, don't make Lu Wei worry. His health is poor. You'd better go home now and give him an explanation. The secretary behind him also added diplomatically, we hope Miss Yin knows her place. Please stop clinging to the 3rd young master. He's very busy and doesn't have time to indulge your antics every day. Yin Zijin crossed her arms and didn't even look up. How interesting. I've escaped all the way here. Yet Uncle Zhang still comes to lecture me. I wonder who's really clinging to whom. The secretary's face changed. How dare you speak to the 3rd young master like that? Fu Yunshan suddenly burst out laughing. These days, it seems anyone can think they're a treasure. I don't think he's all that great. Little one, why don't you look at me instead? Zhang Moyuan said nothing more and left with a dark face. Ni Chao felt like he had just watched a great show. It's the first time I've seen Zhang Moyuan lose face. It was absolutely delightful. 7. You and the boss make such a perfect team. Fu Yunshin looked at him with disgust as he kept squirming excitedly. You're so gross. Then he said to Yin Zijin, if you want to go out and play, the pedestrian street, amusement park, and aquarium are all suitable for kids. Also, there's an underground market near the TV tower. They have all sorts of weird things like gemstone gambling and fortune-telling. Yin Zijin's interest was immediately piqued. He asked how to do fortune-telling. Fu Yunshin quickly explained, it's things like tarot cards and such. Yin Zijin lowered his eyes. He hadn't played with tarot cards for many years, but in this era of spiritual depletion, do real tarot cards even exist anymore? Fu Yunshin had been observing him the whole time. Sure enough, compared to places ordinary girls like, he was more interested in these things. So he told him, the underground market only opens after midnight. If you want to go, just ask me. I'll accompany you. It's not safe for you to go alone, as it's a mixed crowd there. However, Yin Zijin neither agreed nor refused, because suddenly, he had a plan in mind. The girl was originally from a wealthy family. Returning home late at night, she wasn't greeted by waiting family members. Instead, it was the butler's cold face. Second young miss has finally deigned to return, Madam said. Since second young miss willfully left the hospital on her own, she needn't return to this home tonight. You may enter only when you've admitted your mistake. Second young miss, please leave. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the girl left without even a glance, turning around without any reluctance. The butler was stunned. How could she actually leave? He quickly stepped forward to stop her. Second young miss, don't be stubborn. Just apologize to Madam and Miss Lu Wei, and it'll be fine. What good does disobedience do you? Behaving like this, you won't be able to win Madam's favor. At this moment, a man's light chuckle suddenly came from behind. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known that now even the Yin family's servants dare to order their masters around. Is this how Madam Yin teaches you? The speaker was Fu Yunshin, the seventh young master of the wealthy Fu family. Yin Zijin turned to look at him. Why haven't you left yet? Because after dinner, it was he who drove him back. On the way, they chatted, and Fu Yunshin learned about the circumstances of his arrival at the Yin family. It turned out that Zhang Moyuan had brought Yin Zijin from Qingshui County to Hucheng, saying he would send him to Qingqi to study, but they got into a car accident on the way and ended up in the hospital. Although the injuries weren't serious, it unexpectedly revealed that he and Yin Lu Wei had the same rare blood type. Then the Yin family adopted him, to serve as a mobile blood bank for Yin Lu Wei, who had hemophilia. Fu Yunshin rubbed his little head sympathetically. After watching him enter the villa, he suddenly thought of something and quietly followed him in. The butler broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the suddenly appearing seventh young master Fu. How did the second young miss get involved with the seventh young master? This is bad. Fu Yunshin had a protective expression. Good thing I hadn't left yet, or our little one might have been bullied. Yin Zijin was clearly a bit impatient. Why waste so many words on an irrelevant person? Might as well just fight. But Fu Yunshin had no intention of letting go of this butler who was throwing his weight around. Who did you say should apologize just now? The butler couldn't take it anymore. He raised his hand and slapped himself. Then he bowed and apologized. Second young miss, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you. It's all my fault. Fu Yunshin ignored him and instead looked at Lin Zikin with a smile. Let's go. This time I'll personally escort you in. At this time, Madame Yin, Zhang Manhwa, was sitting on the living room sofa like a noble lady, flipping through a book. Hearing footsteps, she didn't even look up. Has the second young miss come to her senses? The butler didn't dare to make a sound, only softly calling out, Madam. Zhang Manhwa frowned and looked up. Not come to her senses. The rest of her words were swallowed back when she saw the man in front of her. What does it mean to change faces faster than turning pages? Madame Yin, Zhang Manhwa, was about to scold that wild young mi 1 second ago. The next second, when she saw the man standing beside her, she immediately put down her book, stood up with a face full of smiles. Oh, it's seventh young master. I just heard from your father yesterday that you've returned from abroad. What brings you to the Yin family so late? Fu Yunshin glanced at her sideways. Just sending the little one home. I was worried he might be bullied. Zhang Manhua's smile immediately froze. She asked what he meant. The butler hurriedly stepped forward and briefly explained what had just happened in the courtyard. After listening, Zhang Manhwa frowned slightly, then smiled again and said, "Young Master Fu, this is a misunderstanding. Thank you for your trouble. Zijin is also my daughter. How could I bear to see her suffer?" Fu Yunshan let out a mocking laugh. "Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Madam Yin treating her adopted daughter well will also earn her a reputation for kindness. Some family matters I shouldn't interfere with." But then he gestured towards the girl beside him. "I've saved my number in your phone. If you need anything, contact me anytime." Yin Zijin nodded. "Be careful on your way back." After Fu Yunshan left, Yin Zijin ignored her hypocritical mother and the butler, and went straight upstairs to rest. Zhang Langhui's face turned ashen. She slammed down the teacup. Look at his attitude. It was bad enough when he foolishly got involved with Zhang Moyuan before. Now he's messing with Fu Yunshan. Does he really think the 7th young master is a good person? The butler didn't know what to say, so he just reminded her, "The eldest young lady is still waiting for your call." Zhang Manhwa waved her hand. "Oh, look at my memory. I almost forgot." Then she switched to a motherly tone and called her real adopted daughter. Seeing the stark difference in the madam's attitude towards her two daughters, the butler couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Years ago, when the second young lady mysteriously disappeared, the madam had been depressed for a while. It wasn't until later when she adopted the eldest young lady. After all these years, although the eldest young lady wasn't her biological child, she was treated better than one. The second young lady, being the biological daughter, was treated so poorly. It might have been better if she had never been found. At this moment, Yin Zijin opened the computer in her room. After randomly typing a few keys, it crashed. It was obvious that this was a discarded old computer that no one else used. She checked the balance on her card. Only 500 yuan left. Although it was a small amount, it would be just enough. Then she pushed open the window. She looked at the height from the ground, and swiftly jumped down. The butler, who was closing the window at that time, only saw a figure flash by outside. He looked carefully but saw nothing. He thought his old eyes might be playing tricks on him, thinking it was the second young lady sneaking out. This girl had an incredibly sharp eye. 1 second she had just bought an ancient coin from a street stall for 500 yuan. The next second she sold it for 6 million. The stall owner was so regretful his intestines turned green. No wonder he said he wasn't destined for wealth. Speaking of which, Yin Zijin jumped out of the window and left the Yin family. She quietly went to the underground market that was rumored to open only at midnight. She didn't notice that she had already been targeted by a man. He was Fu Yunshan, the 7th young master of the wealthy family. It seemed some little ones weren't very obedient. At this moment, he was joking and chatting with a beautiful bartender. The bartender kindly reminded him, "Someone has put out an S-class bounty of 11 million for your life. Currently, at least 10 people on the dark web have accepted the bounty. You'd better be careful." Fu Yunshan's almond-shaped eyes curved. "Well, they have to find me first." Yin Zijin wandered around the market for a long time before finally seeing what she wanted. It was an ancient coin, mixed in with a pile of Celadon porcelain. Inconspicuous. She only glanced at it once and calculated its age and name. Qin Yin Ji Ban Liang coin. Cast during the Warring States period before 221 BC. Worth at least 5 million. She crouched down, but only asked about a food bowl next to it. The stall owner was a young man with dyed yellow hair. He looked her up and down and said perfunctorily, 500. Take it. He thought to himself, I've waited all day for this poor customer. Just for this pauper? The girl delicately placed her finger on the ancient coin. What about this one? The yellow-haired guy impatiently said. It's yours. It's yours. Take it all. Don't disturb my business. The girl promptly paid and picked up the ancient coin, carefully rubbing it. However, this action in the yellow-haired guy's eyes made him think she had gone crazy from poverty. He mockingly said to the stall owner next to him, just a poor wretch. No eye for value. Thinks she's found a treasure. The stall owner also chimed in. Don't be so blunt. You'll make the little sister cry. What to do? The yellow-haired guy snorted. Why don't you beg me? Maybe I'll give you back 250. How about that? Immediately, a burst of laughter erupted around them. Look, you've made the little girl run away. She might go home to complain to her parents. The yellow-haired guy laughed foolishly. I'm doing her a favor. Consider it a lesson. But before he could finish his words, he was harshly slapped in the face. A man in a suit urgently approached the girl. My master wants to offer 6 million to buy the ancient coin in your hand. Would you be willing to part with it? The yellow-haired guy's smile instantly froze. He could hardly believe his ears. A strong voice of an elderly man sounded behind the girl. If the price isn't enough, we can increase it. The girl had inadvertently spent 500 yuan to buy an inconspicuous coin from a street stall, only to have a well-dressed old man offer 6 million to buy it. The young man standing next to him, seeing the girl's disbelief, took out a certificate from his bag and placed it in front of her. Our master is a certified appraiser. You can rest assured. We are not scammers. Several onlooking stall owners discussed among themselves. What did he just say? Qin Yin Ji Ban Liang coin? Is it real? Is it really worth that much? I remember a few years ago at an overseas auction, there was a similar one. It was auctioned for over 7 million. Yin Zijin stared at the certificate, lost in thought. It seemed that the 21st century had quite a few interesting new professions. She promptly agreed to the deal. The young man took out a black card and handed it to her. There's 6 million in this. Internationally recognized. But Yin Zijin's gaze fell on the golden iris at the corner of the black card. It seems the bank where he used to store gold hasn't gone bankrupt yet. The young blonde vendor, seeing this, couldn't hold back anymore. He suddenly lunged forward to grab the ancient coin. I'm not selling it anymore. This is money I found. It should be mine. Yin Zijin looked at him expressionlessly. Suddenly, he kicked out, sending him flying several meters away. The blonde guy crashed to the ground with a thud. Everyone around was stunned. Yin Zijin then handed the ancient coin to the young man, took the black card, and turned to leave. What surprised the onlookers even more was that the management personnel, who rarely show up, actually came. They lifted the blonde guy from the ground, one on each side, and said to the crowd, "The underground market has its own rules. You want to take back something you've already sold? Revoke this person's license, throw him out and permanently ban him from entering." After saying this, they bowed to the girl. "Sorry for the disturbance," Yin Zijin calmly said. "It's fine." At this moment, the bartender standing at the back of the crowd, after watching this farce, sighed. "Your little friend seems a bit ruthless, doesn't she?" Beside him, Fu Yunshin's lips curled slightly. "What nonsense. She's clearly obedient and adorable, okay?" The bartender was truly speechless. "Your filter must be as thick as a city wall. But why did you let the supervisors do this extra work? Wouldn't it be better if you stepped in as the hero yourself?" Fu Yunshin turned to leave. "I can't go. I need to consider the little one's feelings. After all, we just said goodnight to each other 2 hours ago, and now we're underground, meeting by chance. Wouldn't that make the little one very embarrassed?" A teenage girl, using a lost ancient art, saved an unconscious old man on the street. It was truly astonishing. Old man Mu Heching spent 6 million to buy an ancient coin from a young girl. Mu Cheng, who was accompanying him, looked guilty. "If we had come earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much money." The old man waved his hand with a smile. "Not wasted. At least I got to see such an interesting young girl." Mu Cheng quickly understood. "You mean that kick just now?" The old man nodded. "That's right. And this ancient coin isn't just a lucky find." Mu Cheng hesitated. "That's impossible. Even you observed the underground market for a full 10 days before confirming it." Just then, the old man suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed. Mu Cheng, frightened, hurriedly supported him. "Oh no. The old man just had surgery recently. How could he have an attack again so soon? And Miss Meng is far away in the capital. She can't come in time to save him. What should we do?" He frantically took out his phone to call for help. With trembling hands, he took out the medicine but couldn't get it into the old man's mouth. Just then, a voice sounded from behind him. "Let him lie flat. Dragging him like that will make it harder for him to breathe." Mu Cheng turned his head in surprise. It was the girl who had sold the ancient coin earlier. Yin Zijin quickly walked over, crouched down, and placed her hand on the old man's pulse. Mu Cheng angrily asked what she was trying to do. Yin Zijin calmly replied with 2 words: "Acupuncture." Mu Cheng felt like he had heard a joke. "Acupuncture? Don't think that just because our old man just bought an ancient coin from you, you can." Before he could finish, the girl spoke up. "The old man has arrhythmia. He had surgery a month ago. Midnight to 8 a.m. is the peak period for attacks. He shouldn't have come out so late." Mu Cheng looked at her in disbelief, because what she said was entirely accurate. Before he could recover from his shock, the girl said, "Give me the silver needles." Mu Cheng had no time to wonder how she knew he had silver needles with him. He quickly handed over the box containing the needles. "In the old man's current condition, even if others come, they probably can't help. We might as well let her try." but when he saw the girl simultaneously using all 7 silver needles, he was once again amazed. Previously, when watching Miss Meng treat the old man, she could only use 4 needles at most, and her speed was astonishing. The whole process took less than a minute. The old man coughed violently several times and struggled to open his eyes. Ji Yu Cheng slowly helped him stand up. The old man stared steadily at the girl in front of him. This young lady looked no more than a teenager, yet she possessed such advanced medical skills. He thought for a moment, then took out a jade pendant and handed it over. He spoke seriously. "Young lady, you saved my life. Theft is too light a punishment. Keep this. In the future, if you need anything, as long as it's not making fried rice boxes, I'll definitely do it for you." Mu Cheng was shocked. This was no ordinary jade pendant. It was a promise from the head of the Mu family, meaning that as long as this girl had a need, the Mu family would use all their strength to fulfill her wish. Yin Zijin originally didn't want to accept it, but upon seeing the character, Mu, on the jade pendant, she seemed to remember something and finally accepted it. The old man, rarely encountering such a likable young girl, smiled and asked for her name. Yin Zijin was silent for a few seconds, only saying, "My surname is Yin." Watching the girl's retreating figure, Mu Cheng asked the old man, could she be from the Yin family, one of the 4 great families of Fu City? But with the Yin family's limited capabilities, how could they raise such a skilled descendant? The old man didn't answer his question, but sighed deeply. What a pity she's not a daughter of our Mu family. The sleeping girl was awakened by a series of ding-dong ringtones in the early morning. The girl groggily got up and opened her phone. It was 7th young master Fu Yunshin. The voice on the other end was a man's, tinged with amusement. "Little one, are you awake? Just woke up? What did you do last night? You sound so tired. Didn't sleep all night?" Yin Zijin glanced at the sunlight outside the window. She had watched dramas until 5 a.m. last night. She had originally planned to study some new 21st century technology but discovered something called web dramas. That was truly a time killer. Fu Yunshin teased. "Indeed, you're young. I'm different. Being an old man, I ache all over if I sleep even a bit less." Yin Zijin casually tidied her hair. "That's kidney deficiency. If you don't mind, I can make an elixir to help treat it." Fu Yunshin laughed. "Little one, you're so capable? Not only can you tell fortunes, but you also know ancient medicine?" Yin Zijin negotiated with him. "It's alright, but can you stop calling me little one?" Fu Yunshin took a sip of coffee. "There's a generation gap every 3 years. Brother is 6 years older than you. If you're not a little one, what are you?" Yin Zijin raised an eyebrow. "What brother? Is something wrong with his brain? Not only does he treat me like a child, but he also wants to be my brother." Fu Yunshin's phoenix eyes curved. "Call me brother once more." Yin Zijin retorted. "Dream on. Get more sun. It'll help you recover faster." Negotiation failed. Fu Yunshin cleared his throat and said seriously, "Alright, no more joking. Don't worry about the trending topics. I'll handle it." Yin Zijin asked, "What trending topics?" Then she opened the news on her phone. Ranking in the top 3 of the trending list were, Yin Luwei recovers, Yin family's adopted daughter ungrateful, and Yin family's adopted daughter seduces future uncle-in-law. There was also the White Lotus Flower's latest post, filled with feigned guilt and fake concern for her. The private message inbox was full of supporters of Yin Luwei, hurling insults and accusations, each more vicious than the last. Yin Zijin saw 2 people suddenly enter through the iron gate and clicked her tongue. Some people really can't go a day without causing trouble. The newcomers were Yin Luwei and the Yin family's old madam. "Since you want to stir up trouble, little aunt, I'll play along. What's the most effective way to deal with troublesome relatives? Is it using magic to fight magic, or closing the door and letting the dogs out? The most satisfying is slapping their faces in person." Zhang Manhwa saw Yin Luwei supporting the old madam, who rarely came to the old house, and hurried forward to greet them. "Why are you here?" The old madam, leaning on her cane, said irritably. "What, can't this old woman come?" Zhang Manhwa immediately put on a smile. "That's not what I meant. I just didn't expect you to come, so I haven't prepared anything." The old madam got straight to the point. "I came today to resolve one matter. Call that daughter of yours out." Yin Luwei helped the old lady sit down and said with a smile, "You and sister-in-law haven't seen each other for a long time. Why don't you chat for a while? I'll go find Xiao Jin and apologize to her." This statement successfully angered the old lady. She struck the floor heavily with her cane. "Don't you dare go. Since when do elders apologize to juniors? Whoever did wrong should apologize." Zhang Manhwa took a deep breath and shouted upstairs, "Yin Zijin." At that moment, the girl was leisurely walking down. She glanced at the scene of the three-way confrontation. You need me for something? Her nonchalant attitude made Zhang Manhua's anger flare up. Is this how I taught you? Don't you know to greet people? The old madam waved her hand and said calmly, don't bother. I only have one granddaughter, who's studying abroad now. Her attitude clearly shows she doesn't recognize this foster mother at all. Yin Zijin said carelessly yet not without manners. That's fine. I don't have the habit of recognizing relatives casually either. The old lady was so choked she almost couldn't catch her breath. Zhang Manhua shouted angrily at him. Shut up, you disrespectful thing. Is this how I taught you to speak to your elders, old Mrs.? Yin spoke coolly. Enough. I'm not here today to watch you discipline your daughter. Let her speak. Why did you push Will down the stairs at the New Year's banquet? Could it be that you thought without Will, you could become the Zhang family's matriarch? Otherwise, why would someone shamelessly take a bath in a room they knew was arranged by their uncle? Trying to seduce the Ying family? Attempting to seduce the Ying family? Huh? Yin Zijin narrowed her eyes, recalling an incident from a month ago at the Air Transport Center Hotel. At that time, she had just finished bathing in the presidential suite's bathroom, but unexpectedly saw Yin Luwei's fiancé, Mo Nuo, who informed her that this was his private suite. Although the incident was later hushed up, rumors still spread, and Zhang Manhua was mocked openly and secretly by other wealthy women, to the point where she couldn't show her face in public. This daughter must have been born to ruin her. After hearing the old lady's words, Yin Zijin chuckled lightly. I'm not blind. Yin Luwei looked at her innocently. Zijin, how can you say that? Aunt didn't even blame you. Before she could finish, Yin Zijin took out her phone and played a recording. Xiao Jin, wait for me in room 1801 at the Cool Sound Hotel. I prepared bathing items and new clothes for you inside. After you finish bathing, go to the bund with your aunt, okay? Yin Luwei's face instantly turned pale, while Zhang Manhua was stunned. This voice was clearly Yin Luwei's. Yin Zijin, expressionless, glanced at the surprised old lady. Is there any problem now? Yin Luwei quickly reacted and hurriedly explained. It's all my fault. I forgot about this. I asked Xiao Jin to go there, but I went out for a while. I didn't expect Mo Yuan to return early. Old Mrs. Yin, feeling extremely awkward, quickly changed the subject. Even if this incident was a misunderstanding, how do you explain pushing Will down the stairs? You knew he had hemophilia. Did you want him to die? The girl was falsely accused by her White Lotus aunt of seducing her future uncle, but she directly played a recording, publicly exposing her hypocritical aunt's face. Old Mrs. Yin, protective of her daughter, after a brief moment of embarrassment, continued to aggressively question the girl about pushing Will down the stairs. But before Yin Zijin could respond, Yin Luwei suddenly rushed in front of her, saying anxiously, it's not Xiao Jin's fault. Mrs. Yin, Zhang Manhua angrily said, you don't need to explain for her. She's used to lying. It's always been like this. Then she slammed the table. Apologize to your aunt right now. Do you know what others are saying about you? Ungrateful. I'm ashamed for you. Just then, the butler, who was checking the news, suddenly spoke up. Madam, old madam, it's not good. Someone has released a video of the banquet that night. Zhang Manhua was also shocked. What video? Let me see. It was a private New Year's banquet. How could there be a video? If there's a video, we won't have any room to cover this up, will we, old Mrs.? Yin sneered. It's good that there's a video. With the facts right in front of us, the lies will crumble on their own. But Yin Luwei seemed to realize something. Her expression changed, and she reached out to stop them, but it was too late. The video started playing automatically. The title clearly stated, The Truth About the Ying Family's Adopted Daughter's Ingratitude. In the video, two women were elegantly walking down the stairs. Halfway down, the woman in front stepped on her dress hem and suddenly fell towards the lower floor, one hand violently grabbing the girl behind her. The girl was clearly confused but managed to grab the handrail in time, avoiding falling along with her. This video exposed all the facts. Like a resounding slap across everyone's face, Zhang Manhua looked at the girl with some shame. If you had told Mom wouldn't have. Yin Zijin ignored her and casually scanned the room, looking at everyone's varied expressions. Ying family. This tradition of slandering people seems to run in your blood. Well done. Keep it up. With that, she turned and left. Zhang Manhua couldn't help but shiver. It felt as if something important was leaving, never to be grasped again. Yin Luwei never expected that the usually timid Yin Zijin would decide to fight back. She could only send another apology message to appease her fans, though the content was still as hypocritical as ever. Sure enough, her brainless fans started to feel sorry for her again. Seeing this, Yin Zijin couldn't help but click her tongue. This White Lotus really knew how to explain things away. No wonder so many people were fooled by her. But who was the person who posted the surveillance video online to help her? At that moment, in a single apartment in the city center, Fu Yunshin was drinking a cup of wolfberry tea when his computer made a beeping sound. Suddenly, a line of red text appeared on the darkened screen. "Who is this person that made me take action?" Fu Yunshin said. "It's my little one. Of course I had to support her." In response, the other party sent a screen full of question marks. Fu Yunshin didn't explain, but instead asked if there was anything else. The screen froze for 10 seconds. Then a few lines of text appeared again. "Someone asked me to check on you. All 3 are profiles from the hit list. I've sent them to you. You better stay alive. Don't die before I get to meet you." Fu Yunshin chuckled softly. "Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you." Then the screen returned to normal. At the same time, 3 new folders appeared on the desktop, but he didn't open them to look. An adopted daughter with no status actually walked into the Laurent Bank. "You should know. The people who enter this unique international bank are all either wealthy or noble." And she even directly presented a black card. How many more mysterious identities does this girl have? Yin Zijin looked at the lanterns lining the street, and the carefree children playing. Used to a life of fighting in her previous life, suddenly becoming so peaceful felt a bit strange and unfamiliar. She thought back to a year ago. At that time, General Mo Yuan brought her to the city under the pretext of sponsoring her to study at Qingqi No. 1 High School. Actually, she wasn't very willing at the time because her adoptive father, Wen Fengmian, had severe asthma and needed care. But her adoptive father said his life was already set, while she was still young and shouldn't be stuck in this small county town forever. He hoped she could go out and have a better future. However, her adoptive father probably didn't expect that after she was brought back to the Ying family, she would end up in such a situation. Not only was her identity replaced by the real Ying family's adopted daughter, she was bullied, mocked, and even had her ID card taken away. She also lost all contact with her adoptive father's family. Fortunately, now that she had gotten her documents back, she needed to find time to return to Qingshui County. Thinking of this, she handed the black card obtained from selling ancient coins to the bank staff. "Please help me withdraw 2,000 in cash first. Then open a new card and transfer 1 million into it." The counter lady smiled, took the card, and began to quickly process the transaction. Yin Zijin yawned, inadvertently glancing at the golden iris flower on the wall. This logo seemed to be something she had casually drawn years ago. Unexpectedly, after so many years, those misers from the Laurent family had developed the bank globally. Perhaps she could still retrieve the gold she had deposited back then. At this moment, across the street in a Chinese medicine shop, Yin Zijin's classmate Lu Fang was leaning on the cashier counter doing homework. Looking up, his gaze was drawn to a figure at the door. "Sis, isn't that who's her name? What's someone like her, who's never seen the world, doing at Laurent Bank? She doesn't think it's just a regular bank, does she?" Lu Ji was busy writing prescriptions and only glanced casually, but immediately her face darkened. Lu Fang continued, "Didn't you say she gave you attitude yesterday?" Lu Ji sneered. "Isn't that right? Big attitude, little ability. If it weren't for Yin Luwei's request, did she think I actually wanted to treat her?" Lu Fang was about to comfort his sister when he suddenly pointed outside and exclaimed, "Why is she walking this way? She's not coming to our pharmacy to buy medicine, is she?" Lu Ji snorted. "If she comes to buy medicine, I won't sell to her." At this moment, Yin Zijin pushed open the door and entered. The clerk said if she needed anything, she could look at the shelves first. Meanwhile, the siblings were in the back office, watching the surveillance monitor. Lu Fang asked in confusion, "Why are we hiding from her?" Lu Ji laughed coldly. "Who said we're hiding? I want to humiliate her, then she'll have to come begging me. I want to see if she can afford our medicine." Lu Fang immediately understood and snickered. Hee hee. Will she cry from frustration? Give me a copy of the video later. I want to show it to everyone in class when school starts. Who told her to always drag down our elite class? I want everyone to see her embarrassment. Lu Ji stared at the surveillance screen without blinking. "No problem. I'll send it to Lu Wei too. Let him have a laugh." Yin Zijin was originally heading to the Huo family, but for some reason, her steps suddenly stopped. She suddenly turned and looked directly at the surveillance camera. The 3 people's gazes unexpectedly met through the computer screen. Lu Fang's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't know we're watching her, right? Overnight, The girl became a mysterious big shot with a black card, intending to buy some herbs. She unexpectedly walked into her arch-enemy Lu family's pharmacy. Yin Zijin looked at the Chinese herbs on the shelves, lost in thought. After waking up this time, there sure were a lot of troubles finding her. Even through the wooden boards, she could smell the age of these herbs. The oldest was no more than 20 years. The quality wasn't very high, but her adoptive father Wen Fengmian's illness couldn't wait. She'd have to make do with these for now. Worst case, she could go to the mountains to dig some herself in a few days. The cashier, seeing she had looked around, asked what she needed. Perhaps she could describe her symptoms, and they could help select the herbs. Yin Zijin rattled off 30 types of herbs, saying he wanted 10 jin of each. Nu Fang, hiding in the office watching the surveillance, burst out laughing. He thought this was grocery shopping. Indeed, an inexperienced country bumpkin. Lu Ji, while texting the cashier, said, "Anyway, he won't be able to buy them." The cashier, seeing he wanted so many herbs, thought this could be a big customer. She quickly made a list and said, "Miss, the quantity you want is too large. We need to stock up. Please sign the order form first." Yin Zijin calmly asked how much it would cost in total. Just then, Lu Ji sent a message to the cashier. The cashier glanced at it and said with a smile, "It's exactly 500 yuan. Yin Zijin chuckled. "Is your shop supplying herbs exclusively to the Jade Emperor?" The cashier awkwardly explained, "Our herbs are all picked from the mountains, so they're more expensive. If you can't afford them." Yin Zijin raised her eyes and said, "Fine." The cashier was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "Please wait. I'll prepare the order form for you right away." The girl's move truly confused the Lu siblings. Lu Ji suspiciously asked what she was doing, daring to spend so much money. She had heard that the Yin family didn't give her much pocket money. Lu Fang said that as a country bumpkin, she probably didn't understand how wealthy families worked. Anyway, if she bought it, they would profit. The cashier quickly printed out the order form and handed it over. Yin Zijin took it and glanced at it, but didn't sign immediately. Instead, she took out her phone and dialed a number. She was heard saying leisurely, "I want to file a complaint. 148 Zhongshan South Road. This shop is selling Chinese herbs at 10 times the market price." Lu Ji rushed out in a panic, scolding Yin Zijin, "Do you want to die? How dare you file a complaint?" The girl stared at him expressionlessly, not responding. Lu Ji felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, but he still arrogantly said, "I'll call Mrs. Lin right now." Since when did the Lin family dare to let a foreign girl step on our Lu family? In fact, he was just putting on a show, hoping the girl would beg him. However, Yin Zijin lazily yawned and said, "Go ahead and call. I can help you dial if you want." Lu Ji, embarrassed and angry, raised his hand to slap her face, but just as he lifted his hand, someone intercepted it. At the same time, he was kicked in the leg. Then a cold voice was heard. "The Yin family might not dare, but I do, boss." The girl mistakenly went to buy herbs from her rival's herb shop. The greedy sibling scheme failed, leaving them embarrassed and angry. Lu Ji intended to teach the girl a lesson but was kicked first. He crashed into the cashier's counter with a bang. Then, a cold voice was heard from the doorway. "What the Yin family doesn't dare to do, I dare to do." It was none other than the wealthy family's 7th young master, Fu Yunshan. At that moment, the sunlight fell on his devilishly handsome face, making him look both dazzling and flamboyant. Yin Zijin rarely straightened up, seeming to suddenly understand the feelings of those foolish emperors in ancient times. Beauty was indeed tempting. Just as she was about to say thank you, Fu Yunshan interrupted her. "Brother, I don't want to hear those 2 words again." He then patted her head, saying, "We've known each other for so long. Why are you still so polite?" Yin Zijin pouted, thinking they had known each other for less than a day, but she let it go. Meanwhile, Lu Ji's face turned pale. When did the Lin family's adopted daughter get involved with the Fu family's 7th young master? But he still forced a smile and said, "Young Master Fu, why didn't you inform us in advance of your visit? We've been so negligent." Fu Yunshan finally glanced at him and said casually, 500,000 yuan. Right? As Lu Ji was unsure how to respond, Fu Yunshan took out his phone and made a call. The person on the other end asked excitedly, "Young Master Fu, you're calling me?" Fu Yunshan said nonchalantly. "Your Lu family seems to be short on money lately. I'm afraid you can't afford the losses. Let's put that project in the North District on hold." The person on the other end was shocked. "Wait, young Master Fu, why suddenly?" Before he could finish, Fu Yunshan hung up the phone. By now, Lu Ji was panicking because that call was to his father. "Young Master Fu, You can't. Fu Yunshin glanced at him sideways, and Lu Ji immediately fell silent. He never imagined that Fu Yunshin would cancel their family's contract for the sake of the Yin family's adopted daughter. That was a $1,000,000 deal. It was all because of this woman. The Lu family wasn't. They were just a small fry compared to the Fu family. He could only feel angry but didn't dare to speak out. Lu Fang, who had been hiding in the back storage room, couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed out and shouted, "Yin Zijin, you've gone too far. This isn't a big deal. Why make such a fuss? It was just a joke. You didn't lose anything. I promised to tutor you in math. How about we let this go?" But in his heart, he was thinking contemptuously, I wonder what Fu Yunshin sees in this country bumpkin that makes him protect her so much. Yin Zijin looked up, feeling this person looked familiar, and asked, "Who are you?" His words truly caught Lu Fang off guard. He said mockingly, "Stop pretending. We've been classmates for a whole semester. Don't you know who I am? Don't forget. At Qingqi, only the top 50 students in the grade can stay in the gifted class. With your bottom ranking grades, if you don't improve, you'll be kicked out. If you let this matter go, I'll tutor you." Yin Zijin glanced at him again, still not remembering who he was. Lu Fang impatiently said, "Think carefully. You only have one chance. And what's with that look? Do you think you're stupid or something?" Yin Zijin ignored him and told the cashier to wrap up the herbs and deliver them to the hotel across the street. The cashier hurriedly started checking the list. Lu Fang was very annoyed. He wanted to step forward but was a bit wary of Fu Yunshin. The cashier enthusiastically saw them out, saying the herbs would be delivered soon. He was overjoyed, thinking about the big commission he'd earned today. Lu Fang resentfully said to Lu Ji, "Sis, are we just going to let this go?" Lu Ji was also upset but thought, what can we do? They've climbed up the social ladder now. They must be so smug. I don't believe he can keep Fu Yunshin forever. Just then, their father called. He had just started to say, "Dad," when the other interrupted. "Dad? What dad? I don't have a daughter like you. Get back home right now." People usually buy a few herbs to make soup, but have you ever seen someone buy hundreds of pounds at once? Young Master Fu Yunshin looked at the mountain of herbs in front of him, frowning. He was about to ask the kid if he was planning to eat them as a meal, when he saw him pull out an electric pressure cooker from his bag. Yin Zijin ignored his surprised look. He quickly picked some herbs and threw them into the pot, then plugged it in. No time to make a proper medicine stove. This will have to do for now. We must keep up with the times. After all, while busy working, he asked, "The man who exposed the video of Lu Wei has something to do with you, right?" Fu Yunshin's eyes sparkled with amusement. "How do you plan to thank your big brother?" The girl excitedly said, "How about I keep you up all night?" Fu Yunshin narrowed his eyes. "Where did you learn to talk like that?" Yin Zijin lazily stood up. "I can read. Books have everything in them." He really thought the 21st century was quite good, with many forms of entertainment, and very interesting. Fu Yunshin lightly tapped his forehead. "Don't read that kind of trashy books in the future." Yin Zijin yawned sleepily. "Don't be like that. It'll be no fun. At most, I'll read them with you. Let me learn how to shop online and buy books first. I'll lend them to you for free then." Fu Yunshin felt a bit awkward. He really had a brain fart just now, thinking for a moment that he wanted to. Well, he's still just a kid after all. 3 hours later, the pressure cooker beeped. Surprisingly, dark green pills had actually been produced inside. Yin Zijin put the pills into pre-bought medicine bottles. He handed them to Fu Yunshin, who asked if they were for kidney health. The girl seriously said, "They can prolong life." Fu Yunshin said, "All right, shall we go eat now?" Yin Zijin put on his backpack and turned to leave. "Not today. I need to go out of town. I'm going back to my foster father's home." Fu Yunshin seemed to remember something. "Oh, it's the 15th of the first lunar month today." He smiled and said, "Big brother has nowhere to go today. Can you take me in?" Fireworks kept going off throughout the evening. Wen Fengmian took out some noodles from the old refrigerator. Thinking of his foster daughter, he wondered if Yao Yao had eaten Tanyuan today. Then he started coughing violently again. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Thinking it was his son who had forgotten his key, he hurried to open it, but when he saw who was standing there, he froze. The girl's hair was bathed in moonlight, looking hazy. He couldn't believe it. It was Yao Yao, whom he hadn't seen in a year. Yin Zijin quickly went in to support his foster father who had aged even more. He discreetly checked his pulse. His foster father's condition was worse than he had expected. He felt genuinely distressed. Wen Fengmian took a while to come to his senses. He anxiously asked, "Yao Yao, how did you come back from the Lin family? Didn't they come with you? Tell Dad, are they mistreating you there?" Yin Zijin, though not fully able to comprehend human emotions of love and hate, knew he would always repay those who were truly kind to him. So he casually said, "Nothing like that. I just found time to come back today. It's my fault for not visiting you this past year." If his consciousness had awakened earlier, perhaps the events of a year ago wouldn't have happened. When Fengmian finally relaxed, "I'm just happy you could come back." Given the Lin family's attitude back then, he thought he'd never see Yao Yao again. He also told him that Yu Yu still had classes today. He should be back soon. Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from outside. "Dad, I'm home. I bought some meat today, so tonight we can." The rest of the sentence was cut off when he saw the girl. The young man's expression gradually turned cold. After a few seconds, he suddenly turned and ran away. Having a handsome genius brother, wouldn't that make you smile even in your dreams? But this brother, after seeing his sister for the first time in a year, actually turned and ran away. Father, unable to contain his anger, started coughing again. "What's wrong with this child? Why did he run away as soon as you came back?" Yin Zijin, patting her foster father's back, said, "Your health isn't good. Go inside and rest first. I'll go check on him." When Fengmian watched the girl's retreating figure, feeling somewhat conflicted, why has Yao Yao become so thin after returning home? Didn't they say they were taking him back for a better life? What exactly happened this past year? He seems different from before. When Yin Zijin found Wen Tianlin, he was standing on the hillside, silently watching the distant fireworks. Yin Zijin walked up and offered him a lollipop, but the boy didn't take it. "I thought you'd never come back. Why did you return?" Without waiting for the girl's response, he turned his head and his gaze suddenly changed, because he saw the numerous needle marks on the back of her hand. "What's this? Sis, are you sick? Or did the Ying family mistreat you? Tell me quickly." Yin Zijin didn't answer him, but raised an eyebrow and said, "Not angry anymore? I'm fine. Don't worry." When Tianlin took the lollipop, he would never forget the ugly faces of those people a year ago. What Wen Zijin? Zijin is the daughter of our Ying family, naturally surnamed Yang. Don't try to claim a false relationship. If Qingzi's students knew she had such a father and brother, what would they think of her? Here's 100 yuan. Forget you have a daughter. She won't see you again. You'll only hold her back. Understand? Later, she really never came back. Not even a phone call. He thought she had forgotten them after going to Hucheng. But now it seems the Ying family did something. And she wasn't doing well either. When Tianlin lowered his head and said softly, "Sis, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been angry with you. I want to be normal too. But sometimes I really can't control myself." Yin Zijin knew he was weak as a child, only starting school at 13. Even so, he skipped several grades. Truly a genius youth. If it weren't for his severe autism as a child, affecting him now, he would probably be a very popular and outgoing boy. So she ruffled his hair. "It's not your fault. Let's go back. Dad must be getting worried." After opening the door, when Tianlin started chatting with her like before, "Actually, I didn't go to class this afternoon." Yin Zijin asked him, "Did you go to the city market to buy meat?" When Tianlin nodded, "Dad's health is getting worse. I wanted to get him some nourishment." Yin Zijin thought for a moment, then asked, "Your college entrance exam is coming up soon. Have you decided which university you want to attend?" At the mention of this, the young man's eyes immediately lit up. "I want to apply to Capital University, but what I really want is to go to Norton University, but without a personal recommendation from the principal. It's impossible to get in." Yin Zijin straightened up. "What university?" When Tianlin thought she didn't know, so he took out his phone, searched, and showed her. "This one, Norton University, ranked first in the world university rankings." Yin Zijin looked at the screen but fell into deep thought. What's going on? Have things on Earth changed so much since I came back? The Laurent family opening banks globally is one thing. After all, they're miserly ghosts. But a neurotic madman who only studies theology and wanted to dissect me when we first met. How could he make his university the world's best? Does he want the whole world to go crazy with him? The grade 7 young master, actually cooking in the kitchen himself. After Yin Zijin reconciled with her brother, she returned home and opened the door to see this unbelievable scene. Her foster father, Wen Fengmian, turned his head and asked, "Yao Yao, you brought a guest back without saying anything?" "I haven't prepared anything." Yin Zijin scratched her head and said, "I forgot." Fu Yunshin walked out of the kitchen and explained, "Uncle, it's not his fault. I insisted on coming. I'm really being abrupt." Yin Zijin looked up and saw the man wearing a Peppa Pig apron. She couldn't help but blurt out, "That's so ugly." Wen Fengmian coughed a few times. "Yao Yao, how can you talk like that? Isn't this your favorite cartoon character? When you were little, You insisted on hugging a Peppa doll to sleep. Fu Yunshin's eyes curved in a smile. So you like this kind of thing? Yin Zijin, expressionless, repeatedly denied. I'm not. I don't make things up. She thought to herself. What was I doing before my consciousness awakened? How could I like this kind of thing? At this moment, Wen Fengmian seemed to remember something and turned to the young man, frowning as he asked, Yu, your sister came back. Why did you run away? When Tianlin wanted to speak but held back, he couldn't say it was because of resentment that he had stormed off. Could he? Yin Zijin leisurely interjected. He was just shy. Wen Fengmian looked surprised. You weren't shy when you received all those love letters. Why be shy seeing your own sister? When Tianlin's face turned red. Dad, can you please stop talking? Yin Zijin looked at Fu Yunshin, who was taking vegetables out of the bag. Why did you come here? He had thought that Fu Yunshin was a pampered young master who wouldn't be able to handle this environment. He had even specially booked the best hotel in the county town for him. Fu Yunshin raised his head, dissatisfied. Didn't you say you would take me in? Is this how you treat your brother? Yin Zijin hurriedly came forward to help. No, I just didn't want to mistreat you. Let me do it. He reached out to take the cabbage from Fu Yunshin's hands, but he suddenly turned his head, and his cold fingers accidentally touched the man's lips. Yin Zijin immediately withdrew his hand. Both of them were stunned. After a few seconds, the man returned to his usual self. What's this, little one? Are you taking advantage of me now? Yin Zijin looked at him for a while before slowly saying, it was an accident. Fu Yunshin, as if teasing a kitten, gently patted his head. It's okay. Brother doesn't mind. Yin Zijin thought about what to give him. A cat or a dog could satisfy his head-patting habit. Otherwise, if this continued, he might throw up. The man saw him lost in thought and was about to ask what he was thinking when suddenly a voice came from behind. Excuse me, let me through. Wen Tingwan forcefully squeezed between the two. Let me help. It's not right to have guests doing the work. In his heart, he scoffed. He had heard that city men were best at deceiving young girls. I must keep a close eye on sister. Yin Zijin made an okay gesture. Then you can be my assistant. He had lived with the Wen family since he could remember. Wen Fengmian had to take care of 2 children, and just filling their stomachs took all her effort. So when the Yin family came looking for him, she urged him to leave, wanting him to have a better life. However, from beginning to end, he had never thought about himself. But it didn't matter. He would protect them in the future. The mysterious big shot who had awakened again after traversing through centuries, decided to take good care of his adoptive father and brother. The young man following behind him carried 2 cups of milk tea, somewhat helplessly. Sis, when did you start liking sweets? Yin Zijin quickly finished the ice cream cone and said, life is bitter, so eat something sweet. By the way, have you completed the transfer procedures to Qingqi? Wen Qinglin said. Actually, Qingqi invited me a long time ago, but I never accepted. Now it's quick to process. You've already brought me and Dad to Hu City. Don't you plan to live with us? Yin Zijin said. Not for now. I still have some things to resolve. You just settle in comfortably. Fortunately, he had earned some money in the underground market before, which allowed him to buy a small apartment in Hu City to settle them. As for the Yin family, although the divination was vague, the karmic connection between him and the Yin family had not been severed. Some things could be better investigated there. Wen Tinglin also thought to himself, sister suffered so much in the Yin family. Now that he's come to Hu City, I swear I'll make them pay for what they did. At this time, in the Yin family courtyard, a servant was carrying a cardboard box through the main gate. The butler stopped him, asking what it was. The servant wiped his sweat and said it was a package for the second young miss. The butler frowned and waved his hand. Madam has prepared everything for her. What else does she need to buy? Just leave it in the courtyard. Madam is meeting guests now, and can't be disturbed. The servant placed the box on the ground with relief. The butler inadvertently noticed a golden word printed on the corner of the box. He leaned closer to see what the mark was. Suddenly, a pair of hands pressed on the box. What are you trying to do? Looking up, he saw Yin Zijin staring at him coldly. The butler nervously stepped back, stammering, second young miss, your package has arrived. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Yin Zijin ignored him, half squatting down and directly tearing open the tape on the box. He remembered that when Fu Yunshin left his adoptive father's home, he said he would buy some books for him and send them to the Yin family. He wondered what books the guy had sent. However, After opening it with anticipation, he saw a box full of children's books. He was completely speechless, and as if timed perfectly, at this moment when he would receive the package, his phone dinged. "Little one, did you receive it? These are carefully selected by your brother, from various countries, enough for you to read for a long time. Definitely not inferior to that pig." Yin Zijin, resisting the urge to smack these children's books on his head, replied with 4 words, "Thank you." The servant beside him, after seeing the contents of the box, had a look of contempt on his face. "Did you see that? It's hilarious. At this age, still reading fairy tales." The eldest young miss was reading English originals in her first year of high school. There's really no comparison. Yin Zijin didn't let anyone help, picking up these books himself and walking inside. The butler hurriedly spoke to stop him. "Second young miss, you can't go in now. The madam is in." But before he could finish speaking, the door was already pushed open. In the living room sofa, Jean Manhwa was smiling and saying something to a noble lady. She looked very happy. What kind of mother is this, who shows nothing but disdain upon seeing her own daughter? Yin Zijing opened the door carrying a box of books. Her mother, Jean Manhwa, was chatting and laughing with a noble lady. Upon seeing her, her face immediately turned cold. "Why are you back at this time? Go out and wait first." Yin Zijing walked straight forward and said calmly, "I've always had a question. How does someone like you qualify to be a mother, ordering your own daughter around all day, treating her worse than a servant?" Jean Manhwa never expected to hear such words. She stood up abruptly, pointing at her. "Say that again." The girl ignored her, wearing a cold expression that seemed to say, "I'm being polite by not hitting you." She carried her books upstairs without another word. Jean Manhwa was left speechless, unable to react. Mrs. Wei Kemu frowned and asked, "Is this the girl your Yin family adopted a year ago? What were you thinking? Did you specifically bring her in to trouble your own daughter?" Jean Manhwa forced a smile and said, "I'm sorry you had to see that. It's just that as we reach middle age, we sometimes want to do some charitable deeds. Don't mind what she said earlier. Rest assured, I've already contacted the Jean family. When Chen Zhou arrives, she can move there." Mrs. Mu smiled and said, "I trust your arrangements. Actually, I hadn't planned to come. It's just that our old master, for some reason, said he wanted to stay in Hucheng for a few more days. I had to come along to pick him up, and to visit you while I'm here." Zhang Manhwa looked surprised. "Old Master Mu is in Hucheng?" Mrs. Mu sighed. "The old master has lived a life of warfare. He's used to fighting and can't sit still even in his old age. He heard about some rare antiques in Hucheng and rushed over. He almost had an attack earlier outside. Luckily, he met a miraculous doctor. Otherwise, he might have died here. And they say this doctor's skills are even better than the youngest at Mengjia." Zhang Manhwa was shocked. "Is that possible?" Mrs. Mu stood up. "Who knows? We haven't met them. It's getting late. I should head back now. Call me if anything comes up." After seeing Mrs. Mu off, Zhang Manhwa instructed the butler to send someone to inquire about that miraculous doctor. If possible, invite them to check on the old madam's chronic headache. Money is not an issue. Make sure to treat them with respect. Yin Zijing returned to her room, placed the box of children's books on the shelf, then sat down at her computer with a bag of chips, continuing the web drama she hadn't finished watching. Just as she was watching, the female lead kicked the male lead into a pond and laughed triumphantly. The computer suddenly emitted crackling electrical noises. She watched the screen go black, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Then, a creepy red text appeared on the black screen, accompanied by ghostly wailing music. "Little friend, who are you to him?" Yin Zijing's expression remained unchanged. She calmly typed in the dialogue box, "And who are you? How dare you interrupt my drama watching? When you're enjoying snacks and watching your drama, what would you do if your computer suddenly got hacked?" The annoyed Yin Zijing, as if remembering something, told the other party, "Give me an hour." On the other side of the ocean, a man eating instant noodles glanced at the screen. A minute later, he returned to his seat and started flipping through a book, curious to see what he was reading. He zoomed in with the camera and saw it was a Computer Basics for College Students book. The man was stunned. "Damn, is this kid stupid?" He couldn't help but type, "You don't think reading this book will help you break my intrusion, do you? Little friend, you're too naive." But Yin Zijing didn't even look up, continuing to read quietly. As the man started on his second bowl of instant noodles, the dozen or so computers in front of him suddenly emitted urgent beeping sounds. The man was so shocked he froze, but he quickly reacted and began to counterattack. However, no matter what code he input, the computers wouldn't return to normal. Yin Zijing leisurely sipped her milk tea. Although she had never used computers before, with her divine calculation abilities. As long as she could analyze its core structure, striking at the root wasn't a problem. The instant noodle hacker on the other side completely broke down and started begging for mercy. Big shot. I was wrong. Please spare me. You're my dear sister. I still need to make a living. Yin Zijing knew that this hacker who invaded her computer was related to Fu Yunqian and had helped him before. So she replied unhurriedly, "Little friend, that's not for you to call me. I'll let you off this time. There won't be a next time." After replying, she released control over the computers on the other side. But what she didn't know was that the instant noodle man, whose mentality had been shattered, immediately hacked into another computer. Computer, what kind of freak did you find? Do you know what he did? He read a computer basics book and managed to hack into my computer. I've hacked into the Lauren Bank in Norton University before. This is such a humiliation. Fu Yunqian raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. So my little one is this capable. This statement made the other person even more explosive. It's enough that there's a freak like you in this world, and now there's a little freak too. It's driving me crazy. I'm going to sell all your information to the people on the hit list. Let them finish you off. Fu Yunqian smiled lazily. Sure, go ahead. These days, does anyone with a bit of looks think they're a big star? While waiting for the herbs to be weighed for her foster father, Yin Zijing went to a nearby dessert shop. She ordered a mango mousse and took out her new phone. Clicking a few times, looking at herself with two rabbit ears added. I heard this is called a selfie. Didn't expect it to be so fun. The crisp sound of the camera caught the attention of a girl wearing a sun hat and sunglasses at the next table. She frowned and said, "How did they follow us here? Tell him to delete the photo. I don't want to trend because of a bad photo." The assistant immediately walked to Yin Zijing's side. "Delete the photo you took. Luo Jia doesn't like people taking her picture. If you insist on keeping it, we can sue you. Understand?" Other customers curiously looked over. Is there a celebrity? Is it the one in the black shirt? My goodness, what heavenly looks. No, it's the one at the next table. Have you heard of Luo Zewi? She's the 10th place from an investment selection show. The assistant saw that the girl had no intention of deleting the photo and tried to grab her phone without a word. But not only did he fail to get the phone, he suddenly pressed his hand into the cake. Yin Zijing finally looked up and said calmly, "You've dirtied my dessert." The assistant was also angry. "Who told you not to delete the photo? Why did you follow Luo Jia here? Don't you know what respect is?" Everyone suddenly realized upon hearing this. They didn't expect such a beautiful girl to be a saucing fan. Yin Zijing looked at him puzzled. "Who were you talking about just now?" The assistant was momentarily embarrassed. Luo Zewi, who hadn't moved until now, came over and took off her sunglasses, revealing an impatient face. "You don't need to pretend not to know me. I've seen many people like you. Yesterday I lost a shoe because of you guys chasing me. You're here again today?" Yin Zijing looked at her coldly. "As if you're worthy." A female student from the next table stood up. "I was right next to them. This young lady was taking a selfie. She didn't take your picture at all. She's so beautiful. Why would she take your picture instead of her own?" Her friends also chimed in. "That's right. You're wearing sunglasses and we didn't even recognize you. Do you really think you're so famous that everyone knows you?" Luo Ziu's face turned blue with embarrassment. Yin Zijing didn't bother to look at her again and lazily said, "Compensate." Luo Zewi, both embarrassed and angry, went to the counter to order another dessert. Then she left in a hurry with her assistant. The female student from earlier carefully approached and asked, "Miss, are you a trainee from some company?" Yin Zijing shook her head. The student tentatively asked, "Can I take a picture with you? I promise I won't share it and cause you trouble." Yin Zijing smiled and said, "Sure, I can learn some selfie techniques too." After taking the photo, the student happily returned to her seat and posted on Weibo. "Just met a super cool girl at the dessert shop. A certain backed contestant from a talent show thought she was taking her picture, but she didn't even know who she was. This student was a blogger with 100,000 followers. An hour later, the post was shared quite a bit. Although the post didn't go viral, it was coincidentally seen by the manager of the White Lotus Girl, Lu Wei. The White Lotus Girl is about to stir up trouble again. The photo of Yin Zijing with the small blogger she met by chance was unexpectedly seen by her manager. He showed the phone to Ying Luwei, who was touching up her makeup. "Isn't this your fake niece?" Ying Luwei glanced at it casually. "It really is her." The manager asked seriously, "Is she planning to enter the entertainment industry? If so, it's better to bring her under our control." Ying Luwei paused. "I'll call and ask." However, the call didn't go through. She never expected that she had been blocked. An inexplicable feeling of irritation welled up. It felt like something was completely out of control. The manager noticed her change in expression and asked what was wrong. Ying Luwei forced a smile. Nothing. She might be busy. I'll go to the old house later. The manager, knowing her situation, nodded. Just be careful. It's good we took down the trending topic that day in time. Ying Luwei pressed her lips together without speaking, wondering what Yin Zijing was up to now. Shi Xiaofu Yunshan leaned against the car, looking at the girl walking towards him with a smile in his eyes. What are you planning to treat your brother to today? Yin Zijin thought for a moment. How about hot pot and skewers? I haven't tried them yet. I've heard junk food tastes good. I really want to try it. Fu Yunshan picked up his phone and started searching. Brother hasn't tried it either. Your health isn't good, so we need to find a clean and proper place. Just as he opened his phone, it vibrated. A new message appeared. After reading it, Fu Yunshan's expression changed slightly. Brother has something to do. I'm afraid I can't have dinner with you for now. How about this? I'll give you some money to order takeout with uncle and the others. You go upstairs and take another nap. We'll have dinner together later. Okay? Hearing this, Yin Zijin remembered something. It had been exactly 7 days since he first met them. Ni Chao was about to be in trouble. He slightly reminded him, be careful of high places. Fu Yunshan reached out and ruffled the girl's hair. Alright, let's listen to our little one. Then he turned and opened the car door. His eyes immediately turned cold. He hadn't expected Ni Chao to be targeted by someone on the hunter's list. He immediately made a phone call. Check on the recent activities of the Ni family for me. Today was the grand opening of bar number 1. Ni Chao occupied the best spot next to the bar, ready to have a good drink. He was listening to music with his earphones when suddenly his phone vibrated. It was a call from an unknown number. As soon as he answered, he heard an indistinct voice. Someone wants to kill you. Ni Chao was speechless. Stop joking. Who would dare to kill someone in broad daylight? Who are you anyway? Yin Zijin looked at the computer. A red dot flashed on the screen. His phoenix eyes narrowed. You can try in 10 seconds. Ni Chao angrily threw his earphones onto the bar, cursing, psycho. But at that moment, all the lights in the bar suddenly went out. As the 10-second countdown ended, 2 words came through the earphones. Get down. Ni Chao instinctively threw himself to the ground. A bullet whizzed past his head. It shot straight into the wall. Ni Chao was so scared his legs turned to jelly. Damn, someone really wants to kill me. The boss's prophetic ability was proven once again, because he successfully helped the carefree Ni Chao avoid an assassination attempt. When Fu Yunshan hurriedly arrived, he saw the bar in a mess. Ni Chao, with a bandage wrapped around his head, hugged him pitifully, crying and complaining. Seventh brother, you almost never saw me again. Someone actually wanted to kill me. If it wasn't for that mysterious person's warning, I would have died young. Fu Yunshan pushed him away with some disgust. Alright, go to my car first. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup later. After he walked away, he finally answered his phone that had been ringing several times. A deep male voice came through. Your brother has a bounty on him. The hunter who made a move is ranked 94th on the gunman list. Fu Yunshan chuckled lightly. Fortunately, fools have fool's luck. He's quite lucky. He wasn't hit, just bumped his head while escaping. Hearing this, the other person was silent for a few seconds. I see. I'll come back right away. White Lotus Ying Luwei, after seeing a photo of Yin Zijin taking a picture with an internet celebrity blogger, thought he wanted to enter the entertainment industry, so he came to the old house to subtly inquire about it. Zhang Manhwa was trimming flowers in a vase in the living room. She asked him why he came so late at night. Don't you have a schedule today? Yin Luwei pretended to hesitate and said, I came to ask sister-in-law if Xiao Jin wants to enter the entertainment industry. If so, I can help. But then, what about the Jiqing Yingkai program? Won't he be unable to go there? Zhang Manhua's face immediately darkened. What? He wants to enter the entertainment industry? Lu Wei taught him piano for so long, and he can't even play the basic Fur Elise. Where did he get the confidence? Yin Lu Wei was stunned for a moment. Hasn't Xiao Jin told you? Maybe I misunderstood. Is he here now? I brought him some things. Zhang Manhua was still angry. He's not here. You can just go up and leave them in his room. Yin Lu Wei was secretly delighted. This girl has changed so much recently. He wanted to see what secrets she was hiding. He went to Yin Zijin's room, familiar with the way. He didn't know there was something special painted on the door. Meanwhile, in the car, the girl who had been napping with her eyes closed suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up straight. Fu Yunshan asked her what was wrong. Did you have a nightmare? Yin Zijin smiled slightly. No, I just taught a lesson to an annoying person. Some people have bad luck. The little trick I left in the room seems to have been put to use. Fu Yunshin's slender fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, his eyes deep in thought. He had privately investigated the Ying family. He learned that Yin Zijin was the true daughter of the Ying family. The four great families were still the same as before. For the sake of profit, even their own daughter could be discarded as a pawn at will. He looked thoughtfully at the girl. I've always been curious. Why did Uncle Wen give you the nickname Yao Yao? Yin Zijin was silent for a moment. Yao Yao means to die young. In my foster father's hometown, there's a saying that children with bad names are easier to raise, but there's another meaning. It's about growing freely like a tree. My foster father hoped I would live a peaceful and smooth life. Fu Yunshin smiled at her. Then I'll call you Yao Yao from now on. Do you mind? Yin Zijin yawned lazily. Whatever you like. Let's go eat hot pot. People wouldn't die if they didn't court death. The White Lotus little ant, Ying Luwei, secretly entered Yin Zijin's room. As a result, her face was ruined when she came out. What's more unexpected was that a marketing account immediately posted a hot topic. Breaking, Ying Luwei enters hospital late at night. Suspected pregnancy. Soon, Ying Luwei's fans, the Lu aunts, rushed to the scene. Some congratulated her and brother-in-law on their good news, while others cursed her as a big white face. Little did they know that Ying Luwei was almost going crazy at this moment. She looked at her face covered in red rashes in the mirror. She didn't even dare to cry. Her manager was also startled. What did you touch? How did you end up like this? It's so strange. Even the doctors can't find the allergen. Should I give the third master a call? Lu Wei suddenly became agitated. No, don't let Mo Yuan see me like this. The manager was very troubled. All right, I'll contact a doctor in the capital. Let's go there to lay low for a while. You should keep a low profile recently. Don't show your face for now. Ying Lu Wei felt like she wanted to die. 3 days later, Qingqi High School started. In the corner of the Class 2 elite class, several boys were whispering while looking at the dusty desk and chair. Do you think Yin Zijin doesn't dare to come to school? It's possible. Anyway, it's useless even if she comes. Out of 750 points, she only scored 387. She's really brainless. If I were her, I wouldn't have the face to stay in the elite class. After hearing these words, Ying Feifei nudged the girl at the next desk. Ziwan, what was your aunt thinking? Why insist on sending an adopted daughter to the elite class? Zhang Ziwan, who was reading a book, smiled faintly. I don't know what my aunt was thinking, but Yin Zijin's admission to the elite class was thanks to teacher Yin. Ying Feifei said with disgust. You mean Yin Luwei, the specially invited music teacher? Even if she doesn't do well, she won't be expelled because of his face. Zhang Ziwan said calmly. If you want to expel her from the elite class, it's not that difficult. At this moment, Yin Zijin was walking towards the classroom, remembering when she ate hot pot with Fu Yunshin. He asked if he should send her to school. She thought for a moment, and still refused. Although her retirement plan was temporarily put on hold, it seemed not bad to experience campus life. As she reached the classroom door, she suddenly stopped. Her phoenix eyes narrowed. She looked up and saw that the door was only slightly ajar. There seemed to be something placed on top of the door. She sneered. Did they think they could trick her with such a small prank? She raised her foot and kicked the door open directly. With a bang, violence mixed with fierceness, there was a splash, and a bucket of water poured down. Lu Fang, who was hiding behind the door, couldn't dodge in time and was completely soaked. This commotion immediately attracted everyone's attention in the class. Ying Feifei laughed mockingly. Lu Fang, you idiot, you kept saying, Ziwan, I'll definitely help you drive that country bumpkin out of the elite class. With his intelligence, he still wants to pursue you? It's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Zhang Ziwan remained silent, coldly looking towards the door. They saw Yin Zijin flick her hair. She stepped over Lu Fang, who was lying on the ground, and calmly walked into the classroom. Everyone watched in a daze as she walked to the corner, took out some tissues, and slowly wiped the desk and chair. They then started gossiping quietly. Damn, is that the country bumpkin? Did she get plastic surgery during the winter break? But can plastic surgery change one's aura? To be honest, with her presence, even Zhang Ziwan and Yin Yuxuan, the two goddesses, can't compare. No way, no way. Am I the only one who feels it's such a pity? Between the Ying family's goddess and her, she looks more like a proper young lady. A big shot who has lived for hundreds of years. Knowledgeable in everything from astronomy to geography. Returning to high school, wouldn't she easily outshine all these little rookies who look down on her? Yin Zijin rested her chin on her hand, looking boredly at the English elective textbook. Her thoughts drifted to her time in Europe. In that era, people still spoke Middle English. Modern English has been simplified quite a bit. It seems the problem isn't big. The class bell rang. English teacher Deng Xiaolan walked in carrying a stack of test papers. Everyone already knows the final exam results. Now I'll hand out the papers. This test was very difficult, but everyone did quite well. Zhang Ziwan scored 123 points, the lowest in the class. Yin Zijin glanced at his own paper with 25 points. He was a bit speechless. It seems his self-awareness hadn't awakened. Previously, this body was really a poor student, but thinking about it, it makes sense. In the high-pressure environment of wealthy circles, he also had to give excessive blood transfusions to Yin Luwei. His physical condition couldn't keep up. Getting 0 would have been considered good. Teacher Deng taught very seriously, but he couldn't tolerate someone in class. He often picked up a piece of chalk and threw it at Nufeng. You come and explain reading comprehension question 64. Nufeng rubbed his sore head, stood up and found he couldn't even understand the question. He was stunned for a moment. Yin Feifei gloated. Teacher Deng, even Ziwan couldn't solve this question. It must be very difficult. But I just saw Yin Zijin got it right. Why don't we let him explain it? Zhang Ziwan also raised his hand with a smile. I'd also like to know how classmate Yin solved this question. After his words, many in the class started to agree. Yeah, we're all very curious. This question's difficulty was far beyond the standard. No one in the class could solve it. Teacher Deng knew they wanted to make fun of Yin Zijin. He frowned and was about to say something, but the girl in the corner slowly stood up. She held her paper and casually analyzed the question and answer. Those who had intended to mock him turned their heads in shock to look at him, because from his mouth, they heard a pure and fluent English accent. Yin Zijin glanced at them disdainfully, his whole body radiating a signal that, you're all trash. Teacher Deng was very pleased and repeatedly praised him for answering well. He also asked, did you 3 classmates understand? The 3 lowered their heads with red faces. After school, Teacher Deng stopped Yin Zijin and asked if he had specifically practiced speaking during the winter break, because he was puzzled. The girl's classroom speech was in pure Royal British accent, which is rarely heard nowadays. Yin Zijin raised an eyebrow. Teacher Deng approvingly said, this is a good start. Your foundation is relatively weak. Tomorrow I'll give you some basic materials. Take them home and practice more. Before leaving, he patted his shoulder. Work hard. Don't take others' words to heart. Yin Zijin didn't refuse this kindness. Although he didn't need it, he still expressed gratitude to Teacher Deng. Just as he was about to go home, he was stopped by the class monitor. It's your turn for duty today. There's not much trash on the first day. Just wipe the blackboard. The boy hesitated, then said softly, this morning, I saw Lu Fang put a basin full of water on the door. You should be careful these days. Yin Zijin smiled and said, thank you. Although there were annoying people here, there were also kind teachers and classmates. It wasn't too bad. The class monitor hurriedly avoided his gaze, turned around with a red face and ran away quickly, leaving Yin Zijin confused. What's wrong with him? Yin Shen had just experienced a day of school life. Young Master Fu Yunshin came to pick him up from school personally. Yin Zijin knew he had many things to do, so he said, didn't I send you a message earlier telling you to go first? Fu Yunshin smiled. Brother, I'm quite free recently. I have time to accompany you for class duty. Yin Zijin sighed. Alright, then let's have dinner together. Just then, a surprised shout suddenly rang in his ear. Miss Yin. Yin Zijin looked up and heard a screech as a black Maybach suddenly stopped in front of him. At the same time, in a white luxury car across the street, Zhang Manhwa looked up and saw the girl in an exquisite school uniform. She frowned in displeasure. Why is Zijin hanging out with that rich family's playboy again? Can't this child give people less worry? Always doing such embarrassing things. Mrs. Mu beside her, however, was attracted by the black Maybach. That seemed to be. Zhang Manhwa didn't want Mrs. Mu to see her daughter shamelessly seducing a rich young master, so she urged the driver to leave quickly. But Mrs. Mu was stunned. That car just now, how did it look so much like the old master's custom-made car? But how could someone of Mu's status know the adopted daughter of the Yin family? At this time, Mu Cheng in the Maybach's driver's seat enthusiastically greeted Yin Zijin. Miss Yin, I finally found you. The old master is leaving Hucheng tomorrow. He specially came to see you before leaving. Yin Zijin nodded. As long as old Mu doesn't smoke or drink, his health can improve quite a bit. Mu Kekin coughed awkwardly. The old man. I know. Mu Cheng covered his mouth and chuckled. Finally, someone could handle the old man. He took out an exquisite box and a stack of documents, handing them to the girl. These are a small token from the master. Please accept them. Inside the box were silver and gold needles specially bought by the Mu family from the ancient medical world. Quite valuable. The documents were a donation agreement for a hospital. Yin Zijin saw the contents of the box. Her eyes lit up. This set of custom-made gold and silver needles was exactly what she needed. Old Mu spoke with a bit of pride. Don't refuse. You know ancient medical arts. These are perfect for you. If you accept them, I promise I won't touch cigarettes or alcohol again. Yin Zijin lowered her eyes, chuckled softly, and returned the donation agreement. I'll keep the gold and silver needles, but the hospital isn't necessary. I'm quite lazy. At most, I'll occasionally help at the hospital with difficult cases. Just pay me a salary. Old Mu frowned. Then how about this? I'll have Mu Cheng set up a special expert clinic for you. We won't let too many people bother you, but the hospital's revenue will be transferred directly to your account. It's settled then. Afraid she might refuse again, he quickly had Mu Chen drive away. They left in quite a hurry. Shadow watched the Maibach disappear in a cloud of dust. A bit speechless, it seemed she had to accept whether she wanted to or not. Fu Yunshan looked at her stunned and helpless expression, finding it a bit amusing. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated several times, displaying a few messages. You little brat, you didn't even greet me earlier. Getting cocky, are you? Fu Yunshan replied calmly. I was afraid if I opened my mouth, I'd make you short of breath. Old man. The other party was clearly angry. Get lost. I'm warning you. Stay away from this young lady. Don't you dare corrupt her. Fu Yunshan glanced at the girl beside him and chuckled softly. That won't do. He put away his phone and quickly caught up. Yin Zijin. What do you want to eat tonight? The big shot's second day experiencing life at school didn't go well. Students who should have been doing morning reading were all gathered at the back of the classroom, pinching their noses with disgusted expressions. This is too dirty. Who brought the outside garbage bin in here? Our class has never been this filthy. It's really disgusting. Zhang Ziwan frowned as she looked. What's going on? Didn't yesterday's duty student clean up? Who was on duty? The life committee member hesitated. It was Yin Zijin, but Lu Fang interrupted with a cold laugh. What's there to be afraid of? He just didn't do his duty and left the class in this state. I think he's trying to make our class look bad. Watching the drama unfold, Ying Feifei suddenly shouted. Yin Zijin is here. The classmates all turned to look at the door. They saw the girl push open the classroom door. She glanced at the crowd standing around, then walked straight to the garbage bin and looked at it calmly. Inside were her textbooks, study guides, and the court notes teacher Deng had given her yesterday, all torn to shreds. They were also soaked in oil. Ying Feifei covered her nose and mocked. Yin Zijin, did you do your duty yesterday or just daydream? Are you intentionally trying to prevent our class from getting the red flag? Hurry up and clean this mess. At this moment, Yin Zijin was silently closing her eyes and calculating. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Found you. Ding Feifei saw her standing motionless and pushed her, saying, Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't play dead here. Yin Zijin dodged her hand with a quick move. She turned her head and gave her a cold glance. Some people are not only stupid but also vicious. There's no need to be polite with them. She stepped forward and grabbed her hair directly. With a bang, she shoved her head into the garbage bin. The action was swift and fierce. Ying Feifei screamed hysterically. Are you crazy? Yin Zijin pushed her head down again. She chuckled. I am sick, so don't provoke me. Zhang Ziwan finally came to his senses. He shouted angrily. Yin Zijin, stop it. You guys, hurry up and pull her away. Immediately, several tall and strong boys stepped forward. This is too much. Not doing your duty and now bullying classmates. The girl suddenly turned to look at them. At this moment, she was surrounded by an aura of violence. For a moment, no one dared to move. Ying Feifei struggled to get up from the garbage bin, trying to sneak away quietly, perhaps because she had done too many bad things. Even heaven wanted to punish her. She suddenly stepped on a soda can that appeared out of nowhere. Her foot slipped, and she fell back into the garbage bin. Yin Zijin couldn't help but laugh. I didn't know Ying classmate loved garbage so much. It's truly hard to part with, isn't it? She thought to herself. You really brought this upon yourself. After several boys dragged her out of the trash can, They all covered their noses and quickly stepped back. Ding Feifei's clothes were contaminated with garbage. It smelled terrible. She had never been so humiliated in her life. She ran out of the classroom crying and shouting, "Yin Zijing, you're finished. I'm going to tell the teacher. I'll make you get kicked out of the gifted class." Zhang Ji frowned slightly. He didn't follow her but instead said, "Everyone, please clean up the classroom. We'll start morning reading soon." The students looked at each other, then obeyed the arrangement. They all lost interest and didn't go looking for more trouble. It didn't even take 3 minutes. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Shu, came in with a cold face and said, "Yin Zijing, come to the office." When facing school bullying, the most satisfying response is an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. When Zhang Manhwa received the call from the homeroom teacher, she sat up from her beauty bed in pain. She couldn't believe it. Her daughter had actually hit a female classmate. She glanced at Mrs. Mew on the next bed, her mind racing. She absolutely couldn't let anyone know she had a daughter who bullied classmates. Now she was somewhat grateful that she had only taken the girl in as an adopted daughter. Thinking of this, she made a decision. "I'm busy now. You handle it yourselves." The homeroom teacher looked at the hung-up phone, sighed. By now, Yin Feifei had changed into clean clothes and was crying non-stop. Mrs. Yin, who had rushed from the company, was hugging her, feeling extremely distressed. "Feifei, don't cry. Mom will definitely stand up for you." While comforting Yin Feifei, Mrs. Yin looked at the homeroom teacher and roared, "You must give my daughter an explanation for this. I don't know how the gifted class could have such a student. She's simply a pest, scum of society." The homeroom teacher was also very troubled. "Mrs. Yin, please calm down. The matter isn't settled yet. We need to ask for clarification first." Mrs. Yin exploded. "What's there to ask? Look at what happened to our Feifei. What else is there to ask? If the gifted class doesn't expel this student, I'll expose you online." Her voice was so loud that Ms. Dang, who teaches English in the next office, heard the commotion. She came over. The homeroom teacher was very troubled. He had been in charge of the gifted class for so long and understood these students. Yin Zijing might not be good at studying, but he was introverted and it would be good if he wasn't bullied. He wanted to talk to his parents, but Mrs. Yin's attitude was as if she had already decided that he did it. Is this how a real mother acts? Yin Zijing suddenly turned to Ms. Dang and asked, "Can I borrow a computer from you?" Ms. Dang was stunned for a moment but didn't ask why. "Wait a moment." Mrs. Yin, seeing the girl still calm and composed, angrily took out her phone and started taking pictures. "Look at your attitude. Aren't you going to apologize? Since you have no shame, I'll post what you've done online right now." The homeroom teacher frowned and quickly stepped forward to block her. "Mrs. Yin, without personal permission, this constitutes defamation." At this moment, Ms. Deng waved to Yin Zijing. "The computer is ready." Yin Zijing went over and started typing away. Ms. Deng curiously asked what he was doing. Yin Zijing casually replied, "Nothing much. Just copied a few video clips from the surveillance room to share with everyone." Yin Feifei, who was still sobbing, suddenly widened her eyes. "Could he have surveillance video? That's impossible." Mrs. Yin sneered with contempt. "How ridiculous. Still looking at surveillance? Aren't you ashamed enough of what you've done?" Yin Feifei nervously tugged at her mother's sleeve, wanting her to stop talking. At this moment, Yin Zijing finished typing. He calmly said, "It's ready." Then he turned the computer screen around. "Let's all watch together. Let's see how well behaved your Yin Feifei is." The surveillance footage showed that before morning reading, Yin Feifei looked around suspiciously and sneakily entered the classroom, being framed and then accused in return. How should one fight back? The best way is to use magic to defeat magic. Yin Zijing directly hacked and extracted several clips of school surveillance, exposing the lies of the well-behaved Yin Feifei. 6:15 a.m. Arrived at the classroom early. 6:20 a.m. Took out books from Yin Zijing's drawer, tore them all up. 6:40 a.m. Dragged a large trash can to the back of the classroom. 6:45 a.m. Quietly put 2 spiders into Yin Zijing's drawer. After doing all this, her face was still smiling triumphantly. After watching the surveillance footage, everyone in the office was shocked. Yin Feifei's face turned pale. That's not me. I didn't do anything." Mrs. Yin's face also instantly turned red. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Shu, came to his senses and sternly questioned Yin Feifei. "Look at what you've done. How dare you say Yin Zijing bullied you? Why did you do this?" Yin Feifei couldn't defend herself anymore. She cried out loudly, "It's because she always drags our class down. She deserves to be taught a lesson. How can you blame me?" Mrs. Ding quickly hugged her daughter. Even if our Feifei did these things, it's not a reason for that girl to take action. We must apologize. The reason his tone is so firm is because when the head teacher called earlier, he heard that Yin Zijin's parents said they were busy. Since the Yin family doesn't care about him, why should he be afraid of a mere adopted daughter? However, Yin Zijin didn't even glance at the mother and daughter. He turned his head and smiled, asking the head teacher, "What's the punishment for intentionally attempting to murder a classmate? Is it a demerit or expulsion?" The head teacher's expression suddenly changed. "What's this about now?" Teacher Deng beside him calmly spoke up. "Teacher Shu, you don't know. Zijin is terrified of spiders. It's so severe that he can faint and suffocate." Yin Zijin hadn't expected Teacher Deng to speak up for him. If he hadn't seen the spider Yang Feifei released, he would have almost forgotten that this body had a rather severe case of arachnophobia, because he was bitten by a spider when he was young. Fortunately, his adoptive father discovered it in time and saved him, although he didn't feel fear after regaining consciousness. Psychological illnesses can still affect one's life to some extent. It seems he'll need to address this issue in the future. Yang Feifei's face immediately turned pale again. "How was I supposed to know? It was just a coincidence." The head teacher slammed the table, even angrier now. "Shut up. If anything had happened to Yin Zijin today, you would have been arrested." Mrs. Ying impatiently said, "All right, nothing happened to him now, did it? What's there to fuss about? Let's just drop this matter." She then pulled out 10 large bills from her wallet. "It's just a few books and workbooks. I'll compensate you 1,000. Is that enough?" After throwing down the money, she arrogantly pulled her daughter to leave. But at that moment, the door was kicked open from the outside with a bang, directly hitting Mrs. Yin's newly done nose and skewing it. Then a nonchalant voice came in. "Oh my, look at that. 7th young master. Daring to be so arrogant over $1,000. Is GU City lawless now?" Yi Chao was furious. What shameless person dares to bully young Master Yin? Mrs. Yin's head was buzzing. She looked up and saw Fu Linshan standing in front of her. Shocked, she stammered, "Say 7th young master. Who said the Yin family's adopted daughter has no one to care for her?" The arrogant Mrs. Yin never imagined that the Fu family's 7th young master would come to support Yin Zijin. Fu Yunshan ignored the old woman and walked straight to Yin Zijin. "I'm his guardian. Sorry I'm late." Then he affectionately patted his little head. "You go to class first. No need to waste time here." Yin Zijin was slightly stunned for a few seconds. "Actually, I can handle this myself." Before he could finish, Fu Yunshan took out a piece of chocolate and stuffed it in his mouth. "Yao Yao, be good." Teacher Deng very approvingly took his hand. "That's right. You've had a shock. I'll take you to the infirmary first. Leave the matters here to the adults." Yin Zijin looked back meaningfully, wondering how the 7th young master would deal with that Meng Yu. After the door closed, the atmosphere in the office immediately turned ice cold. Fu Yunshan raised his eyes to the head teacher. "I want to understand what happened." The head teacher hurriedly gave a brief account of the whole incident. Mrs. Ying shuddered. 7th young master, this is all a misunderstanding." Fu Yunshan sneered. "What misunderstanding? Your daughter can't be bullied, but my little friend can?" Then his dark eyes narrowed as he picked up the money from the ground. Mrs. Yin, with her stiff etiquette, hurriedly bent down to pick up the money she had thrown at Yin Zijin earlier. Before she could stand up, a stack of money was thrown on her head. "It's just being thrown in the trash. No one got hurt. What's there to fuss about?" Ni Chao dutifully said while scattering the money. "Here's 10,000 for you. Is that enough?" The head teacher, watching this farce, tentatively spoke up. "Mr. Fu, regarding this matter," Fu Yunshan chuckled lightly, "handle it according to school regulations." After leaving the office, Ni Chao teased him. "I was wondering why someone was rushing here so early in the morning. Turns out it's a hero saving a damsel. You haven't really fallen for the boss, have you? She's still just a little girl." Fu Yunshan was silent for a few seconds. "Perhaps it's empathy. I used to wish someone would protect me. Since no one did, I want to protect her. My life has been too difficult, but I hope hers can be smooth sailing." Old Master Zhang, after hearing about Fu Yunshan stepping in to help his granddaughter, called his daughter Zhang Manhwa back and immediately berated her. "Where were you this morning? Do you know how much humiliation Zijin suffered at school? Are you just a decoration as a mother? The vase I bought is more useful than you. When the child comes, you must apologize to her." Zhang Manhwa was stunned by the scolding. Her face turned bright red. Half an hour later, Yin Zijin arrived at the Zhang family's old house. "Old Mr. Zhang happily patted the seat beside him. "Zijin, come over and eat. Grandpa had black chicken soup prepared to nourish you well. Look how thin you've become, but you've gotten prettier." Yin Zijin hesitated for a moment, then sat down. Old Mr. Zhang glared at his daughter with natural authority. Although Zhang Manhwa felt wronged, she still forced herself to say to her daughter, "I didn't have time to go to school today. I'm sorry you were mistreated." However, the girl seemed not to hear and directly ignored her. She turned to look casually at her grandfather. "I want to change classes." Old Mr. Zhang was stunned. Why? In the Zhang family, where there was little affection, at least old Mr. Zhang genuinely loved his granddaughter. Yin Zijin told her grandfather that she wanted to change classes. Old Mr. Zhang was taken aback. He asked what happened. Yin Zijin took a sip of soup. "I don't want to stay there anymore. It's annoying." Her mother, Zhou Manhua, couldn't bear it anymore. She slammed her chopsticks on the table. "The gifted class is the best class in the school. Do you know how much effort it took to get you in there with your grades? You think you can just leave as you please? Do you think you only represent yourself? If you don't want to study there, then drop out." Old Mr. Zhang became angry again. Were all these years of education wasted on a dog? If you can't speak properly, then get out. If this is how you act in front of me, who knows how you bully Zijin in private? Zhang Manhua, being scolded by her own father like this, felt extremely wronged. She stood up abruptly. She left without looking back. Old Mr. Zhang was so angry his blood pressure rose. Yin Zijin quickly handed him a glass of water to help him calm down. Old Mr. Zhang took a few sips of water and slowly recovered. "Wanwan, I heard about what happened at school today. If you're mistreated again in the future, call me directly. Although I've retired, I can still say a few words that carry weight." Yin Zijin paused for a few seconds. "I understand, but please don't call me that in the future. I don't really like names that others have used." Old Mr. Zhang's heart was instantly filled with mixed emotions and self-blame. It's Grandpa's fault for not taking good care of you. If I hadn't been away back then, how could they have passed off my own granddaughter as an adopted child? The next day, another small commotion arose in the office. The chubby principal said, "I've discussed with Yin's family, and we've decided to change her class." It was actually quite troublesome. So many students are desperate to get into the gifted class, but she doesn't want to stay. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Shu, expressed understanding. Changing classes might be good. It will reduce Yin's academic pressure. The principal nodded. "That's what I thought. So I was thinking of moving Yin to the international class." Hearing this, the international class English teacher, He Chun, spoke up. "She can transfer, but I'll resign." The principal was surprised. "Teacher He, what are you doing?" He Chun continued without expression. "I've heard about this student. She got into the gifted class through connections. Not only does she not work hard or make progress, but she's always causing conflicts with classmates. I absolutely refuse to accept such a terrible student." The homeroom teacher, afraid Yin Zijin might lose face, quickly explained. "Teacher, he graduated from Norton University. He's young and speaks bluntly. Don't take it to heart." Yin Zijin wasn't listening originally, but upon hearing Norton University, she glanced over. That psycho Huxon has made his university the world's best, yet they still admit anyone? Yin Zijin forced a smile and looked at the principal. "Don't trouble yourself. I didn't want to go to the international class anyway. I want to go to class 19. Soon, related posts appeared on the school forum. Classmates were all laughing at the situation, waiting to see the top students of class 19 kick her out. The gifted class, on the other hand, was celebrating as if it were New Year's, rejoicing that the one holding them back was finally gone. Zhang Ziwan also saw this post and sneered inwardly. "I'm just waiting to see you get kicked out again. Tail between your legs." Yin Zijin ignored all these people. She packed her bag and went to report to class 19. The big shot left the good gifted class and chose an unspeakable class instead. A few punks were at the podium, browsing the school forum on a computer. What was the principal thinking? Is our class 19 open for anyone to join as they please? A girl walked up and slapped the back of the head of the one talking the most. "Keep it down. Don't wake up Ran Ge." They all quickly quieted down. Instinctively looking towards the back row, they saw a young man with his entire head buried in his school uniform, sleeping on the desk. His fingers suddenly moved, and he raised his head from the desk. He said irritably, "It's so noisy." It was the school bully and taekwondo champion, Zhang Ran. A lackey approached with a pained expression. "Ran Ge, someone wants to transfer to our class." "It's that." Zhang Ran didn't even let him finish before erupting. "I don't care who it is. Tell them to go back where they came from." After getting the go-ahead, the minions immediately rushed to serve him. Brother Ran is so domineering. In a moment, he'll give him a show of force that will scare him to tears. Just then, the door clicked open. A girl in a school uniform with a backpack walked in. Hello, I'm Shadow Spirit. The punks were stunned. After a moment, they began to whisper among themselves. Is this level of beauty even real? So what if she's beautiful? We're not shallow people who only care about looks. But Ran, you should still go easy on her later. Zhang Ren snorted coldly. Shut up, all of you. Then he walked over unhurriedly, looking down at Yin Zijing. You want to join class 19, right? Just beat me and I'll let you in. Otherwise, go back to your gifted class. Hearing this, the girl immediately put down her backpack. Okay, you go first. Make it quick. I still need to sleep. Zhang Ren doubted if he had heard correctly. Alright, transfer student. Don't cry later. 3 minutes later, Zhang Ren lay on the ground, expressionlessly staring at the ceiling, suffering the first major blow in his smooth sailing life. Meanwhile, Yin Zijing picked up her backpack and walked past him towards the inside. No one dared to stop her. The minions looked at each other. Did you see his hand just now? I don't think he was even trying. To be honest, I was impressed. They watched as she calmly walked to an empty seat. She took out a pillow from her backpack, put it on the desk, and immediately went to sleep, even covering herself with a blanket. Wow, she came fully equipped. Then they helped Zhang Ran, who was still lying on the ground, to get up and comforted him. It's okay, Ran, even if you can't handle it, we still have Sister Yu. I'll call her right now to come back. What you can't do, Sister Yu can. Zhang Ren gritted his teeth and roared. Get out, all of you. The minions quickly ran away. One of them grabbed his phone and said urgently, Sister Yu, come back quickly. Something terrible has happened. Indeed, handsome boys attract attention even when standing still. 7 Junior Fu Yunshin came to the snack street next to the school during the students' lunch break. He was lazily leaning against a tree, looking at his phone and waiting for someone. Suddenly, a woman approached him flirtatiously. Hello, handsome. Can I add you on WeChat? Fu Yunshin glanced at the little one walking towards him behind her. He smiled with interest and said, I have a child at home to take care of. If you don't mind being a stepmother, that's fine too. The woman's face immediately turned sour. She cursed, You're crazy, and turned to leave. Fu Yunshin waved at Yin Zijing. Yao Yao, over here. Then he casually asked her about her new class. Yin Zijing said, It's quite fun. Lots of silly kids. Much more relaxing than the gifted class. They ate something near the school. Yin Zijing patted her round little belly. People really shouldn't be too greedy. I accidentally ate too much. Suddenly, long fingers from beside her offered a candy. This is hawthorn candy. It helps with digestion. Yin Zijing was about to take it when the man, intending to tease her, asked, What should you say? Yin Zijing glanced at him. Didn't you say you didn't want to hear me say thank you anymore? Fu Yunshin curved his phoenix eyes. I don't want to hear you say thank you, but I'd like to hear our 11 say, thank you. Brother. Yin Zijing immediately turned to leave. Then I won't eat it. Fu Yunshin quickly unwrapped the candy. Alright, I was just joking. This is specially for you. Eat it quickly. They walked a bit further. Fu Yunshin stopped. I'll see you off here. Go back now. As he watched the girl's back, he heard 4 words floating in the air. Thank you, brother. He chuckled softly. What a sunere little one. In the afternoon, the big sister Shu Yu walked into the classroom wearing a black leather jacket, holding a helmet, with flaming red lips, looking fierce. I heard someone came to challenge our class 19. A minion pointed to the back. It's him. He's very arrogant. Yin Zijing was resting with her eyes closed. Suddenly, someone kicked her desk. She opened her eyes to see the tough girl slam her hand on the desk. Listen, no one in class 19 welcomes you. If you're smart, leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The girl propped her head up, looked at her thoughtfully for a few seconds. Your eyeshadow looks great. Can you teach me? Shu Yu, who was about to continue her tough talk, was immediately stunned. 10 minutes later, seeing Shu Yu enthusiastically discussing makeup with Yin Zijing, the punks were all desperate. Is she poisonous? Not only did she defeat Ran, but she also won over Sister Yu. What can we do? Sister Yu is a sucker for good looks. So is she our class leader now? What should we call her? She's a generation above sister and brother. So of course, it's Dad. Let's call her Dad Ying. Everyone agreed. Dad Ying coming to our class needs to have some style. Quick, let's make a post to spread the news of Dad Ying's 2 victories. When Zhang Ziwan saw this post, She wanted to smash her phone. Has class 19 gone crazy? Zhang Ran and Xu Yu are so useless. They couldn't even handle Yin Zijing. With no other choice, he pondered for a moment and made a call. Hesitantly, he said, "Auntie, there's something I have to tell you." "Cousin." She hit young Master Zhang. The big shot came to the new class. Not only did he put the school bully in his place, but he also became good friends with the class queen. Xu Yu was excitedly teaching Yin Zijing about makeup. "I'll send you a list later. They're all affordable cosmetics that I've personally tested." Yin Zijing listened attentively, even taking notes in a small notebook. Halfway through, Xu Yu suddenly stopped. "You've never used these before, have you?" Yin Zijing let out a surprised sound. Xu Yu felt bad, thinking how pitiful the Shenye girl was. She casually put her arm around her shoulder. "It's okay. I'll look after you from now on. Just mention my name at school, and no one will dare bully you." At that moment, a minion rushed in. "Ying Dad, Director Deu wants you to go to the office." Xu Yu frowned. "Director Deu is an idiot. Don't go. The principal can't control class 19 anyway." Yin Zijin stood up nonchalantly. "Let's go see. Better not let problems pile up." Xu Yu nodded. "You're right. I'll go with you. But what's with the Ying Dad thing?" The minion chuckled. "Sister Yu, you don't get it. You and Brother Ran are now second generation. Yingjun is first generation. So naturally, she's Dad." Unable to find a retort, Xu Yu simply went up and kicked him. In the office, Director Deu handed Zhang Manhwa a bottle of water. "I've already sent for the student. Please have some water first." Zhang Manhwa smiled and thanked him. It's only been a few days since school started, and Yin Zijin has already caused trouble again. And it's Zhang Ran, no less. Although the capital has deliberately concealed Zhang Ran's identity, and it's only known that he took his mother's surname. His mother is from the Zhang family of Hucheng. If the Zhang family doesn't accept an apology, who knows what consequences the Yin family will face. As a few gentle knocks sounded, Yin Zijin pushed open the office door. Her good student appearance pleased Director Deu. "Yin student, your parent is here. They have something to say to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Manhwa raised her hand to slap. Director Deu was startled. Just as he was about to stop her, there was a loud slap. However, the person who got hit wasn't Yin Zijin. She calmly released her human shield. Zhang Jiwan's shoulder. Zhang Manhwa was stunned. She hurriedly apologized. "Wanwan, Auntie didn't mean to." Zhang Ziwan covered her face, tears welling up from the pain. "It's okay. I'll leave first." Xu Yu looked at Yin Zijing in disbelief. "Is this really your mom? Are you sure she's not your enemy?" Yin Zijing smiled indifferently. "Not adopted." Zhang Manhwa, having come to her senses, immediately scolded Yin Zijing. "You dare to dodge? It's fine if you dodge, but why did you pull Wanwan to take the hit? Is this how I taught you?" Xu Yu stepped forward to shield the girl. "Listen, lady, you're really ridiculous. Even animals know to protect their young. You come in swinging. You're worse than an animal." Zhang Manhwa sneered. "Parents disciplining children is natural. Who are you to interfere in Yin family matters? You have no right to meddle." As soon as she finished speaking, a water bottle flew past her face, hitting the wall with a bang. She was so frightened her legs almost gave out. Yin Zijin looked at her expressionlessly. "Watch your mouth." Zhang Manhwa, red-eyed with anger, shouted, "I'm doing this for you. Do you know you hit Zhang Ran? Do you know how much the Yin family will have to pay for this?" Xu Yu finally understood. So this was why she came. She laughed in disbelief and tossed her phone to Director Deu. "How about this? Let's call Zhang Ran's parents right now. Let's see if they really want Ying Dad to apologize." Director Deu, having just caught the phone, realized the number was already dialing. Have you ever seen a mother who not only applauds when her son gets beaten up by someone else, but also wants to thank the person who did it? The usually arrogant Taekwondo champion, Zhang Ran, was taken down in 3 minutes by Yingjun. He returned to his single apartment with a sullen face. With a band-aid on his face, he kicked the door open with a bang. As soon as he entered, he was confronted by a pale face with 2 bright eyes, looking like a ghost. He was so scared he almost died on the spot. After realizing who it was, he clutched his chest and complained, "Mom, can you not scare me like that?" The woman gave him a faint look. "I've told you many times, I'm still young. Call me sister. Someone told me you got beaten up today, and by a girl no less." Zhang Ran gritted his teeth in anger. Who dared to snitch on him behind his back? But he still had to lower his head and admit it. Who knew that mom would turn around gleefully and applaud? "Well done." Zhang Ran could hardly believe his ears. He saw her casually return to the sofa and sit down. I've long wished for someone to teach you a lesson. You little brat. I've finally lived to see it. Zhang Ran roared furiously. Mrs. Zhang Whopping. Am I really your biological son? Mom removed her face mask and lectured him earnestly. Zhang Ran. My boy. You started the fight yourself. Who else can you blame? Then she stood up, flipped her hair, and said, let's go. Zhang Ran was stunned. Where are we going? Zhang Whopping elegantly picked up her bag. To school, of course. I need to thank that young lady for helping me discipline my son. They soon arrived at the office of the Dean of Student Affairs. Zhang Manhwa hurriedly stood up to apologize. It's my fault for not disciplining my child properly. Please. But Zhang Whopping walked right past him and went inside. Zhang Manhwa was left standing there awkwardly. Zhang Whopping approached the girl and grasped her hand. You must be Yin Zijing. Thank you so much. Please beat up Zhang Ran more often in the future, so he can learn how harsh the world can be. She thought to herself. It's actually a pretty young girl. So cute and well-behaved. Yin Zijing smiled and greeted her. Hello, Auntie. Shu Yu was also surprised to see her and asked, Whopping Gigi, why did you come in person? Hearing the word, Gigi, older sister, Zhang Whopping was delighted. I just happened to be back. Little Yu, you're such a good girl. Zhang Ran finally understood why his mom always made him call her, Gigi. It turns out they were all spoiling her. Zhang Whopping suddenly remembered something and turned around. You must be his wife. What did you want to tell me? Zhang Manhwa naturally knew who this woman was. She was Zhang Moiwan's second older sister. She went to the capital at the age of 5 and later married into a wealthy family there. Originally, they were all of the same generation, but in front of Zhang Whopping, he didn't even have the right to get angry. He managed to force a smile and said, it's nothing important. I just heard that the children got into a fight at school. Sorry for troubling you to come here. How embarrassing. Shu Yu pretended to be surprised and mocked. Auntie, your face changes so quickly. Weren't you just forcing Yin's dad to apologize to the Zhang family? He even hit someone. Now it's suddenly nothing. Zhang Whopping laughed it off and said calmly to Mrs. Yin, don't you know that today it was because my son blocked the young lady from entering the classroom that he got hit? This was clearly my son's fault. He was the one who suggested the fight. Why are you making your daughter apologize? Faced with this merciless questioning, Zhang Manhwa's confidence immediately crumbled. Zijing, why didn't you explain this to mom earlier? Before Yin Zijing could answer, Shu Yu quickly interjected. You came in and started yelling without even understanding the situation. Who could get a word in edgewise with you? Then she took Yin Zijing's hand, preparing to leave. Whopping Gigi, if there's nothing else, Yin's dad and I will be going now. Zhang Whopping smiled and waved at them. Then she turned to Zhang Manhwa with a cool expression. Mrs. Yin, even if she's not your biological child, you don't need to treat her like an enemy. Don't you agree? Zhang Ran finally understood what was going on. He sneered. Who needs to apologize? Such meddling. Mom, let's go. Zhang Manhwa, feeling even more embarrassed after being mocked by the child, grabbed her bag and hurriedly left. As the Zhang mother and son walked out, Zhang Ran asked his mom irritably, you still haven't told me why you came back. Zhang Whopping patted his shoulder and said, Meng Zhang developed a new medicine over there. I brought a dose for you. The capital is too chaotic right now. You'd better stay put in Hucheng for now. Zhang Ran responded absent-mindedly, thinking to himself that the transfer student seemed to have it pretty rough. Well, considering he managed to beat me once by luck, I'll be a bit nicer to him from now on. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. The great deity used ancient medical acupuncture to accidentally save the life of the elderly patriarch of the wealthy Mu family on the road. Unexpectedly, the old man directly gifted him a Chinese medicine hospital as thanks. With nothing to do on the weekend, Yin Zijing strolled to the hospital, looking for an opportunity to practice. She had looked it up online and found that this hospital given by old Mu was a rare pure Chinese medicine hospital. Though it had quite a reputation, she went straight to the office of the internal medicine department head and knocked on the door. An authoritative voice with a hint of alcohol responded, Come in. The department head looked up and frowned after just one glance at her. He had been notified that an expert would be parachuted in, but he didn't expect it to be a young girl. He hated people who got in through the back door. No real skills, just looking to pad their resume and collect a paycheck. He didn't even bother with a perfunctory polite expression. He just took out a file folder, tossed it on the desk, and said, This is yours. Take it and go. Yin Zijing opened it and quickly scanned through the contents, memorizing everything at a glance. The department head was about to say, "If you have nothing else, you can leave now." Suddenly, the closed door was pushed open. A nurse ran in, out of breath. "Chief, emergency. The patient in bed 17 has gone into deep shock." The department head hurried out. Several young doctors were at a loss. The patient's breathing was very weak. They had already tried acupuncture to stimulate acupoints, but it wasn't effective. What should they do? The department head gradually calmed down. "Notify the family. It's already a miracle the patient has held on this long. It's not unexpected if we can't save them." However, as if to contradict him, 3 words suddenly came from behind: "They can be saved." The department head was already very agitated. Seeing the young girl speak so carelessly made him even angrier. "Fine, tell me how to save them." Yin Zijin calmly said 4 words: "Golden needle acupoint treatment." The so-called golden needle acupoint treatment is an ancient medical acupuncture method where the practitioner infuses their internal energy into golden needles to open up the patient's acupoints. However, only ancient martial artists can cultivate internal energy. Therefore, those who know ancient medical acupuncture must also know ancient martial arts. The chief of internal medicine sneered. "This is an ancient technique that has long been lost. This little girl just read a few books and dares to show off. It's really ridiculous." He disdainfully asked, "Do you even know what golden needle acupoint treatment means?" Before she could finish speaking, a golden flash suddenly appeared before their eyes. It was a long box filled with golden needles of various sizes. Yin Zijin picked up a golden needle and began to sterilize it with alcohol. The chief of internal medicine was stunned. "You actually have golden needles?" Then he sneered again. "Well, go ahead and treat the patient. If you can cure him, I'll resign on the spot. Anyway, this patient is beyond saving. It would be good to get rid of this nominal expert through this." Yin Zijin calmly picked up the golden needle and inserted it into the corresponding acupoint. After inserting 9 needles into the patient's head, she stepped back and gently flicked the central needle. All 9 golden needles began to vibrate slightly at the same time. A girl not even 20 years old actually knew the long-lost ancient technique of golden needle acupoint treatment. The doctors and nurses, seeing her fluid operation, widened their eyes. The chief of internal medicine, however, still watched coldly from the sidelines. 30 seconds later, the golden needles on the patient's head stopped vibrating. Yin Zijin removed the golden needles, sterilized them, and put them back in the long box. She calmly said 2 words: "It's done." The chief of internal medicine pointed at the patient who was still barely breathing and sneered. "You call this cured? You're just blatantly lying. We should notify the family." But before he could finish, they heard the patient coughing painfully. Some young doctors excitedly asked, "Is the patient conscious?" The chief of internal medicine's face turned red. He couldn't believe this little girl had actually cured the patient. Didn't his earlier words just slap his own face? Yin Zijin wiped her hands, as if seeing through his thoughts. "Don't worry, you don't need to resign." The chief of internal medicine shouted with false bravado. "Ridiculous. Did you think I would really resign?" Yin Zijin casually threw the tissue into the trash can. She looked at him calmly and said, "Because you're fired." The chief of internal medicine found it laughable. "Who do you think you are? You can't fire me." Just then, an urgent voice sounded at the door. "Miss Yin, I'm so sorry I'm late." Looking at the person running in, the chief of internal medicine was shocked to find it was the hospital director. The director ignored him completely, wiped the sweat from his face, and said to Yin Zijin, "I'm really sorry for troubling you. You just arrived and had to clean up our mess." Yin Zijin took out her phone and typed something. "It's fine. I've sent you a list. Please deal with the people on it." The director looked at the message on his phone. His face changed drastically. "All right, thank you for your hard work." After seeing her off, he waved to the young doctors and nurses. "All right, this doesn't concern you. Don't just stand there. Go check on the patient." The chief of internal medicine followed the director out, saying, "Isn't it ridiculous? That nominal doctor actually said she would fire me." Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The director threw his phone at his face and roared, "You have the nerve to say that? Look at what you've done. You even dared to embezzle public funds. 5 million. Forget about being fired. You'll be waiting for a court summons." The chief of internal medicine collapsed to the ground, his face pale. He was completely finished. The 3rd period on Monday morning was biology class. But 5 minutes after the bell rang, the teacher still hadn't arrived. Zhang Ran kicked the chair of his minion beside him, telling him to go see what was going on. 3 minutes later, The emo-styled minion came back with his head down. Shu Yuwen raised his head and asked him, "What's that old witch up to now?" The emo guy glanced at the girl next to him and stammered. "The old witch said that as long as Silver Dad is in our class, she won't come back to teach." The whole class suddenly fell silent. Yin Zijin raised an eyebrow. "Who's the old witch? What should we do if the teacher refuses to teach for such a ridiculous reason?" The boss clapped his hands. "Don't panic. I'll tell you. This is nothing." Yin Zijin had just transferred from the gifted class to the troublemaker class that even the principal had a headache over. The old witch gave her a hard time right away by refusing to come teach. She asked confusedly, "Who's the old witch?" Shu Yu explained while applying makeup in the mirror. "It's our biology teacher. She scolds people every day, so we gave her this nickname. But you don't even know her. Why is she targeting you?" Yin Zijin shook her head, not knowing how she had offended this teacher. Zhang ran next to her sneered, "If she doesn't want to teach, let her go. Does she think anyone wants to listen to her class? She's even making threats now. Who does she think she is?" The emo minion who had just gone to ask the old witch looked troubled. But Ran bro. There are still some classmates who want to study properly in our class, because some students from poor backgrounds and with average grades were all placed in their class. They couldn't afford to waste their future like the rich kids. Hearing this, a few students in the front row waved their hands friendly and said, "It's okay. It's okay. We can borrow notes from the next class and study by ourselves." Zhang Ran frowned. "Kicking the desk? How can this be? I'm going to find the principal." Yin Zijin stood up and pushed him back into his seat. "No need to go. It's just biology class. I'll teach you," he said, taking out Biology Elective 3 from his drawer and walking towards the podium. The whole class was bewildered. Wasn't their Yin dad a complete underachiever? Yin Zijin ignored the colorful expressions of his classmates and picked up a piece of chalk to start writing and drawing. "Let's start with genetic engineering. First, let's talk about circular DNA." The visual K little brother, who always ranked last, was stunned. "Holy shit. Yin dad, he can really teach. Even I can understand it." Zhang Ran nodded unconsciously because he had also become engrossed without realizing it. When he came to his senses, his handsome face darkened, and he lay on the desk, sulking. What kind of freak is this? He's so good at fighting. And he can even teach. Biology teacher Bai Shaoxi had been sitting in the office, waiting for the students from class 19 to invite him back. But he waited, and no one came. Until the bell rang for the end of class. The door was finally pushed open. He casually filed his nails and asked, "Well, have you made a decision?" He thought to himself. Teacher He Shuan hates Yin Zijin so much. This time I help him get rid of that person. He will surely look at me differently. But the visual K errand boy cheerfully said, "Teacher Bai, Ran Ge told me to tell you that you don't need to come teach us anymore." The smile on Bai Shaoxi's face instantly froze. "What did you say?" The visual K-boy gleefully made an unfriendly gesture. "The principal has agreed to this too." "Oh, and Ran Ge also told me to tell you that your teaching is just crap." As he walked out, he continued to mutter, "He teaches way worse than Yin dad, and he still has the nerve to scold us every day." Bai Shaoxi trembled with anger. His eyebrows twisted. This is too outrageous. In the Fu family, this prestigious clan, no one could understand why the old master would favor the seventh young master. This unruly little rascal. In the intensive care unit of the first hospital late at night, several medical experts were bustling about because the old master had suddenly fallen ill and lost consciousness. The old man's health had been poor 3 years ago, and it was a miracle that he had held on until now. The Fu family members were all standing outside the door, anxiously waiting. Only Fu Yunshin was leaning against the wall in the back, seemingly out of place. He was holding his phone, with a voice coming through his Bluetooth earpiece. "When you found me 3 years ago, it was already too late. In your grandfather's condition, even Ji Yuyi couldn't save him. Unless you can find that person from the Shangguan family." The second young master Fu turned his head and sneered. "Look at him. What's the use of him coming back? Grandfather is lying inside, between life and death, and he's still on the phone fooling around. I really don't understand why the old master dotes on him so much. This playboy. Which of the others in our generation isn't more outstanding than him? The old master is truly blind." The second young master Fu's voice wasn't low, and the person on the other end of the phone heard it too. "Why are you still involved with those Fu family people? How dare they talk about you like that? If it wasn't for you finding me in time back then, how could old Fu have held on until now?" Fu Yunshin chuckled lightly. "I'm not doing it for them." The other person continued, "I know you only care about your grandfather. The medicine has been sent to you. It will arrive in 6 hours. It's a 3-month supply. Why are you being so generous this time?" I've taken on a bounty mission. I'm going to an uninhabited area. I won't be around for a while. Fu Yunshin didn't ask further. The other end hesitated for a moment and said, your condition seems a bit off lately. Take good care of yourself. Relying on hypnotherapy is not a long-term solution. Fu Yunshin didn't say anything. He took off the earpiece and hung up the phone. He just stood there leaning against the wall, looking out the window, lost in thought. 2 hours later, the doctor finally came out. Old Master Fu is awake. Is the 7th young master here? The old master wants to see him, Fu Yunshin said in a deep voice. I'm here, and walked towards the ward. The others' faces didn't look good, but since the old master had spoken, they couldn't say anything. Fu Yunshin slowed down the drip rate a bit and asked, Grandfather, what happened today? With the medicine, you shouldn't have had an attack, right? The old master's spirits were quite good, he said dismissively. It's an old problem. I'm used to it. Let's not talk about this. Old Zhang called me a few days ago. He said you want to steal his granddaughter. Is that right? Fu Yunshin, who was checking the IV bag, was caught off guard for once. The old master said smugly, I see through it. Shao Qi, you should just steal his granddaughter and anger him to death. Who told him to never let me win in the past? Fu Yunshin finally understood what he meant. He smiled helplessly. There's nothing going on. She's still just a little girl, he thought to himself. Having that kind of intention towards a child, wouldn't that make him a beast? The old master slapped him hard. With a face full of disappointment, he said, who said to do it now? Can't you wait until she's of age? Your grandfather. I had already won over your grandmother when I was in high school. Unlike you. Boy, you're really wasting that face of yours. Fu Yunshin just smiled and turned to pour him a glass of water. The old man continued rambling. Grandpa's only wish now is to see you start a family while I'm still alive. Let me hold my great-grandchild. Fu Yunshin helped him sit up slowly. Grandpa, you'll surely live to be 100. No need to rush. Have some water first. The old man frowned at his troublesome grandson. He hoped to find new attachments for little Seven while he was still alive. Otherwise, he really worried that if one day he was gone, the boy might go crazy. So, it turns out not only as small-time caravans are trying every way to make money, even the big shots are short on cash. The news of the patriarch's serious illness and hospitalization couldn't be kept secret. Within a few days, the entire circle of wealthy families in the city knew about it. Old Mr. Zhang also made a special trip to the hospital to visit. Upon returning, he just shook his head. That old fellow probably doesn't have much time left. Yin Zijin calculated and realized that this illness was indeed very serious. If treatment was to be pursued, more suitable medicinal herbs would be needed. However, some herbs were expensive, and he didn't have enough funds on hand. He tapped on the table and asked Shuyu, who was playing a game, do you know any ways to make money quickly? Shuyu looked at him puzzled. Yinzi, are you short on money? How much do you need? I have some here. Yin Zijin shook his head slightly. No need. I can earn it myself. Shuyu scratched his head and thought for a moment. Suddenly remembering something, he opened an app on his phone and showed it to him. How about live streaming? Being a streamer is quite profitable now. There are makeup artists, gamers, mukbang eaters. There are even those who don't need to show their face. Just saying. You only need to be able to sing. Yin Zijin pondered. I see. I'll look into it. He Shu, the English teacher, was responsible for today's duty. After checking other classes, he came to the back door of class 19. He immediately spotted two girls holding phones, chatting and laughing. He Shu looked at Yin Zijin's back with a cold expression. When he was in the gifted class before, he Shu had thought about persuading him to study hard. Now he could only laugh. Let him degrade along with class 19. Zhang Ziwan, who was passing by, saw his displeased face and said pointedly, Teacher please don't mind. My cousin is just like that. He's probably been suppressed for too long and is acting more freely lately. We don't dare say much about it. Hearing this, he Shu's frown deepened. Living under someone else's roof, one should know their place. As far as he knew, Yin Zijin was just an adopted daughter of the Yin family. She took their benefits but didn't know how to repay. What an ungrateful wretch. Yin Zijin suddenly seemed to sense something and glanced at the back door. She handed her phone to Shuyu. Please help me register an account first. I'll be away for a moment. Shuyu looked back puzzled and caught sight of He Shu and Zhang Ziwan standing outside the door. Just as he was wondering what those two were doing there, he saw Yin Zijin take out several sheets of white paper and stick them on the glass of the back door. Shuyu was truly impressed. When it comes to being brazen, he only admired Yinzi. She didn't even give face to the Norton University graduate. He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. By the way, what are you planning to stream? If it's makeup, I can assist you. Yin Zijin took out paper and pen, wrote a bunch of physics formulas. Not makeup. We're going to solve problems. Shuyu was a bit stunned. That works too? Soon it was the weekend. The class organized a gathering. Zhongren followed Yin Zijin out, asking puzzled, "Don't they sell snacks at the club too? Why did you insist on coming out to buy?" Yin Zijin, while drinking milk tea, said, "No, I like this." Zhongren asked the question he had been holding back for a long time. "Hey, transfer student, what have you practiced? Muay Thai or Judo? Fight me again, will you? Come on." Yin Zijin didn't even lift her eyelids. "You're so noisy." Due to his competitive nature, Zhongren lost his temper for the first time. "Then what would make you agree? Is buying you 10 cups of milk tea okay?" He didn't wait for an answer. He turned and ran towards the nearby milk tea shop. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind. "Yin Zijin, when will you ever grow up? Just because I don't like you, you deliberately get close to Zhongren?" Yin Zijin turned to look. It was Zhang Moyuan, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. The best way to deal with a narcissistic man, is there anything more satisfying than publicly humiliating him? Zhang Moyuan, unseen for many days, unexpectedly saw Zhongren and Yin Zijin chatting happily. He presumptuously stepped forward to warn the girl. "I'm telling you for the last time, your playing hard to get tricks won't work on me. Stay away from Zhongren. He's not someone you can dream about. I'm funding your education, not for you to do these things. Also, you still haven't apologized to Lu Wei." Yin Zijin looked at him coldly. This person was really like a lingering ghost, too lazy to listen to his nonsense. She raised her hand and poured her unfinished cola over his head. The secretary waiting in the distance was stunned. "Ji Yu Chengjiang, when has the third young master ever been treated like this?" Zhongren had just come out of the milk tea shop and witnessed this scene. The milk tea he was holding all fell to the ground with a splat. What's going on? Why did Yinzi suddenly go on a rampage? But it wasn't over yet. Then he saw the team's beloved Yinzi take out a card from her pocket and slap it directly on Zhang Moyuan's face. 400,000 to buy the suit you're wearing. Also, I'm paying back the scholarship you provided over the years, with interest. Please don't appear in front of me again in the future. Zhang Moyuan suddenly felt anger rising from within. It's as if he's saying I'm the one clinging to him. Is there something wrong with his brain? Yin Zijin spoke again. "I forgot to say some things last time. Although I don't know where Uncle Zhang got the misconception that I have feelings for you. It's not too late to say it now. After I make things clear, don't flatter yourself. I don't like you. I don't even want to see you. Also, please tell your fiancé to stop bothering me. Leave me in peace. Don't forget, you and the Ying family tricked me into coming to Hu City to be Yin Luwei's blood bank. You don't really think that small scholarship can buy my life, do you?" Then he lazily yawned. "If I see Uncle Zhang again in the future, I'll beat you up every time I see you." The secretary, who had come to his senses, hurriedly came forward to advise. "Miss Yin, please think carefully about what you're saying. If you continue like this, there really won't be any room for reconciliation in the future." Just as the three were in a standoff, Zhongren casually walked over. "I also advise you to save your breath. He doesn't even fancy me, let alone an old man." Thinking to himself, what a joke. Although he hasn't acknowledged this is their class's father, there's no reason to let outsiders bully him. The secretary never expected that Zhang Ranjin would help Yin Zijin slap Zhang Moyuan's face. He felt a bit awkward. "Young Master Zhang, the third master is doing this for your own good." Zhongren also got angry. "Are you guys crazy? You're all flattering yourselves in the name of doing what's best for me. Who allowed you to? Are you qualified to manage me?" That old woman from the Ying family last time was also annoying. He simply stopped paying attention to them and followed behind Yin Zijin. Zhang Moyuan suppressed his anger and shouted, "Yin Zijin, don't regret it." The girl stopped, turned back and sneered. "I'll return these 3 words to you as well. Don't regret it." The two arrived at the convenience store. Zhongren was truly impressed. "You're really amazing. Aren't you afraid that Zhang Moyuan will retaliate?" Yin Zijin casually picked out snacks. "Let him come if he dares." Zhongren was actually quite upset inside. "It's fine. Even if he comes, I can help you. But did you need to be so polite to him? You even called him Uncle Zhang." Yin Zijin took a bag of chips from the shelf. "Oh, I'm just constantly reminding him." Zhongren laughed out loud. "You're quite mean. But since I helped you just now, can you agree to fight with me?" He thought Yin Zijin would refuse again, but unexpectedly, he nodded, excited. He was about to pull him along. "Really? Then let's go now. We can still go back for fried chicken after the fight." But he couldn't pull him, because someone intercepted them midway. A low, smiling voice sounded. "That won't do. Our little one can't fight. It's rare to see someone constantly begging others to beat them up. Ever since the Taekwondo champion Zhang Ran was beaten down by Yin Zijin in 3 minutes, he had been repeatedly begging him for another fight. Finally, when the boss was in a good mood and agreed, unexpectedly, someone came to interrupt halfway. Zhang Ran looked up and his face immediately darkened. "Why is it you?" It turned out to be the unruly 7th young master, Fu Yunsheng. Yin Zijin also didn't expect him to come now. "Didn't you say I would come find you later?" Fu Yunsheng took the shopping basket from his hand. "Well, brother has plenty of time, so I came to check on you. It's fine. Continue playing with your classmate." Actually, he had just received news that he encountered Zhang Moyuan, and worried that he might be at a disadvantage, he hurried over. Unexpectedly, the little one was truly fierce. Yin Zijin threw all the selected snacks to Zhang Ran and said to Fu Yunsheng, "I'll go with you now." Fu Yunsheng slightly raised his phoenix eyes. "No need now. It's still early." Yin Zijin said casually. "They outnumber me. It's okay. I'll accompany you." Then he looked at the stunned Zhang Ran beside him. "Oh right, you just dropped your milk tea on the ground. Remember to clean it up." Watching the two leave him behind, Zhang Ran directly shut down. Yin Zijin followed Fu Yunsheng all the way to the Fu family's old house. Along the way, he kept receiving messages from the furious Zhang Ran. "Let me tell you, Fu Yunsheng is not a good person. You'd better stay away from him. Do you know he almost beat someone to death before? He lived in the capital for 10 years and only returned to Hu City at 14. Think about how old he was when he beat people up. So violent at such a young age. What if he beats you up one day?" Yin Zijin not only didn't reply with even an emoji, but directly blocked him. On the other end, Zhang Ren stared at the conspicuous red exclamation mark, so angry he was about to explode. Fu Yunsheng casually moved a vase's position, blocking a hidden camera that some ill-intentioned Fu family member had secretly installed. "Yao Yao, I'm glad to see you have new friends. At your age, you should interact more with peers." Yin Zijin smiled faintly. "Interacting is not urgent. You helped me, so naturally I should help you too." At this moment, old Master Fu was swaying in a rocking chair on the balcony, basking in the sun. He only sat up when he heard footsteps. "Little 7, you're here." Fu Yunsheng spoke leisurely. "Isn't this to fulfill your wish? Bringing the young lady back for you to see?" Yin Zijin politely greeted. "Hello, grandfather." The old master was delighted, immediately taking out a thick red envelope. "Good, good, good. Your grandfather and your maternal grandfather are old rivals. Don't be polite with grandfather, okay?" If it weren't for old Zhang mentioning it when he came to visit him that day, he wouldn't have known that the girl before him was the winner. The real young lady and his little 7. They were both pitiful children. Yin Zijin didn't have the heart to support the old man as she took the red envelope, secretly checking his pulse. The old master's health condition was worse than she had imagined. The toxins had long invaded his heart vessels. For these 3 years, he had been kept alive solely by medicine. Moreover, this kind of toxin wasn't something an ordinary person could create. The old master was increasingly pleased with the girl and casually asked, "Zijin, what do you think of our Yunshin?" Yin Zijin nodded, not understanding the implication. "He's quite good." The old master was overjoyed to hear this. "That's good. Stay for dinner with grandfather tonight," he thought to himself. "This granddaughter-in-law is settled. This will surely infuriate that old Zhang." Seeing his grandfather so unusually happy, Fu Yunsheng shook his head helplessly. How come he's becoming more like a child as he gets older? The big shot who only wanted to peacefully retire couldn't understand why there were always villains trying to harm him. Previously, due to Feifei's framing, Yin Zijin was expelled from school. Because of this, the stepmother's hatred towards her reached its peak. While being ordered by her father to reflect at home, her phone suddenly received a message from an unknown number. There was no text, only an attached photo. In the photo, Yin Zijin and Zhang Moyuan were standing very close, looking intimate. Yin Feifei stared at this photo. Her blood was boiling. Yin Zijin had caused her to be kicked out of the gifted class, ruining her life. Now, wasn't this an opportunity? Although she didn't know who sent her the photo, this time, she was determined to make that bitch taste the feeling of having her reputation completely ruined. However, the photo couldn't be sent to Yin Luwei. She was so good to Yin Zijin, she might just let it slide. But her fans were different. If they found out that Yin Zijin was seducing her future brother-in-law, Zhang Mengyu would surely explode. Thinking of this, Yin Feifei smirked coldly. She directly sent this picture to several leaders of Yin Luwei's fan club. She wanted to see how Yin Zijin would turn this around. By 8 p.m., When netizens were free to gossip, Yin Luwei's official fan club indeed posted a Weibo. They included this photo and tagged the Yin Group's corporate account. Die-hard fans went crazy, expressing all kinds of sympathy for Yin Luwei while hurling various insults at Yin Zijin. Soon, this Weibo post topped the trending list. While Weibo was in chaos, Yin Luwei was hiding in a basement, his face inexplicably covered with red spots. A young man wearing a cap confidently assured him to relax, saying all surveillance around that place had been erased and could not be recovered. Yin Luwei thanked him satisfactorily. After sending him out of the villa, his manager frowned and said, "Actually, there's no need to take such risks. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future to make sure that fake niece of yours can never recover. It's just a staged photo. What if it gets exposed?" Yin Luwei spoke contemptuously. He doesn't have that ability. Public opinion alone can destroy him. If it weren't for Yin Feifei's grudge against Yin Zijin, my plan wouldn't have succeeded. So if there's anyone to blame, it's Yin Zijin herself. The manager anxiously asked, "What if they come up with some video evidence like last time?" Yin Luwei smiled confidently. "That's impossible. Last time it was probably Fu Yunshin who helped her get it. There were indeed surveillance cameras at the party venue. I was careless. But this time is different. The surveillance of 4 surrounding streets has been completely erased. Unless Fu Yunshin can find a hacker even more skilled than Mr. Allen? He's one of the top hackers from the world's #1 anonymous alliance. I paid a hefty price to get such an expert through connections." The manager pondered for a moment. "All right, I'll help you. But you know, if this backfires, there will be severe consequences." Yin Luwei dismissed it with a snort, touching his face full of red spots. He didn't know where this allergy came from, and it seemed to get worse with treatment. So when he's unhappy, someone has to suffer. Trouble comes when you least expect it. The big shot who just wanted to drink milk tea and watch dramas for a peaceful retirement life had to once again activate his prophetic abilities. The White Lotus little sister-in-law seducing future uncle incident, orchestrated by Yin Luwei, continued to ferment online. When Tianlin, who rarely goes online, also heard about this from classmates, he looked worriedly at his sister, who was juicing in the kitchen, and hesitantly asked if she had seen the news online. Yin Zijin narrowed her phoenix eyes. "Don't worry, I'll handle it. Don't let Dad know about this." The boy wanted to say something more, but then he heard the girl ask, "Have you finished all the questions I gave you?" Wen Tinglin awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Not yet." Yin Zijin wiped her hands and said calmly, "Then hurry back. For every wrong answer, you'll have to stay at home for a day." The boy hung his head and glumly returned to his room. Yin Zijin watched his retreating figure. She slightly furrowed her brow. External information had too much impact on Tinglin's emotions, which was not conducive to his treatment. Psychological illnesses couldn't be solved by traditional medicine either. Perhaps she should really contact her old colleagues. Back in her room, she opened her computer. She closed her eyes and began to activate her divination skill, reviewing all the circumstances on that street at the time. She also calculated how things had unfolded. Yin Luwei had sent someone to follow Zhang Moyuan and take his photo. Then she sent it to Yin Feifei, and erased the surveillance records along the way. It was indeed that old woman causing trouble again. But thinking carefully, Yin Luwei's hostility towards him seemed unusually strong. Unfortunately, her divination ability hadn't fully recovered, so she couldn't calculate events too far in the past. But if that woman thought she could erase all evidence this way, she was being too naive. Meanwhile, in a basement across the ocean, a certain hacker, looking at his suddenly blacked out computer screen, nearly choked on his instant noodles. In this world, only those 2 big and small psychos would dare to mess with him like this. Then a few lines of text appeared on the screen. "Need your help. Restore the surveillance footage from these 4 streets from 2 days ago." The hacker wanted to cry but had no tears. Yet he still dutifully began to type code. 10 minutes later, Yin Zijin received the surveillance video sent by the hacker, who also obsequiously asked if she needed help releasing it. After watching the video, Yin Zijin calmly typed back, "No rush. It's not the best moment yet. Let public opinion ferment a bit more." The hacker picked up his instant noodles to continue eating. "You know," he mused, "the person who destroyed the surveillance this time actually had some skill. If it wasn't for me, it really couldn't have been restored. I'm pretty amazing, aren't I?" But just as he took a couple of bites, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He picked up and heard a cold male voice, "Restore the surveillance from the 4 streets at the scene of the incident, then release it online." once again choking on his noodles. The hacker inwardly roared, "What the hell? Do these two psychos have telepathy or something? They're saying the same thing. Just kill me now." Unable to contain himself any longer, he started to grumble. "Hey, you're that popular Nan Mama online, right? You two both have better skills than me, yet you always enslave me. But you're too late this time. I just sent the surveillance footage to her. She said she'd release it herself at the right time." The call was abruptly and mercilessly ended. Fu Yunshin walked to the balcony, standing in the night for a moment. He thought, daring to bully my little friend like this, it seems the Zhang family's stocks should hit their limit down too. The White Lotus girl, in order to create a scandal and frame the big shot, didn't hesitate to drag her own fiancé down as well. At 10 p.m., Zhang Moyuan finished his work and rubbed his temples, looking exhausted. His secretary came in and respectfully handed him a tablet. Miss Lu Wei has become a hot search topic. Someone took photos of Miss Ning and the second young miss. The fans are very angry now. Should we come out and clarify? Zhang Moyuan coldly glanced at the photo. He said, "No need to pay attention," then looked at the online public opinion and shook his head repeatedly. If only the second young miss hadn't been so impulsive earlier today. Maybe the third master would have helped. What a shame. Truly reaping what she sowed. Just as he was about to close it, he caught sight of another hot search topic and exclaimed in surprise, "Third master? Why did the Zhang family speak up?" He saw that the Zhang Media Group account had tagged Yin Luwei's official fan club and several marketing accounts with the most reposts. A bunch of garbage rumor mongers. Get lost, all of you. Wait for the lawyer's letter. Old Master Zhang hadn't expected that his usual pre-bedtime internet surfing would lead him to see a hot search topic that nearly gave him a heart attack. These brain-dead fans actually dared to say such things about his precious grandson? Watch how he verbally destroys them. Just as he was about to post another message, his dear grandson's call came in. The old master hurriedly answered, "Zijin, don't pay attention to those people online. They're all deliberately stirring up trouble. Don't worry, your grandfather will stand up for you. It's all grandfather's fault for not being able to help you prove your identity, causing you to be scolded by others." When Yin Zijin saw that hot search from Zhang Media Group, he immediately guessed it was posted by old Master Zhang. He comforted the old man, saying, "Since I've been back, what makes me happiest is that you still care for me. I'll handle this matter. Don't let it affect your health." Old Master Zhang felt a pang in his heart. He rubbed his reddening eyes, barely holding back tears. After hanging up the phone, he sat quietly for a long time. Then he put on his clothes and got out of bed. He walked to the safe and took out a document. On it were clearly written 5 big characters, 5 transfer agreements. He was old now. Perhaps it was time to make some arrangements for Zijin's future. After fermenting for a whole night and half a day, public opinion was gradually reaching its peak. Ying Zijin lazily looked at the private messages cursing him on Weibo, sighing that this big data era is quite powerful. Yin Luwei's fans somehow managed to find his new Weibo account just from a dining plate. If he were really a 17-year-old girl, he'd probably have a mental breakdown. Shu Yu suddenly came over and asked what he was looking at, wondering if they should release a clarification video now. When he saw the various ghost corpses and horror images in his inbox, he directly clapped his hands. These brain-dead fans are sick, aren't they? What kind of crap are they sending? Ning Dad, you're too patient. How can you stand looking at this? I want to reach through the internet and beat their dog heads. Zhang Ran's face also looked grim. Yin Dad's comment section has also been occupied by Yin Luwei's fans. Why isn't the platform banning these disgusting accounts? What are they even doing? I'm going to call my mom to find Zhang Mengyuan and make him come out to clarify. Yin Zijin calmly opened a bag of chips. You don't need to go. He won't come forward. Zhang Ran angrily pounded the table. This is too much. I don't know who took that photo, but if I find out, I'll ruin them. Yin Feifei, who was just about to come and watch Yin Zijin's misfortune, had just reached the door when he heard this. He shuddered violently, turned around, and ran away as if escaping. Yin Zijin thoughtfully looked towards the door. At this moment, Shu Yu suddenly shouted, "Yin Dad, quick, look, that white-faced girl posted on Weibo." The best time to counter rumors is when public opinion reaches its peak. After the White Lotus girl Yin Luwei posted on Weibo, and the film and TV group reposted to support her, Yin Zijin decided to start counter-attacking. He directly posted the surveillance video from that time, with only a simple line of text, "For the last time, don't bother me." The fans who were preparing for a new round of insults came in and saw this new Weibo post. The video was a high-definition version processed by a certain hacker. You could clearly see how the girl poured cola on Jong Moyuan, and how she threw a card at him. You could also hear his cold voice. 400.000. Principle and interest. Returned to you. I don't like you. And I don't want to see you. Also, please tell your fiancé to stop bothering me. Jong Ran and Shuyu watched with great interest. Yin Dad, you're so cool. I want to download this video and watch it over and over again. But before the haters could recover, a second Weibo post came, led by Yin Luwei's official fan club. A long list of fan accounts was exposed. At the same time, the Zifeng law firm in the capital also posted a message, stating that they had accepted Ms. Yin's commission to fully handle this incident. A punk-style guy asked Jong Ran in confusion, "What's the deal with that Zifeng whatever firm? Why does it sound so impressive?" Jong Ran glanced at Yin Zijin, who was munching on chips nearby, and told him that Zifeng is the top-ranked law firm in the capital. They've never lost a case since their establishment and have a very high reputation in the industry. They're also very difficult to hire. This time, Yin Luwei's fans are definitely in trouble. The punk guy was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. "I'm going to educate these ignorant netizens right now. Let them curse Yin Dad without restraint. I'll roast them to death." Jong Ran still looked worriedly at Yin Zijin. "Although I don't know how you managed to hire the Zifeng law firm. Many of these people online are still minors. Even if they're caught, they can't be fined much, right?" Before Yin Zijin could speak, Shuyu raised her hand and answered, "I know this one. I asked Yin Dad before. Although they don't have to face any consequences now, once they have a criminal record, they can forget about careers in state-owned enterprises or government institutions. In the future." Yin Zijin gave a final summary. Yin Luwei and Yin Group speaking out will inevitably push public opinion to its peak. By seizing this opportunity to release the video, we can maximize the clarification effect. Jong Ran sighed. "You educated people are so ruthless when it comes to tactics." At this time, Yin Luwei, who still knew nothing, was enjoying a hot spring bath. Jong Moyuan's secretary saw how things had turned out online but didn't dare disturb the boss who was in a meeting. Instead, he dialed a number. "Miss Luwei, have you seen Weibo?" Yin Luwei thought it was her fiancé calling about something and was in a good mood when she heard the secretary's words. "Not yet. I'll take a look now." She thought it must be about the scandal of Yin Zijin seducing Moyuan, starting to ferment. She didn't pay attention to the secretary seeming to have more to say and hung up the phone. She got dressed and leisurely lay down on a lounge chair, ready to enjoy how miserable Yin Zijin must be now. But when she opened Weibo, her expression immediately changed, because there wasn't a single comforting message, but all were sarcastic. She frowned and clicked on the video. After watching for just a few seconds, her face turned deathly pale. "This is impossible. I clearly had Alan destroy the surveillance footage. Where did this video come from?" Heaven's calamities can be counted, but man-made disasters are endless. The White Lotus sister-in-law released an ambiguous photo, falsely accusing her niece of seducing her fiancé. She intended to gain sympathy, but the original video was immediately released. At lightning speed, the manager threw the phone to him with a grim expression. "What did I tell you before? Once things go wrong, there will be severe backlash. See for yourself. Even your biggest fans are starting to unfollow you." Yin Luwei recognized this Weibo account. It was one of her loyal fans who attended every concert and meet and greet. They would send her gifts on holidays and spend over 100,000 to boost her album sales. This long post expressed disappointment in her. Then many fans started to unfollow her as well. There were also many who turned against her, calling her a big white face. Yin Luwei's face turned even paler, and her hand trembled, causing the phone to drop to the ground. The manager also berated her angrily. The entertainment industry is already chaotic. Some people become overnight sensations, while others crash and burn. If you want traffic and fans, you should be more careful. He hesitantly asked a question that had been bothering him. "Why are you in such a hurry to destroy your fake-limbed woman?" He always felt that Luwei's attitude was like trying to eliminate something that threatened him. Could there be some hidden story? Is there something you're not telling me? At this moment, Yin Luwei couldn't hear anything. An inexplicable fear welled up in his heart. He trembled as he picked up the phone from the ground and dialed a number. "Mo Yuan, only you can help me now." On the other side, Zhang Mo Yuan had been in meetings all day and was unaware of the online commotion. He received a call from Lin Luwei midway through, but because work was more important and it wasn't convenient to talk much, he quickly hung up. After the meeting, just as he was about to call back to ask what had happened, his secretary suddenly rushed in panicking. Third master, the company's stock has been falling since earlier. It's already dropped 5 points. Zhang Mo Yuan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly asked what was going on. At this moment, Yin Luwei called again. He didn't bother to answer and hung up directly, instructing his secretary to notify the shareholders for another meeting. At this time, Yin Luwei, who was at the capital airport, stared blankly at her phone. This was the first time Zhang Mo Yuan had ever hung up on her. With tears in her eyes, she looked at her manager. Mo Yuan is still busy. What did your side say? The manager's expression finally softened. The company has decided to let an 18th tier singer take the fall for you. Don't do anything for the next few days. Wait until I tell you to post on Weibo. That singer isn't very famous anyway, so it's a good chance for them to gain some attention. It's a win-win for both sides. Don't worry. Netizens have short memories. Just focus on your concerts during this time. The public will eventually come back. Yin Luwei finally relaxed. Then let's compensate that small singer a bit more. Remember to find a place without surveillance. She didn't believe Yin Zijin could create surveillance footage out of thin air. The big shot's troublemaking mother came to the school again to cause problems. However, his internet speed might be 2 grams. Still stuck on the photo posted by Yin Luwei's official fan club, Zhang Manhwa rushed to the school angrily. She had previously reflected and thought she had wronged Yin Zijin. But this time, the photo couldn't be fake, right? Every time she went abroad to see Xiaoxuan, this troublesome daughter would cause some problems. She burst into the principal's office. I'm so sorry. I'm here to process Yin Zijin's withdrawal from school. The principal was discussing international class students with He Chun when he heard this sudden statement. He was stunned. Zhang Manhua was so embarrassed she could hardly lift her head. I didn't expect her to cause such a scandal. For the sake of the school's reputation, and for the child's sake. Before she could finish, a cold voice came from the doorway. Principal, she shouldn't have control over my student status, right? Zhang Manhua turned to see Yin Zijin looking at her coldly. The principal nodded confusedly. She doesn't. Old Master Zhang had instructed about this before. These words were like a slap to Zhang Manhua's face, but in front of others, she couldn't lose her temper. Zijin, what are you saying? Mom is doing this for your own good. We can't just let those people criticize you. Don't worry. After withdrawing, you can go abroad for a few years. This incident will blow over. The principal finally understood what was happening. He had to interrupt. Wait a moment. Mrs. Lin, have you not seen the latest news online? Zhang Manhua was stunned. She asked, what news? Seeing her expression, the principal realized she didn't know about the situation's reversal. He shook his head and said, I have it here. You should take a look. The video, which was only a few dozen seconds long, finished quickly. Zhang Manhua froze. Her face turned pale. She didn't dare to look at the girl beside her. Yin Zijin ignored her and placed a printed copy of chat records on the table. I will handle this matter legally, so I came to inform you in advance. After reading it, the principal's face turned ashen. Student, rest assured, the school will absolutely not tolerate such behavior. Yin Zijin said nothing more and turned to leave. Zhang Manhua, no longer caring about how embarrassed she had been, hurriedly followed her out. He Xuan, who had been sitting silently, glanced at the mother and daughter as they left. Although Zhang Manhua had made mistakes, for a daughter to be so disrespectful to her elders was truly ill-mannered. However, he didn't want to get involved. He asked the principal what these materials were. The principal pushed the chat log towards him. If you're curious, take a look yourself. He Xuan took it. He was stunned. On it was a dialogue between Yin Feifei and Yin Luwei's fan support group. The principal said this was clearly a rumor about Yin Feifei, indirectly leading to this cyberbullying of Yin Zijin. It was extremely malicious. Everyone asked what the punishment for Yin Feifei would be. The principal's face was still grim. What else could it be? Of course, expulsion. Coming out of the office, Zhang Manhua wanted to hold her daughter back to explain what had just happened, but she was blocked by 2 punk guys holding replica wolf-tooth clubs. The boss could counter the White Lotus girl's move and subdue the online haters. It was also thanks to the Xifen law firm that old Mew helped him contact. After it happened, Yin Zijing called him to express her gratitude. On the other end, Mew Heching was leisurely feeding birds. No need to be polite. It didn't have to be this complicated. I could have helped you directly. But honestly, if you're willing, you can choose any of my Mew family's sons. Yin Zijing rejected him straightforwardly. I'm not willing. Old Mew was suddenly choked up. These words were too hurtful. Yin Zijing thought for a moment, then spoke softly. There's one more thing I need to ask you. Do you know where I can buy rare medicinal herbs? The kind more precious than century-old snow lotus. Old Mew hesitated for a moment. That's only available in the ancient medical world. Actually, your medical skills, even in the ancient medical world, no one your age could match you. I can introduce you to enter. Yin Zijing hesitated for a moment, saying she had no intention of going to the ancient medical world for now. Old Mew didn't ask why further, only saying, I have an idle star account. You can try your luck there. Yin Zijin then arranged to meet Fu Kexiao. While waiting for their food, Fu Yunshin casually browsed the news on Weibo. The attitudes of marketing accounts and fans towards Yin Luwei were mixed. However, one large marketing account caught his attention. That person's tone was obviously very smug, saying Yin Zijin wouldn't really sue. It was just a show to scare people. She irritably tugged at her collar, looking at the girl Yao Yao. Want to see how brother teaches those bullies a lesson? Yin Zijin looked up and first saw a small patch of the man's exposed collarbone. She frowned. She said, wait a moment, then reached over to straighten his collar and retie his tie properly. Fu Kexiao's face reddened a bit. Come on, little one. Do you have OCD? Yin Zijin didn't respond to him. After sitting back down, she lowered her eyes. All right, continue what you were saying. Fu Yunshin handed her the phone. See for yourself. Yin Zijing took it. With a refresh, she saw someone called Wu Dixia had just posted a Weibo with several pictures. It briefly explained that the over 300 marketing accounts that spread the rumor were all under Yin Luwei's company. Many fans still remembered that last time it was this brother Wu Di who posted the video clarifying that Yin Luwei was not pushed down the stairs by Yin Zijin. The comment section immediately became lively, and this Weibo quickly topped the trending list. Meanwhile, in a basement on the other side of the ocean, a certain hacker was cursing while typing on the keyboard. As the boss of the anonymous hacker alliance, I'm being ordered around by that big shot every day to do this and that. Next time I must make him pay. Yin Zijin returned the phone to Kexiao. Fu Yunshin smiled and asked her, what made you take the initiative to find me today? Yin Zijin looked at him seriously and said one sentence, I can save Grandpa. Fu Yunshin immediately dropped his lazy smile and asked her how this was possible. Yin Zijin opened her phone's notes app and showed it to him. But I'm still missing these 6 herbs. Old Mew said they're only available in the ancient medical world. Fu Yunshin looked at the herbs and pondered for a moment. He said the ancient medical world might not have them either. According to his investigation, the poison Grandpa was afflicted with wasn't from China. It might be related to the European alchemy world. Yin Zijing nodded, saying she planned to check Star to see if they were for sale there. Star, in Chinese called Xingxing, is an online auction and shopping platform with services worldwide. However, not just anyone can apply for an account. It's said that once a king even listed a small European principality on it. In short, if someone dares to sell, someone dares to buy. Fu Yunshin asked if it was the account Old Mew gave her. Yin Zijin casually made an affirmative sound. After 3 seconds of silence, she received a light flick on her forehead. Fu Yunshin, a bit jealous, stood up and came in front of her. Little one, next time if you need anything or have any issues, remember to come to me first. You've done so much for brother. I don't mind the trouble. In this family where neither father nor mother cared, at least there was grandfather. Old Master Zhang truly cared for Lin Zijing. Upon learning that he had commissioned the hard-to-hire Xifen law firm to deal with those rumor-spreading netizens, he praised him repeatedly for reporting it well. How dare they bully my granddaughter? A bunch of shameless things. But why didn't you tell your grandfather that you have Weibo? Quick, let's follow each other. You've gained a lot of fans this time. Do you want to post some beautiful photos for them to see? Yin Zijin saw her grandfather playing with his phone skillfully and laughed, saying, I'm not a celebrity. Old man Zhang nodded and said, right, too much attention isn't good. I've already warned old Fu to keep his grandson in check. Tell him not to keep pursuing you. Yin Zijin raised her eyebrows. Could grandfather be referring to Fu Yunshin taking him to meet old man Fu? Just then, the phone in her pocket suddenly beeped a few times. Indeed, one shouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. Fu Yunshin had sent several messages in a row. Your grandfather told my grandfather the other day that I had ulterior motives towards you. I'm really innocent. Big brother is absolutely not that kind of beast. Yin Zijin was amused after reading it. After the online storm gradually subsided, the marketing accounts that hadn't received any lawyer's letters started to act up again. At this time, a girl sitting in front of a computer breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Yin Zijing was just talking. She's only an adopted daughter. Why make such a big fuss every day? Feeling pleased, she opened Yin Luwei's official fan club account, planning to start the day's first tasks. Just then, the West Wind law firm, which had been silent for a few days, suddenly posted on Weibo, "Thank you for your patience. The court hearing will proceed as scheduled on the 17th of this month. Everyone is welcome to watch the live broadcast." The comment section exploded instantly. Netizens mocked Yin Luwei and the marketing accounts with cold sarcasm. In a short time, West Wind law firm's face-slapping Weibo post was pushed to the top of the trending topics. The girl stared at the screen blankly, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. Before she could come to her senses, there was suddenly a knock on the door. After opening the door, she was stunned. Two police officers solemnly presented an arrest warrant, saying, "Ms. Tian, you are suspected of insulting and defamation. Please come with us." The girl trembled in fear, finally realizing she was in real trouble this time. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out on the Qingqi campus, along with the girls crying and shouting, "I really made a mistake. Please forgive me." Students flocked to the windows to watch the excitement. Damn, Ying Feifei got arrested. What did she do? The police came in person. What a big scene. Shuyu pulled the seemingly unaffected Yin Zijin, saying, "Come on, let's go watch the commotion too." Ying Feifei was seen tightly hugging a pillar in front of the teaching building, crying breathlessly, refusing to go with the police. A large crowd of onlooking students had already gathered. Ying Feifei suddenly saw Zhang Ziwan in the crowd and cried out to her, waving, "Ziwan, please save me. I don't want to be locked up." Zhang Ziwan frowned. She actually didn't want to get involved at all, but since Ying Feifei had called her out by name, she couldn't just do nothing. She scanned the crowd and precisely located Yin Zijin. She walked over and hesitantly spoke, "Little sister." Feifei was just confused and misunderstood. Now she knows her mistake. "Why don't you show some mercy and not be so harsh?" Unexpectedly, Yin Zijin didn't even look at her, but politely turned to the two police officers and asked, "Excuse me, what happens if someone interferes with police action?" How thrilling it was to spread rumors and slander online, causing others to suffer cyberbullying. Now look how pathetic they are when the police show up at their door. Zhang Ziwan had intended to plead with Yin Zijin, her adopted cousin, on Ying Feifei's behalf, but she didn't even look at her and instead asked the police officers what happens if someone interferes with police action. One of the police officers coldly glanced at Zhang Ziwan's face and said, "Take them away too." He thought to himself, how dare they casually ask others to forgive when it's not happening to them. Zhang Ziwan's face turned red instantly. Just as she was about to defend herself, Zhang Ran interrupted her. "Who are you calling Kusan? Stop trying to get familiar. If I hear it one more time, I'll have you kicked out of Qingqi." A punk-style follower behind him chimed in, "That's right. This is our Ran Ji's cloud daddy. Who do you think you are to call her, Kusan?" Zhang Ran felt like 1,000 alpacas were running through his mind. His reputation as a school bully was now completely ruined. Frustrated, he shouted, "All of you shut up." Zhang Jiwan's eyes filled with tears as she trembled, looking at him. Zhang Ran, "Don't go too far." But young Master Zhang just laughed coldly and ignored her. Shuyu, who was watching from the side, suddenly said, "Did you notice? This Zhang Ziwan likes Zhang Ran, but it's a pity. With Zhang Ran's low EQ, even if she confessed right in front of him, he'd probably think she's gone crazy." Yin Zijin was slightly stunned. She really hadn't noticed this. Maybe she just didn't understand young girls' feelings. Ying Feifei, not giving up, ran in front of Yin Zijin again, falling to her knees and begging tearfully for forgiveness. Before Yin Zijin could speak, Shuyu jumped out and started scolding. "Ying Feifei, stop playing the victim. Have you forgotten all the disgusting things you've done? First, you spread rumors about Zijin seducing Zhang Moyuan. Then you said online that she should go die. We haven't even settled the score about you putting spiders in her desk last time." Some students who didn't know the whole story were surprised to hear about this backstory. They started showing disgusted expressions. Zhang, the goddess, knew the truth and still spoke up for her? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Despite Yin Feifei's crying and shouting, she was still taken away by two impartial police officers. After the drama ended, Yin Zijin yawned and said to Shuyu, "Let's go." Then he walked straight past Zhang Ziwan without looking back. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiwan's face turned extremely ugly under the scrutinizing gazes of her classmates. Mrs. Ying received a call and rushed to the police station. Upon learning it was due to an online defamation dispute, she sighed in relief and arrogantly said, "For such a small matter, Why make such a fuss? Just have them compensate us directly. I won't ask for much. 500,000 will do. We can't let our Feifei suffer any grievance. The police officer in charge looked at her as if she were insane and said, "Ma'am, please understand the situation first. Your daughter is the one who broke the law. Whether she goes to jail or not depends on whether the other party is willing to drop the charges. Yet you're still asking for compensation, Mrs.?" Ying thought she had misheard and raised her voice sharply. "This must be a misunderstanding. Our Feifei has always been obedient and sensible. How could she do anything illegal?" A female police officer slammed a lawyer's letter in front of her and said, "Maliciously spreading rumors and telling people to die. Is this a misunderstanding? We didn't call you here to protect her. This is to notify you that the court hearing is on the 17th. Go home and prepare as soon as possible." When Mrs. Ying saw the seal of the Xifen law firm on the lawyer's letter, she gasped. How could they get involved? Doesn't this mean my daughter will definitely go to jail? She tremblingly took out her phone and said, "Old Ying, quickly prepare some money to beg the Ying family for mercy. Otherwise, Feifei is finished." The internet is not a lawless place. After sending the rumor-mongering slanderer to jail, the boss started worrying about getting the antidote for Old Man Fu. During the free activity time in Pei class, Yin Zijin leaned against a tree and messaged Fu Yunshan, "I've looked at the recent online auctions on the Star platform. Those 6 rare medicinal herbs aren't there." Du Keshao quickly replied, "Don't worry about this. Your brother will handle it. By the way, want to go to the pet store tonight? Didn't you want to buy a pig?" Yin Zijin raised an eyebrow. This was the biggest drawback of Weber being exposed. All the details of his private life had been dug up by people. Just as he was pondering whether to go or not, he suddenly heard a shout, "Yin Dad, watch out." He looked up to see a basketball flying towards him. Instead of dodging, Yin Zijin raised his hand and caught it. With one hand, he tossed it in an arc through the air. With a bang, it hit the backboard and fell into the hoop. This fluid motion left all the boys on the basketball court stunned. A punk-styled guy exclaimed, "Holy shit, Ran bro. Your dad's basketball skills seem even better than yours. Looks like your title as the basketball king might be in danger." Zhang Ran's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "You just can't stop running your mouth, can you?" He thought to himself. Where the hell did this Yin Zijin monster come from? He's even more abnormal than those heirs in the capital. Since the chemistry teacher was sick and on leave, Yin Dad had no choice but to teach another chemistry class for the silly kids of class 19. After finishing the lecture and returning to his seat, Shu Yu handed him a bottle of water and a sweet cherry, saying, "Yin Dad, your White Lotus sister-in-law is so shameless. She's actually trying to whitewash herself, pinning the blame for the online rumors about you on their company's D-list singer." A punk-styled guy curiously came over and asked what was going on. Shu Yu cleared his throat and said, "Let me read it to you guys." Weber, huh. Then as a victim, he tearfully confessed, "These past few days, I've deeply reflected on myself. It's my fault for not restraining my fans in time, letting them down. So I've decided to retreat for a while, focus on my relationship, and then come back with an even better concert for everyone." Shang'an sneered, "How can he be so shameless?" Shu Yu made a face and said, "Maybe when people are cheap, they become invincible." Yin Zijin didn't say anything. He was closing his eyes to view the future. Currently, he could only predict events within the next 10 days. Fortunately, the karmic connection between him and the Ying family was getting weaker. Once this karmic connection completely disappears, he can thoroughly break free from the Ying family. A punk-styled guy suddenly said, "But Ying Luwei does have some talent in piano. Many people say he's the next piano prodigy Vera because his name also has a Wei in it." Shu Yu couldn't bear it anymore. He slammed his fist on the table and said, "How dare he compare himself? How can he possibly measure up to my music goddess?" Another punk-styled guy asked confusedly, "Who's Vera?" Shu Yu, unusually serious, explained, "Vera Hall was a famous European pianist from the 18th century. Because she always performed wearing a mask, she was known as the Masked Queen. She only left behind 3 world-class difficult piano pieces but mysteriously didn't leave a single portrait for posterity." Talking about her, Shu Yu became like a little fangirl. "Yin Dad, do you know about my music goddess? She was amazing. It's a pity I wasn't born in that era. I can't witness her brilliance in person." Yin Zijin was silent for a moment before saying, "I know her." But no one noticed that he said, "No," instead of, "know of." Suddenly, Zhang Ran came over and knocked on his desk. "You promised to have another match with me last time. When are you free?" Yin Zijin looked him up and down. You should eat more and exercise first. I'm afraid you won't have enough stamina when the time comes. Shuyu chimed in gleefully. I think so too. What if you faint while fighting with Silver Dad? We'd have to carry you back. Zhang Ran was furious. Don't look down on me. I've trained before. Before he could finish, Shuyu shook his head at him. Zhang Ran immediately stopped talking. He almost forgot this wasn't Didu. Some things can't be mentioned casually. Yin Zijin got up and walked towards the door. I don't have time today. I have something to do. Zhang Ran was stunned and quickly asked what he had to do. By then, the girl had already left the classroom. A lazy voice drifted back. Going to the pet shop to buy a pig. Zhang Ran's face darkened. He wasn't even as heavy as a pig. Was a pig more handsome than him? Birds of a feather flock together. People of the same kind stick together. The people around the big shot were indeed all extraordinary. Zhang Ran, who had begged to be beaten up again, in the classroom, almost revealed the secret he had been hiding. Shuyu stopped him in time, and took him to the rooftop of the teaching building. Are you trying to let everyone know you've cultivated Guwu? Besides, your internal energy is still unstable. Using medicine to suppress it isn't a long-term solution. You should use it less in the future. Zhang Ran irritably tugged at his spirit holes. I know. Don't you find it strange? I practice Guwu, yet I can't beat an ordinary person. Shuyu glanced at Yin Zijin, who was walking towards the school gate. What's strange about that? Silver Dad is so powerful. It would be weird if you could beat him. Zhang Ran was left speechless. He withdrew into himself again. Shuyu reminded him once more. Don't mention GU here. Although Hucheng is over 1.000 kilometers from the capital, they definitely have spies here. Don't be careless. Zhang Ran grunted in response. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Ying, to prevent their daughter from going to jail for slander, knowing that Yin Zijin was just an adopted daughter, didn't think of apologizing to her. Instead, they went to plead with old Mrs. Yin. The three of them came to the police station together. Old Mrs. Yin arrogantly said to Ying Feifei, "We'll settle this matter privately. No need to go to court." The chief turned and frowned, asking which pregnant woman she was. But upon seeing this chief who rarely appeared unless there was a major incident, he had an ominous feeling. Old Mrs. Yin said firmly, "I'm Yin Zijin's grandmother. Can't I withdraw the lawsuit?" The policewoman thought this old lady was ridiculous. Your granddaughter was bullied, and you want to help outsiders withdraw the lawsuit? Old Mrs. Yin's face darkened at her retort. This is our own business. Withdraw the lawsuit now. Let them go. The chief smiled slightly mockingly. I'm sorry, but you don't have the authority to interfere in Miss Yin's affairs. Mr. and Mrs. Ying were dumbfounded upon hearing this. Old Mrs. Yin was even more embarrassed and furious. What do you mean? I'm her grandmother. The chief remained polite. Even if you were God himself, it wouldn't matter. Please leave. Don't interfere with our work. So the three of them were kicked out. This incident completely humiliated old Mrs. Yin. She left in her car alone afterward. Mrs. Ying was truly panicked now. She hurriedly asked her husband what to do. Even the Yin family's intervention was useless. Wouldn't their daughter definitely go to jail? Mr. Ying's face darkened. He slapped her directly. You fool. Do you know who that chief is? He's from the capital. He's rarely in Hucheng. Even he came personally. Do you realize how serious this matter is? Mrs. Ying, holding her face, was stunned. She finally realized that she might have offended someone she shouldn't have. But she was just an adopted daughter, wasn't she? Inside the police station, the policewoman curiously asked the chief, "Don't they know this involves two families from the capital? Otherwise, where did they get the courage to try to withdraw the lawsuit for someone else's daughter?" The chief took a sip of water. Even without the capital's involvement, we wouldn't allow them to settle this privately. Cyberbullying a young girl, and they have the audacity to say it's not a big deal? The policewoman agreed and asked, "Should we find a psychologist for the young lady? I'm worried this might leave some psychological trauma." The chief nodded, saying someone was already contacting one. Organize the testimony materials and send them to the Westwind law firm. After the policewoman left to work, the chief thought for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, Miss Yin. The Yin family's old lady came by earlier. I'm just letting you know. Also, a psychologist from the capital will be coming to Hucheng in a few days. You might want to meet them. Yin Zijin wasn't surprised and politely thanked him. Who would have thought that the all-capable big shot's greatest wish was to live a retired life every day? When Fu Kexiao learned that the little one's recent interest was raising pigs, he took her to a pet shop. The shop assistant pointed to a miniature piglet and enthusiastically began to introduce it. This teacup pig is our best-selling pet. It's a crossbreed of two ancient breeds. It's very popular among the nobility in Europe. Yin Zijin stroked the palm-sized pink piglet. She expressed her satisfaction, smiling and saying, "We'll take this one." A teacup pig wasn't cheap, and selling one so quickly. The clerk smiled warmly. "Miss, please follow me. I'll help you with the paperwork. You can give it a name." Fu Yunshan watched Jin Zi follow the clerk to make the payment, remembering his bright smile. It seems the kid really likes this pig. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated twice in his pocket. It was a message from an unknown number. "Brother, why not just destroy Zhang Group completely? Why stop now? What a waste of money." Fu Yunshan didn't reply. Old Mr. Zhang had once saved him. He couldn't destroy Zhang Group. However, removing Zhang Moyuan from his CEO position was possible. At that moment, Zhang Group was holding a shareholders meeting. The stock had fallen for 5 consecutive days, losing nearly 1 billion, and they had no idea who was behind it. Many shareholders questioned whether Zhang Moyuan was still capable of continuing as CEO. After finally dismissing these old fogies, the secretary carefully said, "Miss Wapping is here." Zhang Moyuan was surprised to see Zhang Wapping. He had little interaction with this half-sister. He wondered why she suddenly came to see him and asked distantly what she wanted. Zhang Wapping, wearing a celadon kipao, elegant in bearing, got straight to the point. "I heard you brought Yin Zijing from the county to the city. I'm just here to let you know. I really like this young girl and plan to make her my goddaughter. You know I'm protective of my own and can't stand seeing them wronged. If you bully her again, don't blame me for being unpleasant." Zhang Moyuan sneered. "Am I the one bullying her? You've only just returned to the city. Don't believe everything you hear." Lu Wei has always been the one wronged. She was taken into the Yun family as soon as she arrived. What grievances has she suffered? Zhang Wapping clicked her tongue with a smile. "Though being born blind isn't your fault. Take my words to heart. If it weren't for the recent cyberbullying, she wouldn't have bothered to come." Not wanting to waste more words with this fool who couldn't distinguish right from wrong, she turned and left gracefully. Thankfully they didn't share the same mother, or she'd doubt her own intelligence. She wondered if stupidity was contagious and thought it better to keep her distance. Zhang Moyuan remained, lost in thought. He felt that Yin Zijing seemed like a different person, completely unlike her former submissive self. Meanwhile, Qingqi Middle School acted swiftly, and Fei Fei's expulsion notice came quickly. The principal specifically posted the announcement on the school bulletin board as a warning to other students. "Boss, I was just worried about explaining to old Master Fu about buying rare medicinal materials. Here's a chance to make money." Shu Yu held a stack of registration forms and asked Ning Zijing, "The arts festival is coming up. Dad, do you want to participate?" Ning Zijing yawned sleepily and said she wasn't interested. Shu Yu nodded. "Alright, if no one signs up, I'll sell these papers to the recycler, and buy you some chips instead." Every year at the arts festival, the school invites many famous artists. It's so boring. Like that calligraphy competition, first prize is only 100.000. That's just pocket change. Before he could finish, someone snatched a form from his hand. Yin Zijin waved it at him. "I think it's worth experiencing," Shu Yu said incredulously. "Silver Dad, are you that short on money? What are you planning to enter?" Yin Zijin seriously scanned the form. "Except for singing and dancing, I can try pretty much everything else." Shu Yu widened his eyes in disbelief again. "You can even do oil painting? I thought Chinese painting was more popular nowadays." Yin Zijin casually hummed in agreement. "I learned from Kino before." Hearing this name, Shu Yu was completely stunned. "Silver Dad, you're really funny." Kino was a master artist from hundreds of years ago. His bones have probably turned to dust by now. Just then, Yin Zijin's phone suddenly dinged. It was a message from an unknown number. "Hello Miss Yin, I'm your therapist. Are you available on the 20th? Let's set up an appointment." Yin Zijin put away her phone. The two continued walking to the classroom, completely unaware of two girls coming out of the bathroom behind them. One girl said admiringly, "Yin Zijin has changed so much. She used to always walk with her head down. I never noticed she was so pretty." Zhang Ziwan said indifferently, "Stop looking. Let's finish the report and go home early. By the way, You haven't submitted your arts festival registration form, right? Give me one when we get back. The girl asked in surprise. Are you going to register? Didn't you look down on these things? Zhang Ziwan thought of Yin Zijin's words about participating and smiled faintly. It's nothing, just for fun. Meanwhile, old Mrs. Yin, her daughter Yin Luwei, and daughter-in-law Zhang Manhwa were sitting in a cafe opposite Qingqi School. Yin Luwei anxiously said, "What should we do? Xiao Jin won't withdraw the lawsuit and insists on going after my fans. If it really goes to court the day after tomorrow, where will we put our face as the Yin family in this city?" Old Mrs. Yin, being from the old nobility, had always spoiled this daughter. She patted her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, I won't let it get to court." Then she impatiently looked at Zhang Manhua. "Still haven't gotten through to that brat's phone? What did I tell you? She's just an ungrateful wretch." Yin Luwei suddenly noticed Yin Zijin walking out of the school gate. He quickly rushed over to stop him and said with a worried face, "Xiao Jin, where have you been these days? Why didn't you tell your family? We've all been very worried about you." Yin Zijin nodded with a half smile and said, I understand. You're worried that without a blood bank, you'll die, right?" Yin Luwei's smile faltered. Many students around were also looking at him with strange expressions. With tears in his eyes, he said pitifully, "It's okay if you have grievances against me, but mom and your sister-in-law are waiting for you over there. Can you go see them?" He thought the girl would refuse, so he could use family and moral obligations to manipulate her. Unexpectedly, Yin Zijin readily agreed, saying, "All right, I also have some accounts to settle with you." The pretentious old Mrs. Yin, for the sake of her precious daughter's future, had to condescend to find her disliked granddaughter. Yin Zijin followed her White Lotus aunt to a milk tea shop across from the school. Old Mrs. Yin had been waiting impatiently. She glanced at her sarcastically and said, "You've finally arrived. What a grand attitude. Even making Weir personally invite you. Have you forgotten your status?" At this time, there were many students buying milk tea in the shop. They all looked over and whispered, "What's going on with Teacher Yin and Yin Zijin again? I heard Yin Zijin had a fight with her family and ran away from home. They couldn't even persuade her to come back. Isn't she just an adopted daughter? How can she be so willful and throw tantrums?" Yin Luwei's lips curved into a slight smile, pretending to persuade his mother to go home and talk. But before he could finish, a blood donation record was thrown on the table. Yin Zijin looked up coldly at the three of them and said, "Since you want to see me, let's settle this matter first. Golden blood is priceless, but I'll charge you 25,000 for 100 milliliters. Hearing this, Yin Luwei's mind went blank. Before he could stop her, Yin Zijin continued, "This year, without my consent, you forced me to draw blood 13 times, 200 milliliters each time. That's a total of 650,000. I'll give you 3 minutes to transfer the money now." Immediately, upon hearing this, the onlooking students were stunned. After realizing what was happening, they all took out their phones to take photos and videos. They thought it was elders coming to catch a rebellious teenager, but it turned out they were treating the young girl as a tool for providing fresh blood. No wonder they heard that Yin Zijin always slept in class before. It was because of the blood draws. Who could have imagined that the seemingly gentle teacher Yin was actually such a ruthless person? Countless disgusted eyes turned towards Yin Luwei. His face instantly turned pale, and he collapsed weakly into the chair. How dare Yin Zijin say this in public? Old Mrs. Yin, shocked and angry, pointed at Yin Zijin and said, "What? Say that again." Yin Zijin raised her chin slightly, her expression unchanged. "The account is written above. Hurry up and transfer the money." Yin Luwei, trying hard to control his panic, forced a smile and said, "Xiao Jin, what are you saying? We're all family. Talking about money hurts our relationship. Besides, your aunt didn't force you to draw blood, did she?" Yin Zijin sneered. "Do you think any normal person would be willing to have their blood drawn 13 times a year? I certainly wasn't willing." Old Mrs. Yin, in her rage, slammed the table and shouted, "Shut up. Who cares if you're willing or not? You entered the Yin family, enjoyed the wealth and glory. How can you not give anything in return?" This statement stirred up a storm. Everyone around was shocked by the old lady's shamelessness. They started cursing at her one after another. "I can't stand this anymore. What kind of values are these? I'll give you 5 million. Will you give me your arm?" I'd say 650,000 is too little. Isn't the Yin family one of the 4 great families? They should give at least 8 or 10 million. Is the Yin family abusing their power and wealth like this, Old Mrs. Yin had never been scolded by so many people before. Her face turned red, as if she might faint at any moment. Yin Luwei knew that if this continued, it would be even more embarrassing, so he held his mother back and told her to stop talking. Reluctantly, he took out his phone and transferred 6.5 million to Yin Zijin. Yin Zijin glanced at the notification that the money had been received. She ignored the furious mother and daughter as they turned and left. Zhang Manhwa, who hadn't spoken until now, stood up and quietly said to the old lady, "Let's go home first." This time, old Mrs. Yin didn't scold her daughter-in-law. With their support, she got into the car. Yin Luwei, with a dark face, gave a look to the accompanying butler. The butler understood and walked into the milk tea shop. He smiled at the customers and said, "We hope not to see any news about today's incident online. In Hucheng, you should consider whether you want to go against the Yin family." The threat in these words was very clear. To avoid trouble, the customers reluctantly deleted the photos they had just taken. The White Lotus aunt brought out her mother, intending to pressure the neglected niece to give up her fans who had bumped into her, but instead, they were exposed on the spot. The Yin family was just using her as their life-sustaining blood servant. Yin Luwei had the butler threaten the students who had taken photos to delete them all. He thought there would be no more trouble this time. Unexpectedly, the next day, a popular influencer with millions of followers gave him a surprise. The eye-catching headline read, "Shocking Scandal in Wealthy Family. Winner adopts underage girl. Draws blood 13 times in a year just for Yin Luwei's blood type." Weibo was in turmoil again. Another war of words had begun. It was exactly what they feared. When Yin Luwei learned about the online leak, he was so angry that he threw things around, scattering piano sheet music all over the floor. The manager, exhausted by these repeated outbursts, was about to lose it, but he still patiently advised him, saying the trending topic had already been taken down. "Don't look at Weibo anymore. The studio will post a photo of you practicing piano soon. Just focus on practicing and preparing for the concert for now." Yin Luwei picked up the sheet music from the floor and, suppressing his anxiety, began practicing again. Sure enough, not long after, the studio posted a beautiful photo of Yin Luwei practicing piano to appease the fans, attempting to salvage his crumbling public image. Meanwhile, at the Yin family's old residence, Zhang Manhwa was still meekly attending to her mother-in-law. Suddenly, the main door was kicked open. Old Mr. Zhang walked in with a gloomy face. Zhang Manhwa was startled and quickly asked why her father had come. She stood up to greet him but received a solid slap across her face. Zhang Manhwa held her swollen cheek, looking at her father in disbelief. This was the first time her father had hit her, and in front of her mother-in-law no less. Didn't he care about face? Old Mr. Zhang pointed at her and started yelling, "What did you tell me? You said Zijin voluntarily donated blood, and only twice. You even said you hired a therapist to take care of her health, but it turns out she was dragged to have her blood drawn 13 times. Tell me, are you treating Zijin like a blood cow?" Old Mrs. Yin, who was already angry about yesterday's events, became even more furious hearing this. "Father-in-law, what do you mean? We adopted her, and Weir treats her so well. What's wrong with drawing some blood? It's just an adopted daughter with no blood relation," she thought. "Is she worth getting so worked up over?" Old Mr. Zhang exploded in anger. "Listen to yourself. Is that how a human being talks? Do you want this blessing for yourself? You old hag. I haven't even started scolding you yet. Your daughter's life is precious. But isn't your granddaughter's life precious too? Do you know that Zijin is actually your biological granddaughter?" But old Mrs. Yin didn't hear the last sentence. She couldn't catch her breath. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. Zhang Manhwa saw her mother-in-law faint and cried out, instructing the housekeeper to call an ambulance immediately. The Yin household suddenly became chaotic, like a pot of boiling soup. Soon, the ambulance arrived and took the old lady to the hospital on a stretcher. But old Mr. Zhang's anger hadn't subsided yet. He grumbled, "I can't believe this. She doesn't faint earlier or later, but chooses this exact moment. Did she schedule it in advance or something?" Zhang Manhwa helplessly tried to calm her father. "How could you say that in front of Mom?" Luckily, she didn't hear it. "Mom's health is poor. She can't handle such a big shock. What if she has a stroke from the stress?" Old Mr. Zhang knew very well that the Yin family didn't want Yin Zijin's identity to be made public. He left his daughter with a harsh warning. "Fine, you've really done it this time. You'd better not regret it. Don't come crying to me later." With that, he turned and left without looking back. Zhang Manhwa frowned. She didn't chase after him. Just thinking about that troublemaking daughter gave her a headache. How could she possibly regret it? To save old Mr. Fu's life from the strange poison in his body, Fu Keshao spared no expense in seeking rare medicinal herbs. A few days later, news finally arrived. A young man carefully whispered to him that they had posted bounties for 6 herbs on Nook. 3 of the herbs could be obtained within a month, and the locations of the other 3 had been found. But he suddenly stopped speaking. Fu Yunshin seemed to sense something and turned to look at the approaching girl. Seeing his unhappy expression, she asked if the Yin family was causing trouble again. Yin Zijin nodded and said it was nothing to worry about. Fu Yunshin tilted his head, signaling the young man to continue. The young man hesitated, wondering why such confidential matters weren't being discussed in private. The girl then said, "I don't quite understand. 4 of these herbs contain deadly poison. Can they really be used to save a life?" Fu Yunshin didn't answer her, only saying coldly, "You may leave." The young man knew his temperament well and didn't ask further. He took a careful look at the girl. Before turning to leave, Yin Zijin stared at Fu Yunshin and said, "What that person said is correct. Aren't you afraid I might be deceiving you? Most of the herbs I suggested are highly toxic. Even a small touch could kill a martial arts master instantly." Fu Yunshin paused, then smiled. "Then what would you gain by deceiving me? Besides money, all I have left is this handsome face." He suddenly leaned close to her face and asked expectantly, "Which one do you prefer?" Yin Zijin thought seriously for a moment. "If I had to choose, having both the person and the money would probably be the happiest option." Fu Yunshin raised an eyebrow. My, you've become quite naughty." The girl took a lollipop from her pocket and handed it to him, smiling as she said, "Then let this be a small consolation." She then asked him what Nook was. Fu Yunshin didn't hide anything. He explained, "It's a forum where you can post bounty tasks and trade with other users. There are many skilled people there, but also many bad ones. Brother doesn't recommend you play there. Okay?" Yin Zijin nodded. She didn't ask any further questions. She'd just go up and take a look herself when she got back. Indeed, she was born with such a rebellious nature. Back home, she opened her computer. A notification popped up on Weibo. It was a photo of Yin Luwei practicing piano, posted by her studio. However, her attention was drawn to the Japanese Cantonese opera sheet music on the piano. This score seemed somewhat different from what she had originally written hundreds of years ago. She remembered not making this piece public at the time. Perhaps someone had heard it and recorded it from memory, but this inevitably led to many errors in the score. No wonder no one has been able to perform Ryu completely until now. The alias she casually used back then has now become a subject for Lin Luwei to ride on for popularity. This relationship is truly complicated. Forget it. Let's not worry about that now. Let's see what this so-called now is all about. Across the ocean, a hacker eating instant noodles choked again as he looked at a row of hacked screens. This was the 3rd time the little girl had hacked into his computer. He, the big boss of the Hacker Alliance, had lost face. A line of text appeared on the screen. "Send me that address." The hacker complained verbally, but his body was honest. "Yes, sister. I'll send you the special login program as well." Then, the anonymous hacker's small class began. It was a place of mixed characters, yet possessed a more comprehensive and faster intelligence network than the International Intelligence Bureau. It existed long before the internet appeared, traceable back to the 15th century. Its origin remains a mystery to this day. Yin Zijin suddenly became interested. She clicked on that strange icon. This was the Hermit, the 9th card of the major arcana in tarot. She suddenly seemed to know what that forum was. Indeed, times have changed. Many things are different now. The slander stirred up by the White Lotus girl behind her back, the niece seducing her future husband. The case was finally going to court. The Westwind law firm directly posted the live stream link for the trial. Netizens eager for gossip had already prepared their snacks and small stools, ready to watch the show. In the Suv, Ni Chao, who loved to watch the excitement, was full of enthusiasm. "I specially had someone prepare a basket of rotten eggs. Today, I must pelt those bastards who bullied our camp's boss. Not a single one will be wasted." Then suddenly, as if remembering something, he slapped his thigh. "Wasn't someone trying to assassinate me before? Do you know who it was? It turns out it was my ex-girlfriend. We broke up amicably, and I even gave her 1,000,000 yuan as a parting gift. But then she turned around and tried to kill me. What kind of person does that?" Fu Yunshin didn't speak, but his expression darkened. Ni Chao's ex-girlfriends were all people trying to climb the social ladder. They couldn't possibly have access to that forum, let alone post bounty tasks. Therefore, there was only one possibility. The so-called ex-girlfriend was just being used as a scapegoat. So he followed up by asking which ex-girlfriend it was. Ni Chao scratched his head, thought for a while, and then stammered, "There are too many." Yin Zijin, who had finished eating her bun, wiped her mouth and said, "I understand. Online, they call this a player. Even if you get beaten up, you deserve it." Ni Chao, red-faced and neck bulging, repeatedly denied it. "That's nonsense. I just held hands with them. I didn't do anything excessive." He was just short of saying he was still a virgin baby. Fu Yunshan raised an eyebrow and solemnly said, "Yao Yao, don't worry. Your brother is not a player. I absolutely won't stoop to the level of certain people." Ni Chao mercilessly retorted, "Young Master Shi, can you be any more shameless? Was your title as the city's #1 playboy blown in by the wind?" Fu Yunshan seriously explained to him. "Playboy also means outstanding and unrestrained. I haven't even held a woman's hand." Ni Chao snorted and reluctantly fell silent. He simply couldn't outtalk this young master who knew everything from astronomy to geography. Holding a basket of rotten eggs, he looked back and forth at the two expressionless experts. He finally understood. This seventh young master doesn't like holding women's hands, but he likes raising daughters. At this time, some media had already gathered at the court entrance, waiting. Yin Luwei, who was actually well disguised, had also arrived. Her friend Lu Ji, who had been released from confinement by her father, lowered his voice to reassure her. He had already asked his teacher to have a family from the capital intervene. Although not a top-tier family like the Mu or Ni families, it was more than enough to deal with a law firm. Yin Luwei smiled and patted his hand. "Thanks to you. I saw a luxury brand handbag while shopping last time that would suit you well. I'll buy it for you later." Lu Ji was flattered and exchanged a few polite words with her. Yin Luwei told him to go in and wait for her. Her eyes suddenly caught sight of Yin Zijin not far away, along with a man's back. She turned and walked towards them. First, it was young Master Fu, and now it's a garishly dressed nouveau riche selling eggs. This Yin Zijin has really lowered herself. She walked straight up behind her and said with a smile, "Little Jin, are you waiting for your lawyer?" "Unfortunately, I've asked a family from the capital to intervene. I'm afraid your lawyer won't be able to come." "Why must you push things to this point? If you just apologize to Auntie, she won't hold it against you. After all, we're family." Her tone was like that of a loving elder educating a child who had made a mistake. Yin Zijin noticed her presence only when she saw the shadow on the ground. She turned her head, removed her earphones, and asked, "Were you talking to me just now?" Her attitude was one of complete disregard. Yin Luwei felt like he was punching cotton. Feeling extremely frustrated, dropping his pretense, he sneered, "Let's see how arrogant you'll be during the trial." Since they'd already dropped the facade, he had no need to pretend anymore. He turned and walked towards the courtroom. The hypocritical White Lotus deputy had wanted to threaten the boss into apologizing, but seeing a gaudy nouveau riche nearby gesturing at him with a rotten egg, he angrily turned and went to the courtroom. Actually, Ni Chao was studying which angle would hurt most to hit that White Lotus with. He complained about Seven taking so long to park the car. Suddenly, a deep male voice came from behind. "Missing me already after such a short time?" The three walked to the courtroom together. Ni Chao, chattering like a gossipy old lady, told Fu Yunshan, "The boss's white-faced girl just came by. She said she got her family in the capital to pressure the Zaifeng law firm. It's hilarious. They completely failed to notice a luxury car with golden plates slowly parking at the court's main entrance. As the trial time approached, none of the plaintiff's lawyers had arrived. The livestream viewers became restless, speculating if something had happened. On the defendant's side, Ying Feifei and the administrator, along with the official fan club girls, secretly rejoiced. It was great. If Ying Zijin's lawyers couldn't make it and the trial couldn't proceed, they wouldn't have criminal records. Ying Luwei gave a signal to the defense lawyer. The lawyer nodded and stood up. He addressed the judge. "Your Honor, I believe it's necessary to remind the plaintiff that if their litigation lawyers are more than 30 minutes late, we have the right to request a withdrawal." This statement caused murmurs in the courtroom. "No way. They really can't be held responsible?" "Well, that's what happens when you have backing." Yin Luwei checked the time on his phone. 2 minutes until timeout. The outcome seemed clear. He laughed and stood up, calling to Lurui, "Let's go." But before he could finish, the courtroom doors burst open, and a hurried voice called out, "Sorry we're late." Lin Luwei's smile instantly froze. When Ni Chao saw who arrived, he hurriedly covered his face like he'd seen a ghost. "Damn, Why is he here? The young lawyer, carrying files, walked to his position and calmly explained, there was a car accident on the way. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Before we begin, allow me to introduce Miss Yin Zijin's representative, Mr. Ni. Yin Luwei's mind went blank. He stared at Yuan Daoshi in disbelief, never expecting the Ni family's eldest grandson to appear personally. His previous confidence instantly vanished. The livestream comments exploded after a brief pause. Silver Sister is amazing. She even got someone from the capital's Ni family. Yin Zijin sized up Ni, then looked at the trembling Ni Chao nearby. So you're that big brother who just returned from the law enforcement team? She thought this murderous aura wasn't something ordinary wealthy young masters would have. Ni Chao was startled. How did you know? Big Brother's identity has always been secret. Even other capital families might not know. Yin Zijin lazily yawned. I calculated it. Ni Chao felt dejected. The boss was joking again. Fu Yunshin told the little one, if you're tired, take a nap. With Ni Yi here, the trial won't be a problem. Yin Zijin remained expressionless. The young lawyer explained to the judge that the previous representative had an accident and was in the hospital, so they had to trouble Mr. Ni to step in temporarily. Technically, the legal representative should be Yin Zijin's guardian or relative, but unfortunately, none of the Yin family elders were decent people. The law firm had sent their best team, but encountered many obstacles. First, their flight was delayed. When they finally reached Hucheng, they met with a car accident. The law firm's undefeated reputation almost crumbled. And all this couldn't be mere coincidence. The boss's rights protection case against defamation was getting more interesting. The mysterious eldest grandson of the local first family had parachuted in as Yin Zijin's legal representative. Everyone present and the livestream viewers were shocked. After Ni Yi took his seat in the plaintiff's section, he coldly told the judge, let's begin. In the audience, when Ni Chao heard that voice, he shuddered again, remembering all the times his big brother had beaten him with iron sand palm since childhood. He had his last words ready, clutching Fu Yunshin's clothes with a grieving face. Young Master Qi, for the sake of our friendship, please burn more paper money for me during Qingming Festival. Fu Yunshin coldly removed his hands. Don't touch me. I don't associate with scumbags. Ni Chao heard his heart breaking. Tons of dog food and coldness slapped this single dog's face. The trial proceeded quickly, ending in half an hour. Lin Luwei's hired lawyer was completely outmatched by the Zifeng law firm's young lawyer. The judge announced the verdict. Defendant Tianxian was sentenced to 3 years in prison for inciting cyberbullying, and defendant Ying Feifei was sentenced to 1 year. Upon hearing the verdict, Tian cried desperately in despair. Ying Feifei's face turned pale, and her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Mrs. Ying collapsed, crying out, Feifei, you're going in. How will mom alive? Tian now regretted his actions to the core. If he hadn't charged forward for Ying Luwei, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. He would still be a student at a prestigious university. For a stranger, sacrificing his own future, was it really worth it? The trial results left Yin Luwei completely humiliated. Trembling, he took out his phone and sent a message to a socialite he had met in the capital recently, asking her to find out what exactly had happened with the Wu family. Meanwhile, the head of the Wu family in the capital was entertaining guests. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. He casually said he'd take the call. Seeing it was an unknown number, he didn't think much of it and pressed the speakerphone button. After connecting, there was no sound from the other end. He impatiently said, if you have something to say, call back in 3 hours. I'm busy now. He was calculating that if today's deal for the new energy development project went through, the Wu family would rise to new heights. Just as he was about to hang up, a cold voice came through the speaker. The Wu family embezzled and bribed 300 million. Illegally employed child labor. In 1 hour, all Wu family assets will be seized and monitored by the One Character Team. When the Wu family head heard the words, One Character Team, it was like a thunderbolt, leaving his mind blank. The Wu family was now completely finished. At this moment, Ni Yi, standing by the window, received a phone call. Boss, everything's been cleared up. The flight delay and car accident were all done by the Wu family. Our brothers have been dispatched. Ni Yi, with an indifferent expression, acknowledged and instructed to proceed according to the rules. Meanwhile, Yin Luwei also learned about the events in the capital from the socialite. It turned out the Wu family had committed crimes and was being investigated by the One Character Team. He had almost thought Yin Zijin had some connection with the Ni family. Relieved, he stood up and walked straight to the back. He sneered, Little Jin, you got lucky today. The Ni family in the capital happened to throw you a bone. but who knows if you'll have such luck in the future. If you apologize to me now, I might forgive you, but don't say your aunt didn't warn you. Fu Yunshin is just a spoiled rich kid. His situation in the Fu family isn't much better than yours in the Yin family. As he spoke, he tightened his mask, as the wounds on his face hadn't healed yet. Yin Zijin glanced at him and calmly said, 3 seconds. Yin Luwei was confused, not understanding what he meant, but the 3 seconds were already up. Suddenly, Ni Chao, like a shrewish old woman, started throwing rotten eggs at him with all his might. Ying Luwei let out a shrill scream as a barrage of rotten eggs flew towards him. He was completely stunned. The White Lotus ant who was so arrogant before the trial was now in a pathetic state after losing. It was finally time for the troublemaker Ni Chao to perform. Like a shrew, he carried a basket of rotten eggs and started throwing them at her. Ying Luwei's face, covered in red rashes, was now dripping with egg whites and yolks. It was a ghastly sight. People who hadn't left were drawn by the commotion. Who is that woman? Her face is so ugly. Doesn't she look like Ying Luwei? The crowd's discussions and camera clicks rose and fell. Yin Luwei, devastated, covered his face and shouted, "Don't look at me, go away. All of you." Lu Ji hurriedly came over to protect him, and the two ran away with their heads down. Ni Chao clapped his hands, boasting to the girl, "Ha, I showed you. Boss, didn't I do well?" Yin Zijin raised an eyebrow. "You even knew to use rotten eggs. How frugal of you." Fu Yunshin came over and gave him a slap on the back of the head. "Stop joking around and go clean up." Ni Chao quickly scurried off to clean up the mess he had made. Fu Yunshin gently stroked the girl's hair and said, "Everything's been resolved. Don't worry, they won't have a chance to appeal." Yin Zijin nodded and hesitantly asked, "Why did Ni Yi come?" Fu Yunshin lazily said, "Don't mind him. He just had nothing better to do. By the way, what were you looking at earlier?" Yin Zijin took out her phone and said with some exasperation, "Nothing much. I just suddenly realized that trying to save money for my grandfather was a really bad idea." Fu Yunshin leaned in curiously and saw the content on the phone. It was a post from grandfather Zhang. "Repost this Weibo, and 100 random people will be selected to receive 10.000 yuan in cash. No ulterior motive, just for fun because I have too much money. Such a generous old man is truly once in a century." Netizens quickly pushed this Weibo to the top of the trending topics. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family's old residence, old Master Zhang was happily drinking red wine while arguing with Ying Luwei's fans online. Zhang Manhwa, sitting nearby, asked puzzled, "Dad, what are you laughing about? I don't know why you called me here today." Old Master Zhang cleared his throat and resumed a serious expression. "Isn't it Zijin's birthday in a few days? On the 24th? Last year when you brought her back, you didn't even hold a welcome party. This year's birthday celebration must be properly organized." Zhang Manhua didn't even think about it and directly refused. "I don't have time. Zenting and I have already planned to go to Europe for Wanwan's birthday. We're leaving the day after tomorrow. Wanwan has been pampered by us since she was little. She's never suffered any hardship. We can't let her spend her birthday alone in a foreign country. Moreover, the Ying family has always claimed to the public that Zijin is their adopted daughter. If we hold a grand birthday party for her, wouldn't it raise suspicions from outsiders?" Old Master Zhang angrily slammed the table and stood up. "Wanwan was originally the name I gave to Zijin. You're really something, aren't you? Do you really want a foreign girl to step on your own daughter's head?" Zhang Manhua rubbed her temples and said, "It's just a name change. If it weren't for Xiaoxuan back then, I might have ended up in a mental hospital. Besides, haven't I already brought Zijin back? I haven't mistreated her in terms of food, clothing, shelter, or anything else." Old Master Zhang smashed his wineglass on the table. "How dare you justify yourself? Do you want a best foster mother award or something? If it weren't for you two being so careless back then, how could Zijin have been taken away by bad people when she was just over a year old? No matter what, I won't let an adopted daughter surpass her. Since you don't want to arrange it, I'll do it myself." Seeing that his daughter still couldn't distinguish between right and wrong, and still looked defiant, he waved his hand dismissively. "Get out. Every time I see you, I get a headache." Zhang Manhua didn't say anything more. She stood up and walked towards the door. If only Zijin could be as sensible and excellent as Xiaoxuan, she wouldn't have to treat the two daughters so differently. Never mind, she thought, as long as she had Xiaoxuan, that was enough. After the trial ended, Fu Yunshin went to a room at the end of the corridor. Ni Yi was already waiting for him inside. "I've investigated. The assassination bounty was posted by the Imperial Capital's police family. The target wasn't actually my brother. Fu Yunshin frowned. On one hand, it was to force you to come back. On the other hand, it was to throw the Ni family into chaos. Ni Yi turned his head to look at him. Now that bounty has been invalidated. Do you know who intervened? Fu Yunshin said thoughtfully. Ni Chao's phone was hacked by unknown persons that day. I had someone try to crack it, but they weren't successful. According to him, a mysterious person informed him in advance which direction to dodge the bullets. Although the credibility is low, since such a person exists, we should indeed try to find them. Ni Yi nodded. I'll mention it to IBI. Fu Yunshin's peach blossom eyes lifted, changing the subject. Do you have a little girlfriend? This sudden change of topic caught Ni Yi off guard. He averted his eyes and said, no, of course not. Fu Yunshin quickly waved his hand. Don't misunderstand. I'm not that nosy. I just wanted to ask you what 17 to 18-year-old girls like. Ni Yi fell silent because he hadn't even managed to win over that rumored little girl himself. A job that only requires working 1 day a week and pays millions annually. Who wouldn't envy that? The boss listened to the director's report on the hospital's situation over the past few days. Everything was normal, and he didn't say much. The director paused, then spoke again. Old mister, Sheng wants to see you. When will you be available? Yin Zijin thought for a moment, and then remembered it was the old man he had treated when he first came to the hospital. He nodded and said, at the end of the month. I'm quite busy recently. The director stood up respectfully to see him out, saying he would inform the old gentleman later. Yin Zijin planned to go home and make some medicinal food for his adoptive father in the evening, so he decided to stop by a nearby supermarket to buy some ingredients. As he passed by a club in front, he happened to run into Zhang Moyu getting out of a car. Zhang Moyu frowned and looked at the girl, sneering. You're actually following me. You spoke so decisively last time, but it's just a little trick of playing hard to get. But Yin Zijin didn't even pause his steps, as if he hadn't seen him at all. Zhang Moyu felt inexplicably irritated. He was about to walk back to the club, when he suddenly caught sight of someone walking from the corner of the street. He was stunned. The eldest grandson of the Ni family from the imperial capital had really come to Hucheng. Although he didn't know the reason, it was now a rare opportunity to make a connection. He walked up, lowered his posture, and politely called out, young Master Ni. But Ni Yi didn't even look at him. He brushed past him and walked straight towards the girl in front. Then he softly called out to Yin Zijin. A natural, Miss Yin, surprised the little secretary so much that she couldn't react for a long time. Zhang Moyu also froze on the spot, his face showing an expression of disbelief. Then they heard Ni Yi politely say to Yin Zijin, previously, my younger brother Xiaochao was in danger. Thanks to Miss Yin's help, he was saved. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Yin Zijin knew this person wasn't easy to fool, so she said frankly, I just gave a couple of reminders at the time. It doesn't count as saving someone. Moreover, you came specially to help me today. Although there are very few people proficient in divination nowadays, it's not surprising that someone with Ni Yi's skills could trace it back to me. Ni Yi said amiably, one thing at a time. When you're free, I'll treat you to a meal. Yin Zijin nodded slightly, agreeing. If Mr. Ni has no other business, I'll take my leave now. Ni Yi was silent for a few seconds, then threw out a question that someone had asked him, word for word. Also, may I ask what Miss Yin usually likes? This question directly confused the girl. Zhang Moyuan, who had been standing not far away, heard this and his face became extremely embarrassed. The young secretary was also so shocked he could barely keep his bearings. The Yi family's eldest grandson ignored them and instead enthusiastically conversed with a foreign woman. Wasn't this openly slapping the third master's face? He carefully asked if they were still going to the club to meet clients. Zhang Moyuan, emanating a low pressure, coldly said to cancel today's social engagements. Even the four great families guarding the city weren't qualified to approach the Ni family's eldest grandson. How did Yin Zijin manage to get close to him? Meanwhile, as netizens were joyfully reposting old Master Zhang's lottery Weibo, they unexpectedly came across a new juicy gossip. A marketing account revealed that a certain pianist's late-night hospital visit wasn't what it seemed. She had actually been disfigured. The accompanying image deliberately zoomed in on Yin Luwei's face covered in red spots. Gossip-loving netizens and die-hard fans instantly began various debates. At this time, a scene kid from class 19 at school was also cursing on a sweet voice app. Aren't the Yin family sore losers? They previously flooded the internet with smear campaigns against Yin Dad. Now that Yin Luwei's ugly photos have just been exposed, they immediately got people to delete the posts. He still wanted to see how netizens would criticize that White Lotus. He helplessly sighed that the rich were untouchable, and it was better to just repost Yin Dad's grandfather's lottery. The big shot who originally wanted to live a retired life raising pigs and sleeping, faced with a group of unloved problem children, had no choice but to take on the part-time job of a substitute teacher. While the study god was writing notes, a scene kid minion excitedly ran in carrying several bags. Grinning, he shouted, "Cloud Dad, you've been giving us extra classes every day lately. It's too tiring. I specially bought barbecue and soda to reward you. Take a break first." Yin Zijin put down his pen, looked up smiling and said, "I'm not hungry yet. You guys eat first." The scene kid looked around and said, "If you're hungry later, we can just buy more, right? By the way, where did you sister go?" Yin Zijin lowered his head and started writing lesson plans again. "He helped me sneak out." Two scene kids, thinking of little Dudu's adorable appearance, were full of envy. "It's really unfair." They wanted to walk the pig too. Angrily, they immediately took out their phones to make a call. How could you sister enjoy Dudu alone? As soon as the call connected, they eagerly asked where she was now. Hearing she was near East Lake, they immediately rushed out of the classroom. At this moment, Yin Zijin suddenly sensed something. He vaguely saw an image of Dudu being deliberately thrown into the lake. In pain, he stood up and said, "I'll go with you." East Lake City's Chingchi Middle School had a large scenic area. The school even raised several black swans in it. It was now lunchtime, so there weren't many people around. A girl, arm in arm with Zhang Ziwan, was walking by the lake. Suddenly she pointed ahead and said, "That looks like Yin Zijin's pet pig. Those good-for-nothing kids from class 19 show it off every day. I've seen it before." Zhang Ziwan frowned. Indeed, they saw a teacup pig happily rolling in the grass. The girl sneered disdainfully. "Those from small towns are just so uncouth. They actually keep a pig as a pet. I'm really done with him." Zhang Ziwan said coldly, "Pets aren't allowed in school. Go pick it up and throw it away." The girl was stunned. Hesitating, she asked, "Into the lake? Isn't that too cruel? Can't we just return this pig to class 19 or hand it over to the moral education director?" Zhang Jiwan's expression turned cold. "Do you think the students from class 19 will follow school rules? They won't learn their lesson without some punishment." The girl felt she had a point, but looking at the cute little pig, she still felt somewhat reluctant. Zhang Ziwan, seeing her not moving, lost patience. She simply went forward herself, picked up the teacup pig lying on the grass. Ignoring the little pig's kicking and grunting struggles, she walked straight to the lake's edge and threw it in. She coldly watched the little pig splashing in the water, slowly sinking. She took out a wet wipe to clean her hands, preparing to leave, but before she could turn around, a strong force came from behind, directly kicking her into the lake. With a splash, it happened so fast that the girl with her didn't even react. Two scene kids who had been running behind cursed breathlessly. "Zhang Ziwan, how can you be so vicious? How is this any different from murder?" Zhang Ziwan was frantically calling for help in the lake. The girl with her was so scared she didn't know what to do, as she couldn't swim either. Meanwhile, Yin Zijin was kneeling on the ground, trying to rescue his beloved Dudu. The survival instinct made Zhang Ziwan call out to the girl for help. "Cousin, save me," but Yin Zijin didn't even look at her, until she saw Zhang Ran approaching from a distance. Hope rose again. Zhang Ran naturally heard her cries for help, but when he looked up at the lake, a mocking and cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The big shot's supernatural predictive ability proved correct once again. After witnessing his cousin deliberately throw his pet pig into the water, he unhesitatingly kicked her into the lake as well. Yin Zijin pulled Dudu out of the water and pressed on his chest for a while. Finally, he spat out some water and grunted. Coming around, the big shot immediately hugged him lovingly, gently comforting him. After confirming Dudu was all right, she calmly raised her head and said, "Pull her out." Two punks stepped forward and dragged Zhang Ziwan, who was splashing in the lake water, out without any gentleness. The school had specially treated East Lake. The water near the shore isn't deep. Ying Ying's father just wanted to teach a lesson, but you really tried to kill Dudu. Zhang Jiwan's face was red, completely soaked, coughing miserably. A punk sneered, "And she's called the campus goddess? More like a female assassin to me." The girl who came with her finally dared to step forward to help her up, saying softly, "Let me take you to the hospital for a checkup." Zhang Ziwan turned to look at the indifferent Zhang Ran, feeling even more hurt. She quickly left with the girl supporting her. At this time, Xu Yu rushed over with a guilty face. "Ying dad, I'm sorry. You can hit me to vent. It's my fault for not taking good care of Dudu." Yin Zijing took out a small pill and slowly fed it to Dudu, saying calmly, "It's not your fault. No one expected this to happen." The pill worked quickly. In less than half a minute, little Dudu woke up. Yin Zijing handed her to Xu Yu, saying, "You take Dudu back to the classroom to rest first. I'm going to the psychological counseling room." The girl was still shaken and said to Zhang Ziwan, "You shouldn't have provoked Yin Zijing. Have you forgotten how she threw Ying Feifei into the garbage bin back then?" Zhang Ziwan pressed her lips, trembling with anger. How could she know someone would see it? She also hadn't expected Yin Zijing would dare to lay hands on him, and Zhang Ren's coldness really hurt her heart. When they were leaving the school gate, they happened to meet teacher He Shuan returning from outside. He Shuan looked at the wet girl and asked what happened. Zhang Ziwan forced a smile and said she was fine, just needed to go to the hospital. The girl angrily blurted out, "Teacher He, you don't know. Since Yin Zijing left the elite class, she's gotten worse and worse. She just pushed Ziwan into East Lake." He Shuan was shocked upon hearing this. There had been drowning incidents at East Lake before. He quickly hailed a taxi for Zhang Ziwan, saying, "You go to the hospital first. I'll report this to the principal." Zhang Ziwan coughed a few times and pretended to be understanding, saying she didn't want to trouble teacher He. "After all, we're cousins. If she's throwing a tantrum, I should bear with it." Hearing this, He Shuan disliked Yin Zijing even more and said seriously, "This is attempted murder. Don't worry about it. I'll handle it." Zhang Ziwan got in the taxi and left, but a barely noticeable cold smile appeared on her face. Once you have prejudice against someone, it's hard to eliminate. After He Shuan learned at the school gate that Yin Zijing had kicked Zhang Ziwan into East Lake, he immediately went to the principal's office indignantly, briefly recounted what he heard, and suggested that Yin Zijing should receive disciplinary action. The principal wasn't surprised and said, "I'm already aware of this matter. You've only heard one side of the story, right? It started when Zhang threw Ying's pet pig into the lake. Although Ying's reaction was extreme, it doesn't warrant punishment." He Shuan frowned. He indeed didn't know the full story. But how could a pet pig compare to a human life? The principal diplomatically continued, "Actually, you know that Class 19 is an ungoverned experimental class. You really don't need to pay too much attention to Ying. After all, she didn't join your international class. The meaning is clear. Don't meddle in this." He Shuan's face showed embarrassment as he said, "Yes." He understood and left without saying anything more. Back in his office, he found a little boy hunched over his computer, loudly demanding to watch game live streams. A female teacher picked up the child and repeatedly apologized. "I'm so sorry. The child is too naughty." He Shuan massaged his temples, feeling a headache. As he was about to close the livestream page, his mouse accidentally clicked on a pop-up screen. The page jumped to an academic livestream room. The screen was simple, showing only a paper and a pair of beautiful, slender hands. But what caught He Shuan's attention was a problem on the paper. The streamer was proving a top-level mathematical problem, the Riemann hypothesis. After watching carefully for a moment, he registered an account and asked a question, "Can you prove the Navier-Stokes equation?" Meanwhile, in Class 19, Yin Zijing was quietly streaming while solving problems. She paused when she saw this comment. When there was no response, the viewer directly sent 100 rocket gifts. Seeing someone willing to spend so much, Yin Zijing wrote a simple, "Yes," and began solving the equation unhurriedly. He Shuan's expression changed from serious to shocked. Who was this hidden academic master? They were solving advanced mathematical problems like it was nothing. As he pondered this mystery, his phone suddenly vibrated on the desk. The incoming call showed no number. He Kwon's expression changed. He hurriedly walked outside the office to answer the call. He softly called out, "Mentor." On the other end of the phone was an old man with a foreign accent. "I must remind you that there are only 3 months left until your assessment date. Your district-level academy has the lowest assessment difficulty. If you still can't pass this time, I'll be powerless to help. In fact, outsiders don't know that entering Norton University doesn't mean you can easily get a degree. Each academy has different levels. SSS level is the highest. highest. District level is the lowest. Students from A level and below academies need to take degree assessments. If they fail 3 times, their degree will be revoked. So it's no wonder Shuan is anxious. Having a grandfather who unconditionally favors you is perhaps the only warmth the boss feels in his cold family. The White Lotus Zhang Ziwan deliberately threw away Yin Zijin's pet pearl, but was kicked into the lake instead, causing a huge uproar. Zhang Shuren, feeling sorry for his daughter, suppressed his anger and complained to the old man. That adopted daughter of the Yin family, just for a pet, actually kicked Wanwan into the lake. Wanwan can't swim. What if something had happened? I won't let this matter go just like that. The old Mr. Zhang didn't speak, but turned to instruct the housekeeper to have the kitchen prepare a bowl of warming soup for his granddaughter. He said they'd discuss this matter when Zijin returns. Half an hour later, as soon as Yin Zijin entered the door, she noticed that everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Zhang Jiwan's eyes were red. Obviously she had just cried, but her lips curved slightly, as if in provocation. Yin Zijin kindly asked if her grandfather had something to discuss with her, but before old Mr. Zhang could speak, Mrs. Zhang slammed the table, stood up angrily and said, "You, a foreign girl, what right do you have to call him grandfather? And you deliberately pushed Wanwan into the lake. How can you be so vicious?" However, before she could finish, old Mr. Zhang let out an angry roar. "Shut your mouth." Then he lovingly beckoned his granddaughter to come sit by his side. After Yin Zijin sat down, the old man spoke with a cold face. "Wanwan, apologize to your cousin." Zhang Ziwan looked up at her grandfather in disbelief. Shouldn't Yin Zijin be the one apologizing? Mrs. Zhang's anger was immediately ignited. Wanwan is the victim. How can you make her apologize to this adopted daughter, unexpectedly? The old man roared again. "Shut up. Do you have any right to speak now? I'm asking Zhang Ziwan. Tell me honestly, why did you throw Zijin's pet into the lake?" Zhang Jiwan's expression changed. She began to sob, saying that the school had rules against keeping pets. She hadn't expected her grandfather to know about this. The old man roared angrily. "Does that give you the right to dispose of it as you please? Is it your pet? What are you, a school leader? Didn't I teach you when you were little that if you find something, you should return it to its owner?" Yin Zijin quickly helped her grandfather rub his chest, urging him to calm down. Zhang Ziwan, being questioned like this, felt even more ashamed. She lowered her head and mumbled for a long time, unable to find a suitable excuse. The proud old man clearly didn't want to hear her excuses. "No reason? Now, immediately, apologize at once." Zhang Ziwan, swallowing her humiliation, had to stand up and bow to Yin Zijin. "Cousin, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thrown away your pet pig. Please forgive me." Yin Zijin still didn't acknowledge her. She smiled and handed a box of pastries to her grandfather, saying she had come specially to bring him some snacks. If there was nothing else, she would leave now. The old man stood up to see her off personally, reminding her to be careful on the way and saying he'd visit her at school another day. After all this commotion, Zhang Ziwan not only didn't get any comfort, but was scolded and had to apologize. She cried even more heartbrokenly. Mrs. Zhang, protective of her daughter, called out to Zhang Manhwa, who was also about to leave, asking the old man what was going on and why he was so biased towards that adopted daughter. Zhang Manhwa looked exasperated and said, "How can we fathom Dad's thoughts? I had to catch a flight to visit Shaoxuan abroad, so I won't say more to you." Third sister-in-law. On the way to the airport, she was lost in thought. She remembered how when her child was lost, her mind was in chaos for 3 whole years. If it weren't for her husband adopting Shaoxuan, she might have continued to be insane. When they first found Zijin last year, she was quite happy, but it ultimately couldn't overcome the repeated disappointments. At least she still had Shaoxuan, her sweet comfort. As for that Yin Zijin, let her do whatever she wants. Who would have thought that the all-powerful boss would need to see a psychologist? Yin Zijin walked out of the psychological counseling room with a diagnosis paper in her hand. It briefly stated the diagnosis result: bipolar disorder. This psychological condition is even more serious than depression. No wonder she often couldn't control her emotions after regaining consciousness this time. It's also no surprise that her body is so weak. Just then, her phone dinged. It was a message from Fu Yunshin asking how her examination went. Yin Zijin didn't hide anything and told him it was bipolar disorder, not severe. After seeing this, Fu Kexiao remained silent for a long time. They were truly kindred spirits in misfortune. But Yin Zijin didn't take it seriously, thinking it wasn't a big deal. She was more concerned about making money from live streaming. That evening after school, the lights were still on in Jinji School's counseling room. Yu Shuisheng, the renowned psychologist from the capital, handed a stack of papers to the man across from him. I've studied his case and test reports. Compared to how you were back then, it's not as serious. But surprisingly, he's shown significant self-improvement over the past month. Logically, people with severe depression don't recover like this without treatment. Given his previous condition, it's a miracle he didn't commit suicide. Fu Yunshin's eyes suddenly turned cold. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he quickly added, "But you don't need to worry now. My hypnotherapy didn't work on him, and he almost managed to hypnotize me instead." Fu Yunshin finally showed a slight smile. "And you're ranked second among hypnotherapists? How come you're not as good as my little one?" He nodded, not offended. That girl's control over micro-expressions is indeed better than mine. But he still asked me to help treat his brother, and I've agreed. By the way, do you need hypnosis tonight? Fu Yunshin stood up and said lazily, "No. Being with my little one keeps me in a good mood every day, saves me from your hypnosis and saves my money. It's a win-win." After he left humming a tune, Xinli shook his head speechlessly. This guy really knows how to burn bridges. Then he thought of Yin Zijin, that girl and someone he once knew. The next day, Yin Zijin dragged Wen Tinglin into the counseling room despite his struggles, telling him he just needed to take a nap and she'd buy him his favorite small cakes afterward. Xinli found it amusing watching the siblings. Wen Tinglin muttered that he wasn't a child anymore. While waiting, Fu Yunshin leaned on the railing with his little one, staring at the sky. He said, "If you don't mind, tell me about your brother's situation." Yin Zijin recalled for a moment before slowly speaking. Lan's mother divorced his father shortly after giving birth to him, then left with their elder daughter. Until Lan was 5 years old, she secretly came back once. After that, Lan didn't speak for 5 years. Yin Zijin felt somewhat frustrated. Her divination abilities hadn't fully recovered, and the events were too long ago to determine that woman's identity. But she'd heard from neighbors that the woman probably couldn't stand the poor rural life and ran away with the family's valuables. Seeing her low spirits, Fu Yunshin patted her head and comforted her. "It's not too late for treatment. I used to have autism too, but I got through it just fine. Believe that your brother will be okay." This was the first time Yin Zijin heard him talk about his past. She frowned and asked what happened. This man was always so cheerful that she never would have guessed he had such a condition. Fu Yunshin vaguely said, "It's nothing really. Though you're improving, it's better not to hear negative things. I'll tell you when you're better." Seeing he didn't want to talk about it, Yin Zijin didn't press further. She took out her phone and said, "All right then. I'll set an alarm to remind you later. Old man, don't forget, good deeds bring good karma." This saying couldn't be truer. Yin Zijin never expected that the elderly person she casually saved would turn out to be a hidden boss. Just from the classical-style estate, it was clear the Sheng family was no ordinary family. The elderly Mr. Sheng, named Sheng Qingtang, was a famous master of Chinese painting and calligraphy. His paintings and calligraphy started at several million yuan. Now in his old age, he lived a secluded life. His hobbies were simply growing flowers and vegetables, climbing trees, and fishing. His recent hospital visit was due to falling while picking fruit from a tree. Fortunately, Yin Zijing saved his life with traditional Chinese acupuncture. When Sheng Qingtang saw the girl enter, he quickly stood up to welcome her, saying cheerfully, "I never had the chance to meet Miss Yin. I didn't expect you to be so young and capable." Yin Zijin smiled and said, "You're too kind. Sir, let me check your pulse first." Sheng Qingtang said happily, "Actually, I mainly wanted to thank you in person. Even my long-term blood circulation problems have improved greatly." After checking his pulse, Yin Zijin handed him a small box. "You can try this." Sheng Qingtang took it puzzledly and opened it to find a small pill inside. He suddenly slapped his thigh excitedly and said, "I know. This must be the elixir of immortality from TV dramas." Yin Zijing held back her laughter and shook her head. "It's not that dramatic. It just has some life-prolonging effects." She thought this old man had been watching too many TV dramas. His personality was surprisingly lively. No wonder he could still climb trees at almost 70 and end up in the hospital. Sheng Qingtang let out a long sigh with a pained expression. Indeed, immortality can only be a dream. Just as he was about to put the pill in his mouth, suddenly someone shouted and rushed from behind, knocking the pill away with a slap. Then a bald middle-aged man angrily yelled at the girl, "What are you trying to make my father eat? Should I call the police on you?" Yin Zijing looked innocent, wondering what drama this was now. The bald man then looked at his father and frowned, saying, "Dad, can you stop bringing just anyone home?" But Sheng Qingtang didn't respond. He stared at the pills that had fallen on the ground. He was was completely stunned. A few seconds later, he finally reacted, slapping his son's bald head several times. "You idiot, don't you know? This is Miss Yin. She specially brought me the elixir of immortality. Is it because I go to bed early, wake up early, don't stay up late, eat fruits and vegetables, and have better living habits than you? Are you afraid your old man will live longer than you? Are you trying to send me off first?" The bald man yelped in pain from the slaps. "What elixir of immortality? I've told you to watch less brainless TV dramas." But before he could finish, Shang Qingtang slapped him again, saying, "Shut up. This is Yin the divine doctor. If it weren't for her, your old man would have met the king of hell long ago." The bald man blurted out, "You're saying this young girl is Yin the divine doctor? You're not fooling me, right?" Shang Qingtang replied irritably, "Isn't that obvious? Hurry up and pick up the medicine for me." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the bald man fell to his knees with a thud. He started crying and pleading, "Divine Dr. Yin, you are my second parents. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. My dad gets scammed by health product sellers every day, and he keeps falling for it. I misunderstood you earlier. I'm really sorry." Yin Zijin couldn't bear this enthusiasm. She reached out to help him up, thinking that the personalities of this father and son were too erratic. Shang Qingtang lovingly wiped the pills and angrily said, "Don't mind him. Let him kneel." With the old man's words, the bald man naturally didn't dare to get up. His face was full of shame as he said, "It's my negligence that I haven't been able to meet divine Dr. Yin. Why don't you stay for a meal today?" Yin Zijin shouldered her bag and was about to walk out, saying, "No need. I have to get back to school." Seeing that she insisted on leaving, the bald man quickly got up from the ground. He politely saw her off. Suddenly, Shang Qingtang's sharp eyes noticed a scroll in her bag. He blurted out, "Miss Yin, wait a moment." The boss never dreamed that just going to do a follow-up diagnosis for someone would lead to such an unexpected windfall. Just as Yin Zijin was about to leave the Shang family, she was suddenly called back by old Mr. Shang. She stopped and turned back with a puzzled look. She saw Shang Qingtang rubbing his hands excitedly, saying, "I just smelled ink. May I ask, Miss Yin, do you have some superior calligraphy in your bag? Could I take a look?" Yin Zijin took out the scroll and said, "This is just something I wrote for fun." Shang Qingtang carefully took the scroll, unrolled it, and then fell into a long silence. The bald man was also confused about what was wrong with his father. He leaned in to take a look. He was immediately stunned. Shang Qingtang looked up and solemnly asked the girl, "Can I buy this piece of calligraphy you wrote for 1 million yuan?" Seeing her silence, the old man thought the price wasn't enough and said, 2 million is also fine. This time the bald man was unhappy. "Dad, why are you getting stingier as you get older? I think Miss Yin's writing is much better than yours when you were young. Back then, you sold a piece of your scribbles for 8 million. Look at this one, flowing like water, penetrating like wood. Even with over 30 years of practice, one might not be able to write like this." Then he looked at the girl with a generous air. "Don't mind my dad. I'll offer 10 million. I'll buy this piece." Yin Zijin hesitated for a few seconds and said, "I'm sorry, but I need this for the school art festival. If you really want it, I can write another piece." Shang Qingtang looked pained and said, "What, you're taking it to the art festival? That's such a waste." "Well, I'll have to trouble Miss Yin to write another piece when you have time." The bald man took out his phone and asked reluctantly, "Can I take a picture with this piece?" Yin Zijin couldn't refuse again, so she let him do it. When she left with the 10 million yuan check, her head was still in a daze. She felt like something wasn't quite right. Wasn't she supposed to be here to treat someone? She looked at the 10 million yuan check in her hand again and couldn't help but sigh. If she had known that writing calligraphy could make so much money, she wouldn't have bothered practicing medicine. Just as she was about to hail a taxi to return to school, she suddenly received a call from her grandfather. "Your birthday is in 3 days. Grandpa is planning to throw you a lively birthday party. Do you have time to pick out an outfit in the next couple of days?" Hearing this, Yin Zijin suddenly remembered that her birthday was indeed coming up. When she was in the countryside, her adoptive father would celebrate her and Xiao Lan's birthdays every year. But in the year since she returned to the Yin family, no one had mentioned it. She had almost forgotten about it herself. After thinking for a moment, she said, "There's no need for all that trouble. Why don't you come over and we'll just have a simple meal together?" Old Mr. Zhang was silent for a while before saying, "All right then, as long as the family is together, that's enough." After hanging up the phone, Yin Zijin pondered for a moment. Should she invite friends for her birthday? 3 days later, when the whole family was happily celebrating Yin Zijin's birthday, on the roof of a tall building opposite the Wen family apartment, a man in black was lying prone on the ground. He was looking in this direction. The dark muzzle of a gun was aimed at the tall silhouette of a man in the apartment. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly came through the wireless earpiece. "Are you ready to make your move?" The sniper frowned as he looked through the scope. "Not yet. There's still an old man next to him. To avoid alerting them, I'll act when he's alone. I've finally tracked down this person on the bounty list. Once I take him out, that $1 billion will be mine." Who could have imagined that while the family was excitedly celebrating the boss's birthday, not far away on a rooftop, there was a sniper aiming at one of the people in the apartment. Foster father Wen Fengmian had prepared a table of home-cooked dishes. In the middle, there was also a big cake. Yin Zijin and Fu Yunchen arranged for the two elderly gentlemen to be seated. Wen Fengmian took off his apron, walked out of the kitchen, and said somewhat awkwardly that the place was small. He apologized for the cramped space. "Old Mr. Zhang quickly stood up and said, "What are you saying? It's my honor to be here. I should be the one troubling you." Next to him, Old Mr. Fu also chuckled and agreed. That's right. Zhang and I used to squeeze into one room before. This is nothing." Then he grinned mischievously at his granddaughter-in-law and said, "Don't let your grandfather's age fool you. He's still a loudmouth. He used to be a scaredy cat afraid of the dark." Old Mr. Zhang was so angry that he puffed up his mustache and glared. "Stop talking nonsense in front of my granddaughter. Count how many snacks you stole from me when we were kids." Old Mr. Fu looked smug. "It's because you were too stupid. You could never catch me." Old Mr. Zhang spat out in fury. Fu Yunchen and Yin Zijin exchanged an awkward glance. These two brothers who grew up together were still quite a pair of jokers. The meal was enjoyed in a harmonious atmosphere. Although the birthday celebration wasn't grand, it was very warm. Old Mr. Fu wasn't in good health, so he had to go back to rest after eating. Fu Yunchen stood up and told Yao Yao to wait for him, saying he'd take his grandfather home and come back immediately. Yin Zijin asked confusedly, "We've already had the cake. Why are you coming back?" Fu Yunchen helplessly tapped his little head. "You're such a heartless kid. A birthday can't be celebrated so simply. I prepared a surprise for you at 9 o'clock. Yin Zijin didn't know what he was planning, so he just nodded and said, "Okay." At this time, Old Mr. Zhang was thanking Wen Fengmian with a choked voice. "Thank you so much for taking care of Zijin all these years. If you hadn't taken him in, I don't know if I would still be able to see him now. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can always come to me. Just consider us family. Those people are rotten cabbages in the ground. Don't pay them any attention." Wen Fengmian politely said, "I treat Zijin like my own daughter. Taking care of her is what I should do. Please sit and rest for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to clean up." Old Mr. Zhang looked at his back and suddenly remembered something. He seemed to have seen this person somewhere before. He felt somewhat familiar but couldn't quite recall at the moment. At this time, Wen Tinglin brought him a cup of tea, interrupting his thoughts. Old Mr. Zhang liked this young man very much and let him call him grandfather along with Yin Zijin. Grandfather held his hand and said, "Old Fu is too bad at chess. Come play a couple of games with me. Don't go easy on me. Grandfather isn't afraid, you know." Wen Tinglin looked up and slowly uttered two words. "No way." Old Mr. Zhang insisted and handed him the white pieces. No, you will. If you win even one game, Grandfather will give you a big red envelope." Hearing this, Wen Tinglin decisively took the chess pieces and said crisply, "Deal." Old Mr. Zhang, still not sober from the alcohol, was a bit confused. Had he just been tricked? At this time, the sniper on the opposite rooftop was still impatiently watching. After waiting for an hour, the man's figure finally appeared in the scope again. This time he was standing alone on the balcony. It was the perfect opportunity. Just as he raised the gun and aimed at the man's head, about to pull the trigger, secretly rejoicing that the $1 billion bounty was about to be his shoulder was suddenly tapped lightly from behind. The sniper was startled, his spine instantly tensing up. After several seconds, he finally turned his head. Under the bright moon, he saw a long-haired girl wearing bunny slippers, holding a desert eagle that was originally in his backpack. She smiled and greeted him. "Hello there." Under the starry sky and bright moon, a young girl holding a desert eagle pointed at one of the world's top 10 snipers. This scene looked somewhat bizarre. The man in black looked at the all-too-familiar desert eagle in her hand, and instinctively reached for his backpack nearby, but it was already empty. Looking at the girl again, he realized that was indeed his backpack. The sniper finally realized that the girl in front of him was no ordinary person. Yin Zijin didn't waste words with him. She pulled the trigger. With a bang, the man in black fell to the ground. From that moment, the world had one less top sniper. The The girl wiped the desert eagle with an indifferent expression. Her ears twitched. Hearing faint footsteps, someone was coming to the rooftop. She quickly and skillfully put away the handgun. She also packed the sniper rifle into the backpack, picked it up, and leaned against the steps. She slid down and jumped straight off the 18th floor. By the time a man and a woman arrived, there was no one on the rooftop. Only the sniper's body lay in a pool of blood. The mysterious bartender, who had appeared in the episode about finding antiques in the building, was stunned. He's dead just like that. Who did this? Fu Yunshin crouched down and carefully examined the wound on the body. This man ranked 7th on the sniper's list. He was killed with one shot from a Desert Eagle. The bartender looked incredulous. That gun has a very strong recoil. A 7. A big man weighing 80 kilograms. When shot, the entire arm bone would likely be shattered. But there's no sign of recoil here. And your information was encrypted on multiple levels. Even the IBI couldn't find it. We deliberately leaked information this time to lure out the snake. As a result, the target was achieved before we even made a move. Could it be your little sweetheart coming to your rescue? He immediately denied it after asking, No. If you had a sweetheart, how could I not know about it? You've never paid attention to the men around you. Thinking of his gaze, suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. Could it be someone who has a secret crush on you? Fu Yunshin raised his almond-shaped eyes and pushed him away without mercy. There are plenty of people who have a crush on me. Which one are you talking about? The bartender rolled his eyes. Come on, you narcissist. Although this guy indeed had the capital to be narcissistic, however, he still couldn't understand you. If not 100 enemies, at least 80. Who would help you out of kindness? Not killing you would be good enough. Fu Yunshin's expression became serious. I don't know who helped, but it can be confirmed that this is a warning to other hunters not to act rashly. Otherwise, this would be the consequence. But the problem is, besides us, who would know there was a sharpshooter hidden here? What's even more inconceivable is, who has the ability to kill him? Those who can make it onto the sharpshooter ranking are all extraordinary. It's truly difficult to approach them unnoticed, unless they were resting, or unless one had powerful internal energy to conceal their presence. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. He asked the bartender to clean up the place, saying he was going to deliver a birthday gift to the little one. At this time, a certain beautiful girl who left no trace of her deed was leisurely eating snacks and watching dramas. But the hidden section of that forum exploded. Less than 3 minutes after the death of the 7th-ranked sharpshooter, someone got the news. Yin Zijin calmly watched the frantically emerging comments, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Not long after, an administrator who rarely appeared once a year pinned a notice on the homepage, sharpshooter ranking 7th, confirmed dead, last location in Hucheng, China, cause unknown. The entire forum went silent. 10 seconds later, it exploded even more intensely. The girl's face remained expressionless. Seeing Fu Yunshin return, she casually tossed her phone aside as if nothing had happened. This girl, who a moment ago had unflinchingly headshot the world's 7th-ranked sharpshooter, now transformed into a good girl, eating snacks and watching dramas. And this man was the same. One moment he was investigating the cause of the sharpshooter's death. The next he was casually celebrating the girl's birthday. Damn it, is this an acting competition for the Oscar? After Fu Yunshin returned, he sat down next to Yin Zijin and said, I've put your gift in your room. Remember to open it later. The girl nodded, still focused on watching TV. Fu Yunshin glanced at the mindless drama playing and raised an eyebrow, saying, No way, little one. Is this TV show more interesting than me? Hearing this, Yin Zijin finally turned her head slightly. It really is more interesting than you. The new drama's plot is both twisted and melodramatic. Who wouldn't like watching it? Fu Yunshin clutched his chest, feigning a heartbroken expression. He gently poked her forehead. You little ingrate. Tomorrow at noon, I'll treat you and your classmates to a meal. Yin Zijin asked, puzzled. Why suddenly treat the whole class to a meal? Fu Yunshin leaned back on the sofa and said nonchalantly, A famous chef from Europe has arrived. I heard his cooking is delicious, so I wanted you all to try it. Yin Zijin was silent for a few seconds. There's actually such a good thing? Then she realized. If you want to treat me to a meal, you can just say so directly. Fu Yunshin was momentarily stunned. Had the little one finally opened up after 1,000 years? But then he heard her continue. We've known each other for so long. I won't laugh at you. The man almost choked, unable to catch his breath. He had indeed thought too much. Meanwhile, at a famous Michelin 3-star hotel in Europe, the big shot who had specially come to celebrate Junyang's birthday, her biological mother Zhang Wanhua, arrived at the front desk and said she had reserved tonight's 3-person chef's menu. The receptionist apologetically said, "The chef team flew to France early this morning to celebrate a young lady's birthday. We also can't provide the cake you ordered. We're truly very sorry." Zhang Wanhua was both angry and confused. This restaurant's chef was famously temperamental. She had gone to great lengths, booking 2 months in advance to finally secure the chef, and he just left like that. The next day at noon, all the students of class 19 were invited to a courtyard house. In the middle of the courtyard were 2 long tables, filled with various exquisite and delicious dishes. There were even waiters in tailcoats standing by, giving the atmosphere of a royal palace banquet. The classmates all exclaimed that Yin's birthday celebration was too extravagant. Even Zhang Ran, who had seen many grand occasions, was stunned. First, this courtyard house was in a prime location, quiet in the midst of bustling activity, worth at least 1 billion. Then there were these 2 tables of delicacies, clearly prepared by top European chefs. Yin usually seemed neglected at home. Who knew she had such big connections? Many classmates were eating food prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef for the first time. They excitedly took out their phones and started taking photos frantically. Yin Zijin rested her chin on her hand, watching a group of silly kids eating frantically while barely touching her chopsticks. Fu Yunshan noticed and asked curiously, "Today is your celebration feast, but why don't you seem happy?" Before the girl could answer, Zhang ran across the table, got into a fight with the punk kid. The punk saw his boss not eating and tried to steal food from his plate, but Zhang Ran punched him away. "Get lost. Who said I'm not eating? What's mine is mine, and yours should be mine too." Looking at the punk who was about to cry, Yin Zijin said amusingly, "Who said I'm not interested in eating? I'm just curious. What kind of person would spend so much money to celebrate my birthday?" Fu Yunshan pretended to think deeply for a few seconds. Big brother is not only handsome, but also rich enough to take care of kids. Yin Zijin was speechless. "Can you have some shame?" Anger instantly ignited in Zhang Ran's heart. Why was this old man sitting so close to Yin Dad? Unable to endure it anymore, he quickly rushed over and stood between them. Oh no! Young Master Fu's love rival has appeared, the school bully who was in countless girls' hearts. Zhang Ran, seeing the old man so close to Yin Dad, felt an inexplicable anger rising in his heart. Standing between them, he tried to make conversation. "The school arts festival is coming up. Want me to sign you up?" Yin Zijin casually asked. "What's worth participating in that?" Zhang Ran cut straight to the point. "First prize is 50 yuan. Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up immediately. "Sign me up right now." Immediately, Zhang Ran quickly submitted the registration application. This is great. With Yin Dad participating, she'll definitely win a prize. But then his face fell. The elite class never participates in arts festival competitions. After that bitch Zhang Ziwan saw me register you, she went and signed up too. Yin Zijin was stunned. Is that his White Lotus cousin? The punk beside them mumbled while wolfing down food. "I heard Zhang Ziwan studied under famous masters. Isn't it unfair for her to compete? Can Yin Dad still win a prize?" Another one smacked him with chopsticks. "Can't all this good food shut your foul mouth? Yin Dad is #1 in the world. No one can beat her." Yin Zijin suddenly became interested. Her cousin seemed to hold great hostility towards her. Well then, they would meet at the competition. Fu Yunshan noticed the change in her expression, his eyes full of affection. What an adorable kid indeed. A few days later, all classes submitted their competition entries. Zhang Ziwan rarely visited the student council office. The arts department head looked up and greeted her. Zhang Ziwan casually said she was just passing by and wanted to look at the calligraphy works. The arts department head pointed to a pile of scrolls on the nearby table, saying they were all organized. Zhang Ziwan went over and flipped through them, shaking her head repeatedly. What is all this? Just a bunch of vulgar attempts at sophistication. I shouldn't have let my temper get the better of me with Yin Zijin and lowered myself to participate in this arts festival. What would a country bumpkin know about calligraphy? She found it increasingly boring until she opened another scroll and suddenly froze. The characters were magnificent and dynamic. Whose work is this? Her eyes moved down to the signature, which clearly read, Yin Zijin. This is impossible. It takes decades of calligraphy training to write like this. If an untrained little girl could write this, pigs would fly. She casually asked the arts department head if there had ever been cases of students cheating. The head thought seriously and said there had been such cases. I heard from seniors that a few years ago, A student submitted a famous calligrapher's work for the competition to win honors, but given his age, he obviously couldn't have written it. What's funnier is, the calligrapher was there that day. He was exposed on the spot. Because the impact was so negative, that student was expelled. Since then, no one has dared to cheat. Anyone who tries would definitely be finished. Besides, first prize is only 50 yuan. Who would risk expulsion for that? Zhang Ziwan sneered. That country bumpkin cousin of mine might dare. She's just a poor girl who only sees money. Looking around to make sure no one was watching, she quietly hid the scroll in her sleeve. She said goodbye to the arts department head, saying she had to leave. Zhang ran, just back from the playground, saw a girl hurrying towards the teaching building with her head down. Isn't that Zhang Ziwan? Why is she sneaking around like that? Shuyu glanced over. Could she be feeling guilty about something? Yin Zijin, eating a lollipop, didn't even turn her head. Maybe, Shuyu teased. Why do you sometimes seem like a mystic? Yin Zijin raised an eyebrow and asked what a mystic was. This stumped Shuyu. Scratching his head, he said, it's like you can predict things. Makes you seem mysterious. Yin Zijin nodded. I can give you a free fortune telling. Shuyu asked in shock. You really know how to tell fortunes? If you're interested in divination, you should visit the capital sometime. I heard there's a family of fortune tellers there who set up stalls every day. They must have scammed a lot of money. Zhongran wasn't happy hearing this. What do you know? They can really tell fortunes. Speaking of this, Shuyu got angry. They can't tell shit. I got scammed once. They took a whole month's worth of my allowance. Yin Zijin ignored the two rivals. Hearing about the potential earnings, her little mind started calculating quickly. She decided to win over Zhang Ran, this rich but foolish client from the big courtyard. So she put on a business smile and said, if you want fortune telling in the future, don't bother going all the way to the capital. Instead of spending that money, you might as well come to me. I guarantee my predictions are more accurate than those charlatans. Plus I'll give you a 99% discount. For example, I can predict right now that someone will definitely cause me trouble at tomorrow's arts festival. First there's the White Lotus young lady, then there's the green tea cousin, with 800 schemes in mind, causing all sorts of drama just to drive the boss out of the house. 2 days before the arts festival, old Master Zhang, the only one who cared about his granddaughter, called Yin Zijin to ask how her preparations were going and if she needed grandfather's help. Yin Zijin told her grandfather not to worry, she could handle it herself. Old Master Zhang smiled and insisted, all right, grandfather will come to school to watch. Don't feel too much pressure. Whatever you write, grandfather will think it's the best. Sitting nearby, Zhang Ziyuan listened and thought about how he had also registered for the arts festival. Why did grandfather only care about that adopted daughter? Meanwhile, he had made his own plans. He stood up and told grandfather he needed to go out. Old Master Zhang just waved his hand. Without saying anything, Zhang Ziyuan took a deep breath and left the Zhang residence. He took a taxi to a villa in the suburbs. How dare Yin Zijin try to steal his spotlight? This time she's done for. Senior Lin Shi poured tea while asking why he came to visit. Zhang Ziyuan directly took out the scroll he had secretly taken from the student council and asked him to evaluate the calligraphy. Lin Shi opened it flat on the table and showed a shocked expression. He asked if this was written by him. Zhang Ziyuan didn't answer but instead asked him to evaluate the piece. Lin Shi pondered for a moment and said that while it seemed casual, the writer had very strong fundamentals. The layout was absolutely brilliant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyuan understood. Then a high school student definitely couldn't have written this. Lin Shi found it somewhat amusing. Not just high school students, even teachers might not be able to achieve this. Actually, Zhang Ziyuan thought the same. He smiled and said, I'm inexperienced. Senior, can you tell which school this calligraphy belongs to? Lin Shi frowned and looked carefully again. This is semi-cursive script, but the style isn't very distinctive. It might be Master Wei Hu's work. As he spoke, he took another scroll from the shelf. Take a look at this. This is actually one of Master Wei Hu's pieces. I had to beg my teacher to get it. Zhang Ziyuan opened it to look and tried to suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yes, they do look similar. Actually, upon closer inspection, it wasn't that Yin Zijin had cheated. This piece was clearly better than Wei Hu's. But Wei Hu was a member of the Calligraphy Association. As long as he personally acknowledged it, it would be enough to destroy that presumptuous Yang Mi. He quickly calculated in his mind and eagerly asked his senior if they could go see Master Wei Hu now. Although Lin Shi didn't understand what he wanted to do, he thought for a few seconds. He still agreed and then drove him to Wei Hu's home. Wei Hu maintained his dignity and asked young Master Lin what wind had blown him here. and who this young lady was. Lin Shi introduced Zhang Ziyuan as his junior. He stepped forward to hand over the scroll and said they came specifically to ask if this piece was his work. Wei Hu initially didn't pay much attention, saying he hadn't written for many years. But when he saw the characters on the scroll, his eyes suddenly lit up. "This is my practice piece." Then he kindly asked how it ended up with them. Lin Shi smiled and said Ziyuan brought it. "After not seeing you for years, your skills have deepened." Wei Hu somewhat uncomfortably waved his hand. "I have some matters to attend to. I won't see you out." Lin Shi was about to leave and called to his junior to return. But Zhang Ziyuan didn't move. "I still have something to say to Master Wei Hu. Please wait for me in the car for a moment." Lin Shi didn't ask further and just nodded before leaving. With only the two of them left in the room, Zhang Ziyuan directly said, "I know this piece wasn't written by you." Wei Hu was stunned, somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Ziyuan smiled meaningfully and said, "But I can make this piece become yours. You must have your own seal, right?" Wei Hu stood up abruptly and asked what he wanted to do. Zhang Ziyuan picked up the scroll, revealing a sinister expression. "I just want to get revenge on someone I hate. And you, Master, can gain both fame and profit. Why not do it?" The boss, who stayed out of conflicts and focused solely on making money, calculated with her fingers. She knew her seemingly well-behaved cousin was going to cause trouble and falsely accuse her. The Shinji Middle School's arts festival was finally about to open, and to maintain fairness, it would be broadcast online. Zhang Ran and Xu Yu led an impressive support team for Yin Zijin, shouting that if Ying Dad won the prize money, she must treat them to a big meal. Looking at these noisy little bears, Yin Zijin was also in high spirits and promised she would. Then she added that there might be some trouble during the evaluation process. They would have to wait until after dealing with a small incident before getting the prize money, so everyone might have to stay hungry until the afternoon. Zhang Ran and Xu Yu were like curious babies. "What small surprise?" Yin Zijing smiled and pointed at the exhibition hall. "Just wait and see. The surprise was coming soon." At this moment, Zhang Ziwan and the art department head were setting up the venue. Suddenly, Zhang Ziwan looked at her phone and let out a surprised gasp. The art department head beside her was startled. He hurriedly asked what happened. Zhang Ziwan quickly handed him her phone. The art department head looked at it and frowned in confusion. A cold voice was heard in the live stream. "I want to ask student Yin Zijin. This calligraphy piece, I personally delivered it to Master Wei Hu. How did you get it? And you even dared to submit it for the competition." The speaker was the talented young man Ling Shi, who was invited by the school to be a judge. After he spoke, students began discussing among themselves what was going on. Yin Zijin had been selected for first prize internally. Was the work actually cheated? Meanwhile, at the Yin family mansion, Zhang Manhwa had just returned from Europe after celebrating her real adopted daughter's birthday. The butler respectfully brought her a glass of milk, saying the old master had called earlier asking if she wanted to go to the school to watch the arts festival, to cheer for the second young miss. Zhang Manhwa laughed mockingly, as if our cheering would make her amount to anything. Doesn't she know her own capabilities? Why bother going to the arts festival? If he went and others found out his daughter knows nothing about arts, what would other noble ladies think of him? She massaged her temples in irritation and told the butler to turn on the TV to watch the livestream instead. As soon as they switched to the channel, they saw Ling Shi accusing Yin Zijin's competition entry. Zhang Manhwa's face instantly turned ashen. She smashed the cup to the ground. She cursed loudly. "This disgraceful, worthless girl. It's even being broadcast live. What sin did I commit to have such a daughter? Turn it off quickly. I don't want to see any more news about her." At this moment in the exhibition hall, Ling Shi was pointing at a faint pattern in the lower right corner of the scroll before the livestream cameras, saying, "This is Master Wei Hu's exclusive seal. Laypeople usually can't spot it, but if you look carefully, you can see these patterns form a position." The art department head hurried over, gesturing for the cameraman to stop filming and pause the livestream. He needed to talk with Mr. Ling. Ling Zai's expression was cold. "Are you not going to give an explanation for such a laughing matter?" The department head didn't make excuses, saying, "We were unaware of this situation. We didn't expect a student would be so bold. How about this? We'll formally announce disciplinary action at the opening ceremony. We'll expel her. Ling Zai's expression finally softened. Your school's decision is very fair. Such cheating behavior must be severely punished. He had no interest in staying longer. Just as he walked out of the exhibition hall, he ran into his junior sister Zhang Ziwan, who greeted him with a smile. Ling Shi pulled her aside. I was looking for you. Do you know a student named Yin Zijin? Zhang Ziwan feigned surprise and said, Zijin is my cousin. Did something happen to her? The big shot's entertainment was indeed unusual. Even though she had already sensed she would be falsely accused by her White Lotus cousin, she still wanted to quietly watch her perform, then slap her face in public. When Zhang Jiwan's talented senior brother Ling Shi learned that Yin Zijin was her cousin, he suddenly understood. So that's why, when you borrowed the scroll before, she must have seen it, yet she still dared to steal it for the arts festival. Zhang Ziwan hesitated and said, that can't be right. Although my cousin is from the countryside, she shouldn't be that stupid. Ling Shi sneered. I've seen many people like this. They don't truly love calligraphy. They're just blinded by greed. It's all about money. Zhang Ziwan paused. Senior brother, did you discover her cheating? Ling Shi patted her shoulder. Don't plead for her in this matter. She'll be publicly criticized and expelled soon. Zhang Ziwan controlled her smile, pretending to be sad as she lowered her head and said, I understand. After all the preparations were complete, the students were just waiting for the school leaders and invited guests to enter. Yin Zijin, who had been resting with her eyes closed in her chair, suddenly sat up straight and yawned. Shu Yu beside her asked, not sleeping anymore? The opening ceremony hasn't started yet. Yin Zijin said lazily, something interesting is about to happen. Shu Yu scratched his head in confusion. There goes her mystical act again. At 9 o'clock sharp, the livestream officially began, with viewer numbers steadily increasing. Many commented on how many art celebrities were present, and how handsome and talented Ling Shi was. Just then, Ling Shi suddenly stood up, took the microphone, and walked onto the stage, saying he had something to say before the arts festival began. The principal sitting in the front row asked confusedly what was going on. The art department head behind quickly explained. There was an emergency situation. At this point, Ling Shi had already started speaking. I came here today to appreciate and guide the works of younger generations, but I didn't expect to discover such an outrageous matter. A student shamelessly stole Master Wei Hu's work to participate in the competition. If Master Wei Hu hadn't personally told me this piece was his practice work, I would have almost been fooled by this student as well. As soon as these words were spoken, not only the students below but also the online viewers watching the livestream became restless. They excitedly asked Yin Dad in amazement, you dare to compete with Wei Hu's calligraphy? Who's so incredible? Yin Zijing smiled and pointed at himself. Shu Yu choked immediately. Dad, don't joke around. You've nearly given me heart attacks lately. Yin Zijin looked at him seriously. I can help remove it and replace it with a mechanical one. Shu Yu was so scared he almost couldn't breathe. At this time, the head of the arts department had taken the microphone and said that regarding this serious cheating incident, the school would show zero tolerance. The committee had decided to disqualify student Yin Zijing and expel him. The students below immediately started discussing. How could it be Yin Zijing? Why would he need to cheat? Maybe it's because Ji Wan participated, and he wanted to compete with him. But does he even have that ability? This is truly self-inflicted misery. School bully Zhang Ran couldn't stand it anymore. He suddenly stood up and angrily kicked forward. Stop the nonsense. All of you shut up. The students were immediately scared into silence. Zhang Ran looked up at Ling Shi with bloodshot eyes. What kind of punishment is this? Do you have any evidence? Just expelling like that? What kind of teacher are you? Lin Shi didn't know him or his identity, and replied righteously, of course we have evidence. Then he unrolled the scroll and said with a cold smile, look carefully. Here is Wei Hu Master's seal. Ask him, is this his writing? Yin Zijin glanced casually and said, indeed, I didn't write this. Zhang Ran almost choked on these words. Shu Yu pulled him back to his seat. Dad, stop interfering. Zhang Ziwan was surprised. He hadn't expected Yin Zijing to admit it so readily. Did he think admitting his mistake would reduce the punishment? How naive. But then they heard that country cousin raise her voice again, saying, after all, I couldn't write such terrible characters. The truly great are entitled to their arrogance. Yin Zijin's statement, I couldn't write such terrible characters, instantly silenced all teachers and students in the hall. Immediately, the live stream chat exploded with comments, mocking his ignorance and demanding he show them his skills. Lin Shi, One of the judges on stage hadn't expected the girl to not only refuse to admit her mistake but to be so arrogant. He coldly ordered someone to bring a table, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Soon, the staff set up the 4 treasures of study. Lin Shi looked at the girl disdainfully and said, "Now I'll give you a chance. Do you dare to come up and write?" Yin Zijing calmly stood up. She walked straight to the front. Zhang ran, calming his agitated nerves. Asked Xu Yu. His iron palm strikes hurt so much. How can he write anything? Shouldn't calligraphers protect their hands? Though Xu Yu had never seen his dad practice calligraphy, he still believed his dad could do anything. The White Lotus sister Zhang Ziwan also frowned in confusion. She couldn't understand why, in such an obvious case of cheating, that country girl would still dare to embarrass herself. Yin Zijing looked at the scroll and asked, "How much is this worth?" Lin Shi, controlling his anger, said, "At least 5 million. Why are you asking? Just write what you need to." Yin Zijing nodded meaningfully. "All right then, remember what you said." Then she walked to the writing desk. She lowered her head, chose a wolf hair brush, dipped it in ink, and prepared to begin. The principal beside looked dissatisfied at the arts department head. When was Yin Zijing's expulsion discussed? How come the principal, didn't know about it? If there's more to this story. The arts department head laughed nervously. Such a small matter didn't need to trouble you, principal. Besides, she cheated using Wei Hu master's work, and she's just a country girl. What would she know about calligraphy? If you don't believe me, just wait and see what she can write. But suddenly, his voice stopped abruptly. At the same time, the live stream chat exploded. Holy crap, using 2 brushes at once, left and right together. Is she crazy? Probably just showing off. She's not afraid of being humiliated. She'll get her face slapped. They saw Yin Zijing step back, observe the paper for a few seconds, then begin writing with both hands simultaneously. With a series of swift movements, it took less than a minute before she put down both brushes. Lin Shi, with anger mixed with mockery, said, "Finished already? Writing shouldn't be rushed. Let's see what masterpiece you've created." He stepped forward and picked up the paper. Looking down, his expression froze instantly. The camera clearly showed the shock on his face. The online viewers were curious about what he saw. Lin Shi looked at the characters on the paper, his fingers trembling. How is this possible? The cameraman reminded him to hold up the paper toward the camera. Lin Shi finally came to his senses. The paper was divided into 2 sections, one side in seal script, the other in regular script. The online viewers who had mocked her earlier now completely changed their tune. With such excellent calligraphy skills, why would she need to cheat? They were completely won over. Zhang Jiwan's face turned deathly pale. She never imagined that country girl could actually write like that. At this moment, the principal stepped forward to control the situation. "I don't know why Mr. Lin would assume that Lin's student cheated by stealing Wei Hu's work, but now that the truth has come to light, shouldn't you apologize to him?" Lin Zai's body stiffened, feeling very embarrassed, but he didn't open his mouth to apologize, because on that piece of calligraphy, Wei Hu's seal was clearly stamped, so even if Yin Zijing wrote it well, it couldn't prove he hadn't stolen it. Before the principal could speak again, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. "Chairman Sheng, why are you here?" Who could have imagined that this old man wearing a straw hat and slippers, looking unkempt, was actually the retired former chairman of the Calligraphy Association? This big shot, whom even the principal couldn't invite, came to support the little divine doctor who saved his life. Sheng Qingtang completely ignored the shocked expressions on everyone's faces and casually said he was just free today and decided to drop by. He originally thought about taking the little divine doctor's Fu character back, but just now he seemed to hear something about a work of art. Lin Shi hurriedly bowed respectfully and greeted him, but Sheng Qingtang ignored him. Instead, he pointed at the scroll and asked word by word, "This calligraphy was written by Wei Hu, right?" Lin Shi was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't know why the senior would ask this, he still honestly answered, "Yes, last Saturday, I sent this piece to Master Wei Hu. He personally said it was his practice work." Sheng Qingtang angrily retorted, "Wei Hu? That pos. Is he worthy?" Lin Shi was startled. Since the senior dared to say this in public, could it be that he had noticed something? Sheng Qingtang shouted angrily at the chairman of the City Art Association. "Now, immediately, go and call that idiot Wei Hu here for me." The chairman supported him, trying to calm him down. "I'll go invite him right away." Sheng Qingtang's stubborn temper was flaring up again. He was about to lose it when he saw Yin Zi glancing at him lightly. Remembering the previous advice not to get angry, he immediately shut his mouth and swallowed his words. He almost forgot the little divine doctor was here too in his excitement, so he coughed twice, looking a bit guilty as he put on a stern face and waved his hand, saying, "Hurry up." The live stream comments exploded once again. After netizens dug up the old man's identity, there was all kinds of admiration. At this time, Zhang Ziwan sitting below the stage was starting to feel uneasy. He didn't expect Shang Qingtang to know that this piece wasn't Wei Hu's. Could it be that he wrote it? He then denied his own guess. His calligraphy wasn't in this style. As long as Wei Hu insisted on not admitting it, Shang Qingtang probably couldn't produce any evidence. Besides, even if something happened, it wouldn't involve him. After all, it was Wei Hu himself who wanted to be greedy for money and fame. 10 minutes later, the Art Association chairman dragged Wei Hu in, pulling and pushing. His face was pale, still dizzy from car sickness and hadn't recovered when he came in. Lin Shi was after all a junior, just a small fry in front of these masters. Wei Hu didn't even look at him. He walked up to Shang Qingtang and respectfully said, "I didn't know Chairman Shang would grace us with his presence. I failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me." Shang Qingtang coldly glanced at him sideways. "If I had to wait for you to welcome me, I'd have a short life indeed." Wei Hu's face darkened, asking somewhat displeased, "What do you mean?" Shang Qingtang snorted lightly, picking up the scroll. "Someone said this calligraphy was written by you. Why don't you tell us about it?" Wei Hu looked at it, his expression changing. Has it been discovered? But now he couldn't admit it no matter what, so he had to force himself to say, "This calligraphy is indeed mine. A practice piece." Shang Qingtang's gaze grew colder. "So you're saying you know a student used your practice piece to participate in a competition?" Wei Hu suddenly remembered what Zhang Ziwan had said that day. He pretended to be calm and said, "My calligraphy was borrowed by a student to copy. Could it have been stolen?" Lin Shi wanted to argue that this was truly Master Wei Hu's calligraphy, but was silenced by a glare from Shang Qingtang. "Who gave you permission to interrupt when I'm speaking?" Lin Zai's face turned red from being reprimanded in public, but he didn't dare say anything. Shang Qingtang looked at Wei Hu again, asking him when he wrote it. Wei Hu impatiently made up a lie. "I had the inspiration just 4 days ago. If you called me here just to ask about such trivial matters, then I won't stay any longer." Shang Qingtang angrily slammed his hand on the table. "Utter nonsense. You say you wrote this 4 days ago? But I saw this piece a week ago and even took a photo. Did you travel back in time to write it?" He then found the group photo on his phone and held it right up to the camera. "Look carefully. This was taken at my house. That bald guy is my unfilial son. Do you even know which way my front door faces? You dare to deceive me and accuse a student of cheating?" Wei Hu's mind went blank, almost collapsing to the ground. The two pieces of calligraphy were exactly the same. He wanted to speak but couldn't utter a word. Zhang Ziwan, sitting below the stage, turned even paler. The old man actually had evidence. How is this possible? The big shot was falsely accused of stealing a calligraphy master's practice piece to participate in the competition. But who could have imagined that the former chairman of the Calligraphy Association, whom ordinary people couldn't even dream of meeting, to think he would personally step in and defend the big shot so fiercely? Wei Hu claimed Lin Zijing's work as his own. After being exposed and humiliated by Shang Qingtang on the spot, Shang Qingtang ordered to call the Calligraphy Association immediately to explain the matter and impose punishment on Wei Hu right away. The Art Association president broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly took out his phone to make the call. Wei Hu suddenly panicked and said, "President Shang, aren't you going too far?" Shang Qingtang ignored his babbling completely. "What a joke. If I hadn't come today, wouldn't you have forced this student to admit to plagiarism?" Then he angrily pointed at Lin Shi and continued, "You didn't even investigate properly before publicly asking the school to expel the student. Let me ask you, is this how your teachers normally teach you to be so indiscriminate?" Lin Shi was scolded like a grandson, lowering his head and not daring to make a sound. He indeed acted somewhat impulsively in this matter. Yin Zijing just quietly watched this farce, not saying a word from beginning to end. Her phoenix eyes gleamed brightly. The surroundings fell into extreme silence. After a long while, comments finally appeared on the big screen again. "Is this what it means to be so harsh that you even scold yourself? This is truly a grand scene of face slapping." Lin Shi wasn't a fool either. He turned his head and coldly scanned Zhang Ziwan in the audience. How could he have jumped to conclusions and casually accused a girl of wrongdoing? but thinking carefully. Every word Ziwan said earlier seemed to be guiding him to be biased against Yin Zijing. Unexpectedly, the seemingly unworldly junior sister had such deep schemes. He had been manipulated and played by her. Zhang Ziwan hurriedly avoided Lin Zai's gaze. Her eyes revealed dissatisfaction. Yin Zijing, a country girl, actually knew a big shot like President Sheng. Why is heaven so unfair? Sheng Qingtang, however, had no intention of letting it go. He said to Wei Hu, I happened to see this calligraphy when the young doctor came for my follow-up. He said he was going to submit it for the arts festival. But how did your seal end up on it? Wei Hu's face turned red with embarrassment. He argued, I didn't steal it. Someone gave it to me. Sheng Qingtang didn't want to hear another word from him. He told him to get lost quickly, not wanting his ugly face to dirty his own. So, 2 staff members immediately came to escort Wei Hu away. After such an infuriating ordeal, Sheng Qingtang's head was buzzing with anger. He said, you all continue. I'm going to eat some melon to cool down. The Art Association president hurriedly came forward to support him, and was about to take him to the restroom, but after just a few steps, Sheng Qingtang angrily turned back, grabbed the calligraphy written by Yin Zijing, and said, I'm taking this with me this time. None of you who can't appreciate it should touch it. Everyone was speechless. Who would dare to fight with the old man? Yin Zijing also calmly returned to her seat. As soon as she sat down, she saw Shu Yu and a group of followers fearfully moving aside. She amusingly asked them what they were doing. Shu Yu patted her wildly beating little heart and said, You're so fierce. I'm scared. Zhang Ran turned his head and asked puzzledly, so that calligraphy was also written by you? How did it end up in Wei Hu's hands? Yin Zijing yawned tiredly. Who knows? Zhang Ran sneered. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. I want to see. Before he could finish, Shu Yu indignantly interrupted. Who dares to mess with our dad? Zhang Ran's face turned black. Our dad? You make it sound like he married into our family. Well said, but don't say it again next time. The Calligraphy Association swiftly announced the punishment for Wei Hu, expulsion and permanent ban. The netizens applauded the decision. Such a hypocrite who plagiarized and challenged others' works deserved this fate. Who wouldn't want a carefree grandfather who dotes on them? The old man, who surfs the internet at 18 grams speed every day, immediately showed his explosive temper when he saw the news of Yin Zijing being falsely accused of cheating. How dare Wei Hu bully his granddaughter? That shameless old bastard. He'd go and beat him up himself. Saying this, he was about to drag Wen Tinglan, who was doing practice questions, to go seek revenge for his sister. Wen Tinglan's expression paused for a moment. He finally understood why his sister had asked him to bring their grandfather to the student gallery before the opening ceremony. If the old man had been at the scene, he would have definitely rolled up his sleeves and rushed up to kick someone. So he quickly held his grandfather back, trying to calm him down. Just then, a clear voice came from not far away. What are you guys getting worked up about? When Grandpa Zhang saw his granddaughter arrive, he indignantly declared that he absolutely wouldn't let that old bastard Wei Hu off easily. Yin Zijing smiled and said there was no need for grandfather to take action. Just let them fight among themselves. Grandpa Zhang didn't understand what she meant and asked confusedly, what does this have to do with dogs? Where are the dogs? Meanwhile, Wei Hu, who had been publicly exposed for plagiarizing Yin Zijing's work at the arts festival, had also received the notice of expulsion and permanent ban from the Calligraphy Association. This time, he was thoroughly disgraced. And all of this was thanks to Zhang Ziwan. Angrily picked up the phone and called, how dare you set me up? Since I ended up like this, I won't let you off easy. That calligraphy was given to me by you. It was actually stolen by you. You can't escape responsibility. Zhang Ziwan smiled darkly on the other end. I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. You're clearly just being greedy. How can you blame this on me? Wei Hu roared in anger. You made me put my seal on that calligraphy. Zhang Jiwan's tone carried mockery and threat. Just because I told you to do it, you did? By slandering me like this, are you ready to offend the Zhang family? Wei Hu's expression changed dramatically. He certainly knew about the Zhang family, one of the 4 great families protecting the city. Now that he had become everyone's target, how could he dare to offend anyone? Zhang Ziwan gently reminded him, the calligraphy you claimed was my cousin's. My grandfather dotes on her very much. Do you think he'll listen to your explanation? Will he believe me or you? Wei Hu cursed, bitch, and angrily threw his phone. Zhang Ziwan remained composed, blocked Wei Hu's number, and was preparing to leave school when the crowd at the notice board suddenly became noisy. What kind of monster is Yin Zijin? He got first place in all competition categories. Is he even human? Is there anything he can't do? He even surpassed the school goddess. The selection must have been fair and just. It just means Zhang Ziwan isn't as good as Yin Zijin. By the way, is her goddess title really fitting? Nufeng, Zhang Jiwan's devoted admirer, stood up and angrily retorted, "You're talking nonsense. Art is just entertainment. Does Yin Zijin's test scores even come close to Jiwan's in any subject? How can she compare to Ziwan?" Then he sneered disdainfully. "If his final exam total score can exceed 400, I'll livestream myself eating shit." Other students looked disgusted. "Who wants to watch you eat that nasty stuff?" Hearing this, Zhang Jiwan's clenched fingers slowly relaxed. Right, she didn't need to compare herself with a poor student. No matter how good at painting and calligraphy, what university one can enter still depends on college entrance exam scores. The handsome man waved his hand casually, swiping the black gold card freely. But the boss's taste was indeed hard to describe. On the weekend, Yin Zijin visited the Fu family mansion again to check the toxins in old Master Fu's body. Fu Yunshin waited outside, and when he saw him come out, he shyly greeted him. Yin Zijin shook his head slightly, asked how long until the herbs would arrive. The golden needles could only temporarily suppress the toxin spread. Without the herbs, it couldn't be completely eliminated. Fu Yunshin said they were already on the way and should arrive by month's end. Yin Zijin reminded him that during this time, Grandfather Fu's emotions couldn't fluctuate too much. Otherwise, the toxin's invasion would be troublesome. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Fu Yunshin ruffled the kid's hair, smiling. "Let's go shopping at the mall. Buy some clothes. Consider it brother's birthday gift to you." So, they drove to the shopping mall in the city center. Fu Yunshin unbuckled his seatbelt, about to mention something about 11, but turned to see her asleep against the window. The girl's sleeping face was peaceful and sweet, her usual coldness gone. Fu Yunshin's Adam's apple bobbed. The little one looked so well behaved when sleeping. He gently poked her cheek. It was soft and tender, very bouncy. Surprisingly, the girl didn't wake up. Fu Yunshin's peach blossom eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but poke twice more. The touch was warm and soft, like holding a piece of jade. Just then, Yin Zijin suddenly moved, opening her eyes and turning her head as if sensing something. Fu Yunshin's hand froze in midair. Their eyes met. Feeling awkward, Fu Yunshin withdrew his hand with a red face, acting as if nothing happened, saying naturally, "There was a mosquito on your face just now. I helped you chase it away." Yin Zijin said nothing, looking up at the rearview mirror. Her cheeks were slightly red, clearly showing signs of being poked. After a moment of silence, she said, "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll generously let you poke a bit more," directly adopting an attitude of, "Since you've already done it, don't pretend, just be straightforward." Fu Yunshin coughed lightly, hiding his embarrassment. No. Brother's afraid he won't be able to control himself and might turn into a beast. Yin Zijin spoke in a light tone. "You won't. You can't change because I'll beat you up, and it will hurt." Fu Yunshin's face darkened. Indeed, the little one isn't cute when awake. The mall was bustling, people everywhere. Fu Yunshin glanced around, saying lazily, "Brother will take you upstairs." Then they took the elevator directly to the top floor. Fu Yunshin explained, "The 17th floor of this mall is only open to platinum members. Fewer people and no queuing." The sales assistant naturally recognized young Master Fu 7 and hurried to welcome them, warmly greeting the two. Fu Yunshin took out a black and gold card and handed it over. He told the young one to see if there was anything they liked. The saleswoman took the card and was stunned. In their mall, only spending over 10 million would get you a platinum card. But this black gold card was something she had never seen before. Yin Zijin wandered around for a bit and came back with a piece of clothing. After some thought, she said she quite liked this one. Fu Yunshin looked up and saw a dark-colored robe embroidered with large red flowers. How to describe this clothing? Probably, it would suit his grandmother who had been buried in the ground for several years. It looked old-fashioned. His little one's taste was truly unique, though it seemed she wasn't very good at dressing up. The saleswoman quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. She said this clothing wasn't suitable for someone her age. She should wear something younger and more energetic. They had just received some high-end pieces from Europe. Why not go take a look at those? Before she could finish, Fu Yunshin stood up and interrupted. "No need. Bring all styles in her size. Send them all to the address I'll give you later." The saleswoman, overjoyed, said she would go pack them right away, though the big shot knew everything from astronomy to geography, and was almost omnipotent. His eye for choosing clothes was a bit hard to describe. Young Master Fu waved his hand, directly telling the saleswoman to pack all styles and send them to his home. A bewildered Yin Zijin stood there for a while before belatedly asking, "Are you making fun of me for not knowing how to choose clothes?" Fu Yunshin raised his peach blossom eyes and said very seriously, "No." Then he openly reached out and pinched her little face. "Yao Yao, you're still a young girl in the flower of youth. You can never have too many clothes. Anyway, whether she liked them or they suited her, just buy them all and be done with it." Yin Zijin took his hand down and rubbed her little face, saying, "3 times is enough." Fu Yunshin cheerfully turned to go pay. "Let's go. Aren't we having dinner at your grandfather's tonight?" After swiping the card, the saleswoman smilingly saw the 2 money gods out. This single order had completed her entire year's sales target. She would probably be smiling even in her dreams tonight. Just then, the manager responsible for the 17th floor happened to walk by. He glanced over and asked, "Was that the Fu family's 7th young master?" The saleswoman enviously said. "Yes, he directly bought over 10 million worth of clothes, truly befitting someone from one of the 4 great families." The manager scoffed disdainfully. "His status is useless. All the money is given by old Master Fu. He himself is just an idol. Good-for-nothing playboy. You don't know this, but his previous fiancée would rather climb into his older brother's bed than get engaged to him." The saleswoman immediately perked up her gossip-loving ears and asked what happened. The manager said, 2 years ago, old Master Fu personally arranged a marriage for him, waiting for him to return from Europe to get married. But when the other party found out about this, she immediately turned to the eldest young master instead. So you don't need to be so respectful to him. They say that when old Master Fu passes away one day, this 7th young master will lose everything. After saying this, the manager hurriedly went off to inspect the next store. The saleswoman hesitated, but still didn't say anything. The black gold card that young Master Fu had just handed her seemed to be the only one in the entire Century Plaza. Even his brothers didn't have one. After dinner, Mrs. Zhang saw the old master go to the balcony for a walk. She took the opportunity to intercept Yin Zijin at the stairs, saying in an unfriendly tone, "I don't know what your mother's attitude towards you is, but I want to make my position clear. Don't covet things that aren't meant for you. You don't have that fortune. Understand? I'll leave it at that. I hope you're a smart person and know what you should and shouldn't do." Just as she finished speaking, she looked up to see the old master humming a tune as he came down from upstairs. Old Master Zhang frowned. "Why aren't you keeping Wanwan company? What are you doing standing here?" Mrs. Zhang immediately put on a kind motherly expression. She said, "Wanwan is in a bad mood and won't tell me why, so I wanted to ask Zijin if something happened at school. I'm just going to check on her. You should take care of your health too." Just as she was about to go upstairs, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Before lecturing others, please manage your own daughter first." Mrs. Zhang paused, turned back with a cold face and asked what she meant. She thought, how dare a foreign girl compare herself to the Zhang family's young miss? She's really been spoiled by the old master to the point of not knowing her place. Yin Zijin raised her foreign phone and pressed a button. A clear conversation played in the quiet stairwell. It was a recording of Zhang Ziwan and Wei Hu's phone call. First came Wei Hu's furious roar. "This painting was clearly stolen by you and given to me. You also told me to stamp it." Followed immediately by Zhang Jiwan's arrogant voice. "You're slandering me like this. Are you planning to go against the entire Zhang family? We'll see if my grandfather believes you, or me." At this moment, Zhang Ziwan had just come out of her room and walked to the corner of the stairs. Hearing the recording, her face instantly turned deathly pale. Looking at her about to explode grandfather, intense shame and embarrassment almost made her burst into tears. The White Lotus cousin's mother warned the boss not to covet the Zhang family's property. Little did she know that not only was the boss not threatened by her, but she even redirected the fire onto her daughter. Zhang Ziwan never imagined that Yin Zijin would have a recording of her conversation with Master Wei Hu. While everyone was stunned, Mrs. Zhang, after coming to her senses, lunged at the girl in shock and anger. "What are you trying to do? Give me that phone right now. Hand over your phone immediately." Yin Zijin dodged and put the phone in her pocket. "Out of respect for grandfather, I haven't made this recording public, but that doesn't mean you can provoke me as you please." Old Master Zhang glared at his granddaughter in fury. "So it was you who stole Zijin's words and gave them to that old Wei Hu?" Zhang Ziwan, with tears in her eyes, trembled as she explained. She said it was just due to a little jealousy. There was no other malicious intent. Old Master Zhang was clearly furious. I don't want to hear your excuses. Go to the attic right now and reflect. Don't come out until you understand your mistake. Zhang Ziwan wanted to plead with her grandfather but was escorted away by the butler. Old Master Zhang then turned to his daughter-in-law with rage. And you? Don't think I haven't noticed your underhanded actions. Instead of plotting, you should focus on educating your child properly. Look what Wan has become. Mrs. Zhang was both embarrassed and humiliated, her previous arrogance completely gone. She lowered her head and said, "It's all my fault. I have indeed neglected Wan's upbringing lately." Old Master Zhang waved his hand impatiently. I don't want to hear such polite nonsense. A mother's negligence is a grave fault. Apologize to Zijin right now. Mrs. Zhang's face turned red. After all these years in the Zhang family, today she was being forced to apologize to an adopted daughter of humble origins. She clenched her fists, holding back her anger. She barely mumbled, "Sorry," and then, unable to face anyone, hurriedly went upstairs holding her dress. Old Master Zhang said shamefully, "I never thought Wan would do such a thing. I failed to teach her properly." Yin Zijin's expression remained calm. "It's not your fault, grandfather. Don't take it to heart." She helped soothe him and said, "It's getting late. I should head back to my father's place. I'll come visit you another day." Surprisingly, thanks to Zhang Ziwan, grandfather's outburst had released all his pent-up frustration. Old Master Zhang smiled and reminded her, "Be careful on your way." Watching his granddaughter leave, he touched his chest, feeling strange. Somehow, after venting his anger, his body felt much lighter. After scratching his head and pondering for a while without finding an answer, he simply went to water his flowers contentedly. In the attic, Zhang Ziwan was kneeling, feeling utterly wronged. An hour later, Mrs. Zhang entered and immediately slapped her daughter, coldly asking if she knew what she did wrong. Zhang Ziwan held her cheek, crying even harder, saying she shouldn't have been so foolish. As soon as she finished speaking, another solid slap landed on her face. Mrs. Zhang shook her head, saying disappointedly, "Wrong. Your mistake was not being thorough enough, not eliminating all traces. You let them find evidence. And worse, you lowered yourself by being jealous of an adopted daughter, fighting with someone beneath you." Then she crouched down to comfort her daughter. "You're the young lady I've carefully raised. How could you let this adopted daughter overshadow you? But your grandfather is right. You do need to reflect. Your rivals should be the noble ladies of the capital, not some worthless adopted daughter. Do you understand mother's intentions?" Zhang Ziwan gave a muffled, Mrs. Zhang reminded her daughter, "Now you should focus on something else. The young master of the Mu family will be staying at our house next month. You know what the Mu family of the capital represents. No need to say more." Mother. Zhang Ziwan wiped her tears and said she understood. Finally, Mrs. Zhang left with the words, "Don't disappoint me again." A shadow gradually appeared on Zhang Jiwan's face. The humiliation she suffered today, she would definitely repay Yin Zijin 1,000 times over. Who would have thought that the seemingly carefree delinquent had such a fearful side deep inside? Late at night, Fu Yun lay in bed, covered in cold sweat, gripping the sheets tightly. He had that terrible nightmare again. On a rainy night, his panicked mother hid his small self in a wardrobe, repeatedly telling him not to come out no matter what happened. In his confusion, he watched helplessly as his mother fell in a pool of blood, covering his mouth tightly to prevent himself from crying out. Before dying, his mother looked at him lovingly through the wardrobe crack, telling him to grow up safely and happily. Gunshots and screams echoed in his ears for a long time. Finally, in the midst of the bloodshed, he saw the silhouettes of 3 men in black. The eerie skull pattern on their backs would be forever etched in his mind. Fu Yunsheng suddenly opened his eyes, waking up startled and breathing heavily. Even after 3 years of deep hypnotherapy, he still couldn't escape the nightmare from 20 years ago. At this moment, his phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Ni Yi. He frowned but still got up to answer. Ni Yi said in a low voice that he had returned to the capital, but things weren't resolved yet. "I'll need you to look after Ni Zhao for a while longer." Fu Yunsheng felt helpless. Such a small matter. "Is it worth calling me in the middle of the night?" Ni Yi paused before speaking again. "No. Shuisheng told me they detected significant emotional fluctuations from you. Worried you might do something extreme." After a pause, he asked, "Are you okay?" Fu Yunsheng looked at the city lights outside and chuckled softly. It's nothing. I'm used to it. Just feel that living is tiring sometimes. Ni Yi fell silent on the other end, not knowing how to respond. Fu Yunsheng quickly returned to his usual carefree manner. Don't worry, I'm fine. Then without waiting for a response, he hung up. After thinking for a few seconds, he sent a message to Yao Yao. What would you like for breakfast? Brother will bring it to you on the way. After sending it, he was about to put down his phone, since normal people should be sleeping at this hour. But unexpectedly, he received a reply. I'm not picky. Did you have a nightmare? Fu Yunsheng was stunned for a moment. He lazily replied, little one is quite perceptive. Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Though you're naturally beautiful and radiant, you shouldn't stay up so late. Just as he sent this message, a video call came in. Fu Yunsheng hesitated for a moment. When he answered, he saw Yin Zijing in her nightgown, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Clearly just woken up. Your sleep doesn't look good. I'll bring you some medicine tomorrow. Take it before each meal. 7 days makes one course. After thinking, she added, when you have nightmares, it's best not to be alone. Fu Yunsheng's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected the little one to video call just to say this. He smiled and said, brother knows. 11. Go to sleep now. If you don't, I'll have to come over and tuck you in myself. The video call was immediately cut off, giving him no time to react. Still the same ruthless little one. After all this commotion, his mind and body had unconsciously relaxed. He yawned, suddenly feeling sleepy again. Might as well go back to sleep. How simple and brutal was the boss's way of teaching the White Lotus cousin a lesson. A single chopstick scared her so much she almost fainted on the spot. After class at noon, the three best friends went to the school cafeteria together. Shuyu asked Yingbian, are we really letting Zhang Ziwan off like this? We should release the phone recording and let everyone see her true colors. Some goddess she is. Those boys must be blind. Yin Zijing, while working on a bounty task, said, no need. She had just received a forum notification that her level had been upgraded to C. Shuyu turned to Zhang Ran with a mischievous smile. Why don't you go scold that little White Lotus? Crush her precious heart? Zhang Ran's face darkened. Are you crazy? At this time, Zhang Ziwan was also eating with her classmates. The girl opposite her was shocked when she saw Zhang Ran. What a rare sight. Young Master Zhang actually eating in the cafeteria. Though with Yin Zijing around, it's not surprising. Zhang Ziwan stirred her ramen and smiled faintly. He just likes to seduce men. The girl was stunned, immediately perking up her gossip-hungry ears. No way. That's so disgusting. Zhang Ziwan said carelessly. He first seduced teacher Ying's fiancé, then hooked up with young Master Fu, and now he's not even sparing Zhang Ran. Now even Zhang Ran isn't spared. She glanced towards Yin Zijing's direction and continued spreading rumors. There's something even more disgusting. You don't know, but she couldn't finish her sentence. Yin Zijing's slender fingers made a slight turn, and a chopstick flew through the air. With a thwack, it forcefully embedded itself into the table in front of Zhang Ziwan. The noisy cafeteria instantly fell silent. Every student who witnessed this was dumbfounded. Zhang Ziwan stared at Yin Zijing in disbelief, her lips trembling in fear. After a long while, students who had recovered began to whisper, damn, what kind of supreme martial arts is that? How did they manage to stick the chopstick in like that? Shuyu, who had witnessed everything, struggled to ask, Yin Dad, what was that just now? Yin Zijing said calmly, forgot to control my strength, used too much force, looks like I need to work on that. Shuyu and Zhang Ren exchanged fearful glances. If just forgetting to control strength could embed a chopstick in the table, if they really used full force, breaking an iron hammer would be child's play. Shuyu suddenly became afraid. To be able to exert inner strength to this level, he must have practiced ancient martial arts. What a mysterious girl indeed. In the principal's office that afternoon, the principal flipped through the summer calendar. He said to Hishuan, Norton University's first interview is at the end of May. Here's what I'm thinking. You have 3 interview qualifications, right? 2 for your international class, and 1 for the top student in the grade. What do you think? Hishuan nodded, showing no objection. However, Norton University doesn't just look at grades. Actually, being from a regional academy, he wasn't very clear about it. He had heard from his mentor before. Only S-level academy students are considered true Norton students, and the conditions for advancing to S-level are confidential. He wasn't qualified to know yet. The principal thought for a moment and said, I remember you know people at the European Royal Academy of Arts, right? Hichun understood immediately. You want me to take those top students from the senior art class when I go to Norton University? The principal chuckled. That's right, but you might need to take 1 more. Yin Zijin performed excellently in this art festival. I think he should give it a try. He-chun rejected without hesitation. I'm sorry, principal, but I don't think that's necessary. The European Royal Academy of Arts also looks at academic performance. With Yin Zijin's bottom-ranking grades, what could he possibly do there? The principal hadn't expected him to have such a strong opinion about Yin. Just as he was about to discuss it further, his phone suddenly rang. After hearing just one sentence, his expression changed instantly. He stood up immediately saying, "Yes, yes, yes, I'll be right there." He adjusted his clothes and hurried towards the door. He told He-Shuan that an important guest from Europe had arrived and he needed to attend to them. He-Shuan was curious. What kind of guest could make the principal so nervous? A world-renowned oil painting artist had come specifically to the school to seek apprenticeship from a poor student. This directly shocked the well-experienced principal. One phone call was enough to summon the principal. The official art department head pointed to the exhibition room and said quietly, "That's Mr. Borg Brian. He just came from the European Royal Academy of Arts." The principal looked in that direction, completely puzzled. "I've heard of him, but what is he doing?" They saw a blond man pressing against the wall, arms spread out, looking completely entranced. The art department head explained with some difficulty that he wasn't hugging the wall, but Yin Zijin's oil painting from the art festival. The principal was stunned. Before he could react, they heard the man exclaim excitedly, "My God, what an exquisite painting. It's like the hand of God himself, like Xenophon Reborn." This seemingly neurotic blonde man was indeed the contemporary romantic painter Borg Brian. The principal and art department head were speechless. This guy seemed like he had escaped from a mental hospital. The art department head cleared his throat, interrupting his self-indulgence. "Mr. Borg, our principal is here. You can make your requests directly to him." Borg turned around impatiently. "Quick, quick, I want to meet the person who painted this." The principal finally understood why he had come and asked how he found this place. Borg looked around disdainfully. "Didn't you hold some kind of art festival? I happened to see this painting online. Why else would anyone come all the way here? There isn't even good ice cream here." The art department head nervously wiped his sweat and whispered to the principal, "Artists are quite eccentric. Don't let him lead you astray." The principal felt like his brain's CPU was about to burn out, but since he was an artist who had come from afar, he politely said, "The student is still in class. You'll have to wait a while." This time, Borg agreed readily. "All right, I'll wait." He-Shuan happened to pass by at that moment. Seeing Borg, he paused, then went forward to greet him, but Borg didn't even look at him, waving his hand impatiently. "Who are you? No time, no time. Which class is that student in? Hurry and take me there." Seeing how eager he was, as if rushing to reincarnate, the principal had to lead him to the senior floor. He-Chun, who hadn't managed to say a word, frowned and asked how Mr. Borg came to be here. The art department head, relieved to have sent off the important guest, proudly said, "Don't you know? He came specifically for Yin Zijin. I think he probably wants to take Yin as his student." He-Chun froze on the spot. Who was Borg? How could he possibly make a special trip for Yin Zijin? The art department head didn't notice He-Kwun's changed expression and walked out while wiping his sweat. "I misunderstood Yin at the art festival earlier. I should go apologize to him." At this moment, the bell rang. Study hall was over. Class 19 was noisy as usual. Yin Zijin was working on a forum task. Suddenly, she received a message from Sheng Qingtang. "Little divine doctor, are you interested in the National Calligraphy Arts Association? How about becoming a vice president?" Yin Zijin casually replied with 2 characters, "Won't go." Sheng Qingtang immediately became anxious. "You're wasting your talent." Yin Zijin remained indifferent and unmoved. "Because it will interfere with my retirement." The other side sent an emoji. Yin Zijin directly replied that if he sent another emoji like that, she would block him. The old playful man immediately blamed his bald son, indicating that all documents were ready, welcome to sign anytime if she changes her mind. Yin Zijin yawned, stopped arguing with him, and continued working on the bounty task. Her companions would probably be shocked if they knew that this multi-talented and mysterious expert had already lived for over 1,000 years. They might faint on the spot. During break, a punk-styled guy peeked in through the back door of the classroom and called out, "Yin Dad, the principal is looking for you. Are you going? There's a foreigner too. Seems like he wants to meet you. He's quite polite. He asked if you like Zeno." Yin Zijin raised her beautiful phoenix eyes and said coldly, "I don't like him. He talks too much. I want to bury him." Hearing this, the punk guy immediately rolled up his sleeves eagerly. "Where is he now? Brothers, let's go put a sack over his head." Shu Yu, watching from the side, spoke leisurely. He's been buried for hundreds of years. You better hurry, or he might fly away on a broomstick. The punk guy was completely confused. They were just messing with him. Then Shu Yu's mini-lecture began, explaining that Zeno was a world-renowned oil painter from the 17th century. He left hundreds of works in his lifetime. Shu Yu walked over, putting a hand on the girl's shoulder. Yin Dad, that's an interesting joke. You've never met him. How would you know he was talkative? Yin Zijin remained cold, because that old man would always recite the Bible while painting. In Latin too. It gave me headaches. Shu Yu gave her a thumbs up. Yin Dad, you're amazing. Your stories match history so well. I visited Zeno's former residence while traveling. His study was indeed full of various versions of the Bible. Yin Zijin lowered her eyes, her memory returning to those 300 years in Bajou. She had studied oil painting with Zeno for 3 years. Most of the time was spent listening to him babble about the Bible. He was truly good at painting, but he was also truly annoying. When he wasn't talking, he was actually a lovely old man. Zeno was one of her many teachers over the years. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person. She couldn't help extend his life. Pulling back from her thoughts, her gaze returned to her phone. Just 1.000 more growth points and she could enter that hidden section. That place contained the true face of this world. This forum was just an organization responsible for guarding these secrets. The punk guy waved his hand in front of her. That foreigner said he's waiting for you. Yin Dad, you can go whenever you're free. Yin Zijin thought for a moment, stood up and said, then I'll go see him now. Consider it reminiscing about old acquaintances. Meanwhile, Zhang Manhwa and Yin Luwei rushed to the school anxiously. Zhang Manhwa uncertainly asked, Mr. Borg really came? Yin Luwei nodded. Yes, sister-in-law. Xiao Jin knows nothing about art. I don't know why Mr. Borg would come looking for her. I was worried something might happen. That's why I informed you. Zhang Manhua's anger flared up instantly. What trouble could her daughter be up to now? She must have cheated again. This time the embarrassment had reached international levels. She had to apologize before things escalated. Admit the mistake. It was break time, and many students recognized Yin Luwei. They all greeted him. Zhang Manhua anxiously took out a mask from her bag and put it on. After waiting for 5 minutes, they finally saw a familiar figure coming out of the teaching building. She immediately went forward, deliberately lowering her voice, saying to the girl, Mom needs to talk to you. Pack your things first and leave school with me. However, Yin Zijin didn't even look at her. Just then, an eager voice suddenly came from behind. Excuse me, let me through. A blonde, blue-eyed foreign man suddenly pushed past Zhang Manhua. He rushed over unexpectedly. Her foot in high heels twisted with a crack. Fortunately, Yin Luwei caught her in time and asked worriedly, Are you okay? Should we go to the infirmary first? Anyway, I've already seen Xiao Jin. It's not too late to come back later. Zhang Manhua was sobbing in pain. She didn't refuse. Yin Luwei casually looked back and naturally recognized it was Borg Brian. How could they really let sister-in-law be the mediator? His reputation was ruined, and Yin Zijin wouldn't get away with it either. However, just as he turned his head, he saw Borg suddenly kneel down. What's going on? Wasn't Borg here to cause trouble for Yin Zijin? Besides, being a top master in oil painting, why would he show such respect to Yin Zijin? Seeing his strange expression, Zhang Manhua asked puzzledly what was wrong. Yin Luwei hurriedly withdrew his gaze, saying, Nothing. Let's quickly go to the infirmary. A world-class oil painting master wanting to take a high school girl as his teacher, who wouldn't be confused by such a scene. Borg put his hands together and performed a sincere discipleship ceremony. The principal behind him had eyes as wide as brass bells. He really doubted whether he was deaf or blind. Yin Zijin was clearly also startled by Borg's kneeling and quickly reached out to help him up. Otherwise, with New Year coming, would she need to give him a red envelope or something? But Borg remained kneeling and said, Master Yin, I saw your painting of the visitor in the church. Please accept me as your disciple. Yin Zijin pressed her forehead and said with a headache, I don't take disciples. I still need to attend classes and study. The punk followers watching from behind covered their mouths and giggled. She's really something. Our camp dad is fooling another idiot again. Borg suddenly became anxious. Master Yin, you don't need to study. I can directly recommend you to any world-famous university except Norton University. Yin Zijin smiled slightly. Thank you for your kindness, but I will go to Norton University in the future. However, the other party didn't notice that she said, go, rather than, enter. Borg worried and pulled his hair. Then how can you teach me painting? If I didn't know Zeno Von had passed away hundreds of years ago, I would have thought you were his reincarnation. Yin Zijin was somewhat helpless. After thinking for a few seconds, she said, "We can discuss and learn from each other. Mr. Borg, you're already a world-renowned top oil painting master. I've seen your paintings before. You truly have the style of young Zeno von." Unexpectedly, Borg became furious. "That's nonsense. Don't I know my own capabilities?" The principal's head was buzzing, feeling like he was about to faint. Borg also realized his hope of becoming a disciple was lost. He put his hands together again and begged, "Then could you please paint a few more pieces for me? I want to take them back to study and copy." Yin Zijin bluntly held out her hand and said, "Sure, but it'll cost you." Borg made a grand gesture. "No problem. One of my paintings once sold for $7 million. I'll pay you double that price." Yin Zijin smiled at this big spender. "I can give you one more for free." Borg was so happy his mouth split into a grin, like a flower blooming, repeatedly praising her as a great person. Before leaving, he seemed to remember something. "Master Yin, your English pronunciation is even more standard than mine. I almost thought you were a European native." Watching his departing figure that seemed to care for nothing else, Yin Zijin felt both annoyed and amused. "Who knows? Maybe I really did meet your ancestors before." In the evening, Fu Yunshin was leaning against his luxury car outside the school, waiting for his little one to finish classes. His handsome appearance and tall, straight posture attracted many students' attention. Under everyone's gaze, Fu Yunshin thoughtfully opened the passenger door for his little one. Starting the car, he asked if they were going to Shaoren Hospital today. Yin Zijin rested her chin on her hand and nodded. "We need to interview new people today. I have to go check." Fu Yunshin handed her a pack of nuts. "Why aren't you sleepy today? What are you thinking about so seriously?" Yin Zijin opened the package and said with pursed lips, "I watched a TV drama a month ago but haven't finished it. But I forgot its name." Fu Yunshin asked casually, "What's the story about?" Yin Zijin thought for a moment. She briefly described, "It's about a high school student who uses a mirror to travel back in time to ancient times and meets a handsome prince. The next day she travels back through the mirror, but finds herself 10 years in the future, and then keeps time traveling back and forth." Fu Yunshin's mouth twitched slightly. It was indeed a special and melodramatic plot, but he still took out his phone saying, "I'll help you ask." Then he sent out a message. In less than 20 seconds, the reply came back. When Fu Yunshin saw the drama title, his expression became unusually complex. He turned to his little one and said, "I found the drama you watched. It's called, 'The Domineering CEO and Cold Prince Fight Over Me Every Day.'" Yin Zijin looked at the handsome face before her trying hard to hold back laughter, and suddenly fell silent. This embarrassing title, coming from his mouth, somehow feels a bit strange. The almighty boss originally wanted to grow flowers and raise pigs for a peaceful retirement, but never expected to be busy spinning like a top all day. Just finished dealing with an oil painting master who came to learn during the day, and now has to go to the hospital for doctor interviews at night. After Shadow Jin arrived at Shaoren Hospital, he went directly to our. The director handed him the list of candidates, said there were 150 applicants today. Most have been interviewed, with 30 still waiting. Yin Zijin didn't look at the documents, just nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The director repeatedly waved his hands, flattered, saying, "You're too kind. Without you, the hospital wouldn't be what it is today." His words weren't exaggerated. After Yin Zijin cured Sheng Qingtang, he became the hospital's living billboard. Those doctors who had left before must be regretting their decisions deeply now. Yin Zijin checked his phone and said, "Interviews start at 7. I'll go eat first. He'll come back later to check." On his phone was a message from Fu Yunshin, wanting to take him for hot pot. The director respectfully saw him out, saying, "It's wonderful that you can be an interviewer personally." Some of the remaining candidates had already arrived and were waiting in the waiting area. Lu Ji was anxiously looking around aimlessly until she saw a familiar girl's figure. She was stunned for a moment. "Why are you here?" She had always been close to Yin Luwei and consequently disliked Yin Zijing, especially after being wrongly accused and financially restricted by her father for so long. More importantly, because that trial led to the Wu family being sealed off, along with her job in the capital being ruined. Thus, a grudge formed between them, so she arrogantly blocked her way. "You don't think knowing a few Chinese medicines qualifies you to be a hospital caregiver, do you? Have you studied systematic traditional Chinese medicine? Do you know how to identify poisonous herbs? Do you understand the 4 examinations? I heard from Luo Wei that your grades were always at the bottom." Especially in math and English where you got single digits. With such poor performance, you still want to study medicine? Her mocking voice wasn't quiet, drawing the attention of other candidates. Yin Zijin gave her a cold glance that seemed to pierce through to the soul. In those few seconds while Lu Ji was stunned, the girl had already walked away, completely ignoring her. Lu Ji punched the air, furious but helpless. The other candidates found her behavior strange and whispered among themselves. Is she sick? The young girl didn't provoke her, yet she speaks so harshly. Everyone has their weaknesses. My grades weren't good either, but I still managed to study medicine. I hope she doesn't get hired. I wouldn't want to work with someone like that. Lu Ji was both angry and embarrassed at these comments, her face alternating between red and white. Fu Yunshin took the little one to an old hotpot restaurant. It was dinner time. The restaurant was quite full. They chose a table in the corner. The waiter quickly brought their dishes. Yin Zijin said he needed to finish by 7, as he had to return to the hospital to interview candidates. Fu Yunshin's phoenix eyes curved slightly. Old Mu should be thanking you for taking on such a mess. Not sure if he's genuinely being generous. Yin Zijin didn't seem to care much, said as long as he could make money, it was fine. Fu Yunshin was silent for a moment. Yao Yao, you're not even of age yet. You don't need to worry about money now. If you need money, just ask your brother. Just those few bottles of medicine he gave were worth over $1 million, but the little one refused his card. Yin Zijin took a sip of his drink and said, I don't want it. Earning my own money gives me a sense of achievement. Taking from others isn't interesting. The boss's chopstick skills reappeared in the world, serving justice. Day after day, somehow there were always cannon fodder volunteering to be slapped in the face. Fu Yunshin was having dinner with the little one at an old hotpot restaurant. Someone passing by outside saw them through the window, adjusted themselves, and slowly walked in. Fu Yunshin had just handed a peeled shrimp to the little one when a sarcastic, mocking voice came over. Oh my, look who we have here. Isn't this the city's #1 playboy? Fu family's 7th young master? What's wrong? Didn't grandfather give you money? Reduced to eating hot pot now? Fu Yunshin remained silent. Yin Zijin put down his chopsticks and slowly raised his head. One look was enough to know all about this person. This frivolous man was Fu Yichen, the Fu family's 2nd young master. His father was Fu Mingcheng. He was 27 years old, unmarried and currently serving as general manager at a Fu Corporation branch, though without any real authority. A typical useless parasite. Yin Zijin's hand silently pressed down on the chopsticks. In the next second, the chopsticks flipped up. The sauce bowl suddenly flew up and splashed directly onto the man's forehead. Fu Yichen hadn't expected this at all. He couldn't dodge in time. His face and clothes were covered in sauce. Customers at nearby tables all showed looks of disgust. Fu Yunshin smiled and handed a tissue to the young girl. Stay away from them in the future. Don't dirty your hands. Yin Zijin nodded, took a new bowl, and said, Indeed too ugly. Fu Yichen's face turned green with anger. He shouted for the waiter. Look at what your customers are doing. What's going on here? The hurrying waiter was also confused but quickly regained composure, saying, I'm sorry sir. Customers are dining. Please don't shout. If you're here to dine, you're welcome. The words, looking for trouble, remained unspoken. He thought to himself, isn't this pure madness? The beautiful young lady and handsome young man are on a date. You're causing trouble for no reason and got served justice. You still have the nerve to make a fuss here. Surrounding customers burst into laughter. Fu Yichen was humiliated and furious. Leaving with a, you'll all pay for this, he stormed off. After the incident, the waiter reassured customers to continue dining. Fu Yunshin watched the girl eating hot pot. His gaze settled briefly, taking a candy from his pocket and placing it in her palm. Thank you for standing up for brother earlier. The girl waved it off, not minding at all. At 7 p.m., the interview at Shaoran Hospital continued. Lu Ji got the first number. The hour director politely said, one more interviewer hasn't arrived yet. Please wait a few minutes. Lu Ji paused, asked if the other interviewer was the hospital director. The director smiled, without hiding anything, said, no. The director is the miracle doctor who revived Shaoran Hospital. I wonder if you've heard of them. Lu Ji was surprised, asked again, is this the miracle doctor who saved the patient that even Zhengti Hospital's doctors gave up on? The director nodded, full of pride. Just then, someone gently knocked twice on the interview room door. Lu Ji sat up straight and looked toward the door, wondering whether the miracle doctor was male or female. If she could get their guidance, she could learn so much medical skill. As she was thinking, she saw Yin Zijin walk in wearing a school uniform. Lu Ji's smile instantly vanished. Could this foreign girl be here to sabotage her interview? A high school student who fails every test is actually the miracle doctor revered by the medical world, and so another face-slapping scene inevitably unfolded. When Lu Ji saw that the person who entered was Yin Zijin, her smiling face instantly turned cold. I was wondering why you were so quiet earlier. So you were waiting for me here. You think coming here will ruin my interview? Then she turned irritably to the interviewers. Weren't we waiting for the miracle doctor? What's this girl doing here? If Shaoran Hospital hires someone with no skills, then they're not worthy of hiring me. The hour director ignored her completely, respectfully pulling out the middle chair. Miss, you're right on time. Your seat is here. Then frowned at Lu Ji. This is our Shaoran Hospital's miracle doctor. Have you met before? These words hit like a thunderbolt. Lu Ji stared in disbelief at the girl sitting in the center seat, the one who saved patients that even First Hospital couldn't cure. The miracle doctor, praised and respected even by her mentor, was actually Yin Zijin? What kind of international joke was this? She's only 17, and a failing student at that. How is this possible? Seeing Lu Ji in a daze, the director urged her by calling her name. Lu Ji finally composed herself and shakily handed over her resume, but the director didn't take it, looking instead at the girl beside him. The meaning was clear. Tonight's interview was conducted by the miracle doctor. Yin Zijin didn't even look at the resume, coldly saying 3 words, "Don't want you." The director and 2 experts were somewhat surprised. They knew Lu Ji graduated from Capital Traditional Chinese Medicine University. That credential alone was impressive. Lu Ji, both embarrassed and angry, said, "You didn't even look at my resume. How can you just say you don't want me? Even revenge shouldn't be like this." Yin Zijin laughed lightly. "You're thinking too much. You're not that important." These words made Lu Ji tremble with humiliation. Pointing at the girl with shaking lips, she struggled to speak for a while but couldn't get the words out. Then Yin Zijin continued in a cold tone. "You entered Capital Traditional Chinese Medicine University in 2012, graduated in 2017 and entered graduate school the same year. Your 2020 thesis defense had serious plagiarism issues and you didn't receive your degree. During this time, you interned at Capital Third Chinese Medicine Hospital, mixed toxic fungal strains with non-toxic mushrooms in medicinal materials. Besides this, at least 6 medical accidents were caused by you." Lu Ji's face completely changed color. With a pale face, she asked how you knew about it. This wasn't written in his resume at all. Yin Zijin didn't answer him. He directly crossed out his name on the interview list and coldly said to let the next person in. Lu Ji suddenly panicked. With tears streaming down his face, he began to beg, "Please, I can't lose this job. I can start from basic clothing. I don't even need salary during the probation period. Just let me try. I wasn't intentionally targeting you before. I didn't really mean to mock you. Please be generous and don't hold it against me." Yin Zijin didn't look at him again, only coldly uttered 2 words, "Get out." The intense shame finally pushed Lu Ji to the edge of breakdown. He grabbed his resume and ran out sobbing. The director listened nervously from the side, feeling that this divine doctor was formidable not just in medical skills, but also had some mysterious ability to see through people's hearts. In wealthy families, beneath the surface of harmony and love, various open and hidden conflicts are concealed. The Fu family, as one of the 4 major wealthy families protecting the city, was no exception. The 15th of each month was the Fu family gathering day. Fu Yunshin supported his grandfather as they walked into the dining room. After old Master Fu sat down in the main seat, he invited his children and grandchildren to be seated. Fu Yunshin also sat down next to his grandfather. Seeing this, Fu Yichen snorted coldly. He's just a bootlicker who knows how to please grandfather. He has no real ability. Mrs. Fu, hearing this nearby, told her son to watch his words. Halfway through the meal, the old master suddenly put down his chopsticks. Since everyone is here today, I'll speak plainly. My health is gradually failing. Some matters will need to be arranged and delegated soon. Hearing this, several family members couldn't help but show joy on their faces. The eldest son Fu Mingcheng frowned and said calmly, "Father, you're still sitting here healthy. Why talk about such depressing things?" The old master beckoned behind him, and a professional manager who had been waiting handed over a document. "Whether it's depressing or not, we all know in our hearts. Today I'll first announce one thing." As he spoke, he put on his reading glasses and looked through the document. "I plan to distribute several businesses." The atmosphere in the dining room suddenly became tense, with everyone looking at the old master. Fu Yichen was secretly pleased, thinking his father, as the eldest son, would surely be first to receive something. However, the old master's next words made everyone's expressions turn awkward. The Yu Shangfang will be given to Yunshin. Even Fu Mingcheng, who was about to protest, couldn't maintain his composure. Fu Yichen jumped up and blurted out, "Grandfather, have you lost your mind? Yu Shangfang has been our Fu family's signature business for so many years. You're giving it to a playboy? Aren't you afraid he'll lose everything down to his underwear?" Fu Yunshin fiddled with his knife and fork, not saying a word from beginning to end. The old master glanced at his second grandson, who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. Though his gaze was mild, it carried authority. Mrs. Fu quickly pulled the reckless Fu Yichen back to his seat, scolding him to mind his words. "How can you talk about your brother like that?" Fu Yunshin maintained his carefree smile and said to his grandfather, "I don't want Yu Shangfang. Please give it to someone else." To everyone's surprise, the old master didn't plan to give Yu Shangfang to anyone else. He took off his reading glasses and said, "Since little Seven doesn't want it, we'll leave it for now. Let's eat first and discuss this another day." Mr. and Mrs. Fu Mingcheng exchanged glances, each with their own calculations. Back in the study after dinner, Fu Mingcheng could no longer contain his anger and slammed the documents onto the desk. The old master has really lost his mind. The younger generation like Yichen might not understand the situation, but how could the old master himself not understand? He actually wanted to give away Yu Shangfang. Whenever it comes to that boy, the old master shows such extreme favoritism. I really don't know what he's thinking. Mrs. Fu gently massaged her husband's shoulders, telling him not to be angry. That boy didn't dare to accept it in the end. But speaking of this, I noticed something odd about the old master. 3 years ago, the hospital issued a critical condition notice, but now the old master's health has actually improved. Fu Mingcheng's eyes were cold. Who do you think the old master is holding on for? It's all for that Fu Yunshin. But his body has been depleted for too long. He probably won't last much longer. We need to find a way to shift his attention to our Jia Yihan while he's still alive. Fu Kexiao's reward for the boss to study well was actually that if he passed just one course exam, he would take him to see his favorite female celebrity. After interviewing all the candidates, Yin Zijin walked out of the hospital rubbing his sore neck. Just then his phone suddenly vibrated twice. It was a message from his good friend Xu Yu, whose excitement was evident in his words. "Shang Yaoji is coming to our school to give a speech." Yin Zijin replied with a confused, "Who?" Xu Yu excitedly began promoting his idol. Shang Yaoji is the youngest film emperor in the entertainment industry. "Yin Dad, aren't you on Weibo? How could you not have heard of him? He debuted at 17 and won the Golden Flower Award at 23. Plus, he's super handsome. I'll help you get tickets. Let's go to the lecture together then." Yin Zijin responded with a, "Oh." She really couldn't understand Xu Yu's fangirl mentality. After glancing at his idol's photo, she couldn't help but click her tongue. He's not even as handsome as Fu Yunshin. Whatever, not interesting. Meanwhile, the vice president's ears were itching. Could someone be praising him? At this time, he was preparing to return to his apartment in the city from the wealthy family mansion. Just as he was about to start the car, the old-style mobile phone in the hidden compartment suddenly rang. When he answered, he heard a hesitant voice. "Brother, something's wrong." Fu Yunshin's hands tightened on the steering wheel. After a long silence, the other person finally spoke with difficulty. "The medicinal materials listed on the note have all been obtained. Brother, the brothers were about to send them to you, but while crossing customs, the materials were stolen." Hearing this, Fu Yunshin's eyes froze for a moment. He calmly said, "I understand." The next day at noon, as usual, he came to Qingqi Middle School and quietly waited under a tree for the little one to finish school. A rustling of footsteps was heard. Fu Yunshin turned around, looked at the girl, and smiled brightly. "I just saw your school's bulletin board. A celebrity is coming to give a speech." "Really?" Yin Zijin nodded. "I heard it's a famous actor coming at the end of the month." Fu Yunshin raised an eyebrow. "Little one, you watch so many dramas, yet you don't follow any celebrities?" Yin Zijin thought for a few seconds. "Being a fan is too tiring. And besides, I prefer beautiful female celebrities." Fu Yunshin tilted his head and suddenly smiled. "Are you sure about female celebrities?" Yin Zijin said righteously. "Of course, who doesn't like beautiful girls?" Fu Yunshin was momentarily speechless. It seemed to make sense somehow. He reached out to remove a leaf that had fallen on her hair, bent down to meet her eyes, and said, "All right, let me tell you something important. Brother needs to go abroad for something. It'll take about 4 or 5 days to return. Take good care of yourself these days. Don't just eat tomatoes with Yin Zijin while I'm gone. His divination abilities hadn't fully recovered. If Fu Yunshin went abroad, he couldn't predict his safety. Last time at his house, someone tried to kill him. Who knows how many people would be waiting once he goes abroad? Fu Yunshin seemed to notice the little one's concern. He reached out to pat her head. It's nothing serious. Brother will be back soon. Before that though, there's one more thing. You need to study hard. For this midterm exam, if you pass even one subject, brother will take you to see your favorite female celebrity live. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the school gate. Let me treat you to a meal before your class starts. Back in the classroom that afternoon, Yin Zijin was still considering whether to study or not. Thinking carefully, this reward seemed quite worth it. So, might as well study. Having made the decision, she propped her head with one hand while using the other to open her phone under the desk, wanting to find the web drama she watched last time. What was that female celebrity's name again? Beside her, Shuyu was lying on the desk, drowsy. So boring. Why did I come to this open class? I should have skipped it to go racing instead. I really don't understand why we high school students have to listen to a university professor's lecture. We can't even understand it. Just then, a piece of chalk suddenly flew towards him. Shuyu instantly became alert. The chalk, unfortunately, landed right next to Yin's textbook. The old professor said sternly, "That female student over there, come up and solve this problem." Yin Zijin put away her phone and looked up confused. Are you calling me? The failing student's hobbies, besides sleeping, probably included humiliating those show-offs right on the spot. During the whole grade's open class, the professor's chalk flew past sleeping and snoring students, precisely hitting Yin Zijin, who was rarely distracted watching dramas, asking her to come solve the problem on the blackboard. The students in the lecture hall all turned to look at her at once. The elite class students laughed mockingly. Teacher, don't let her solve it. She probably doesn't even know what a chemical reaction is. This comment caused laughter throughout the classroom. That's right, teacher. Don't waste time. Just continue with the lecture. The old professor angrily slapped the desk for silence. Student, either come up and solve this problem, or go stand at the back as punishment. Under everyone's gaze, Yin Zijin stood up. However, she walked not towards the back of the classroom, but towards the blackboard. The classroom was quiet for just a few seconds, before erupting again. Many mocking voices came from the elite class. These days even failing students dare to solve problems on the board? She used to just sleep all day in our class. No wonder she got kicked out. Class 19 suits her better. It's just a garbage dump. John couldn't take it anymore and threw his chemistry textbook directly at the student who said this. With red eyes, he shouted, "Shut your dog mouths." The students were so scared they immediately fell silent. Who would dare to provoke this school bully? Zhang Ziwan watched as Zhang Ren stood up for Yin Zijin, feeling terribly upset. She couldn't understand. Yin Zijin was just a pretty face with nothing else going for him. Yet why was everyone starting to revolve around him? At that moment, Yin Zijin was holding a pen, staring at the problem on the blackboard, his hand remaining motionless. Nufeng sneered below. If you can't solve it, just come down quickly. Stop embarrassing yourself up there and wasting everyone's time. You're really thick-skinned. Yin Zijin ignored him, raised his hand and wrote down a string of numbers on the blackboard, then walked straight back to his seat. Seeing the answer, the mockery in the classroom grew louder. What nonsense is this? If you're going to make something up, at least use whole numbers. The female teacher just wrote the formula and hasn't even calculated it yet. He's already written the answer. What a show-off. The old professor pushed up his glasses and said with satisfaction, "This student got it right. However, next time, please write down your solution steps so other students can understand." Everyone instantly fell silent. Nufeng especially froze, his face full of disbelief. He actually got it right. How is this possible? Zhang Ziwan also gripped her draft paper in shock. This problem was very complex and involved college-level chemistry knowledge. It would take her at least 5 minutes to solve it, but Yin Zijin wrote the answer in just 5 seconds. The old professor tapped his desk with a triangle ruler. Please wake up, sleeping students. Let's continue with the lesson. You should all learn from this student. Don't dawdle when solving problems. These words made the boys who had mocked the most harshly lower their heads in embarrassment, but they were still unconvinced, thinking, it's not like we couldn't solve this problem. He just got lucky and guessed correctly. The open class at Tianshan School finally ended. A group of followers went back to their own class with Yingbin. Shuyu patted Che Beiju's little tail. Let's go. Doo-doo. Back to the classroom. I'll give you some good corn kernels. At this moment, Lu Fang came running breathlessly and blocked their way. Yin Zijing, don't leave. I have something to say to you. The midterm exams are at the end of April. Dare you make a bet with me? If you can pass even one of the 7 science subjects in the gifted class, I'll livestream myself eating poop on the school forum. How about that? Everyone looked at him like he was crazy. A punk-styled student hesitated. What's wrong with your brain? The new principal looks decent enough. How can he be an idiot? His father usually teaches us. You're just asking for trouble by challenging him. Lu Fang rudely said. Mind your own business. Yin Zijin, do you accept or not? If you don't dare, then stop bullying. Ziwan. Lu Fang thought he would be ignored again, but this time, surprisingly, the girl stopped and turned to look at him. Alright, remember to livestream. It was his first time hearing such a bizarre request, but he had to fulfill it. Back in class, Shuyu comforted. Dudu still doesn't understand. Dad, why did you agree to him? Usually, you ignore these things. Yin Zijin picked up a bottle of cola and said calmly, because I rather enjoy dramatic scenes, like when an underachiever gets revenge and slaps faces. What do you think? If I send the video of him eating that stuff to my grandfather, won't it increase the shares? Besides, it's good. I won't have to pay for shares for the old man anymore. Jin's little piggy widened its eyes. Shuyu said nervously, Dad, whoever offends you will truly die a miserable death. The White Lotus girl had red spots on her face and almost ruined her looks. She then incited fans to slander the boss. After being sued, she was condemned online and hid away in shame. Today, her equally troublesome mother had angered herself into fainting. That's why she finally showed her face and rushed to the First People's Hospital. Ying Luwei looked at her now restored beautiful face in the makeup mirror, still full of questions. Earlier, her face had inexplicably turned red, then mysteriously healed. Even dermatology experts couldn't determine the cause. While lost in thought, the emergency room door opened from inside, and the doctor walked out looking exhausted. Ying Luwei quickly stood up and anxiously asked about her mother's condition. The doctor sighed helplessly. The elderly lady's condition isn't good. I've used acupuncture to block several pressure points to temporarily stop her pain, but this isn't a long-term solution. We must quickly find the cause of her headaches. I apologize, but my medical skills are limited. I really can't help. Upon hearing this, Ying Luwei's body swayed, almost falling. Her manager quickly supported her and asked tremblingly, "What should we do now?" The doctor thought for a moment and said, unless you can invite Meng Jia or a physician with skills equal to Meng Jia's, only then can the elderly lady be saved. After saying that, he returned to the restroom. Yin Luwei stood there stunned, feeling troubled. It's not easy to invite Meng Jia from the capital. Have you found the miraculous doctor who previously cured Sheng Qingtang? The manager shook his head and said there was no news yet. At this moment, Yin Luwei's phone suddenly rang in her bag. Taking it out, she saw it was Lu Ji, whom she hadn't contacted for a long time. As soon as she answered, the other party said tearfully, "Please help me. Talk to your niece and ask her to hire me. I really need this job at Shaoran Hospital." Yin Luwei frowned and interrupted her. "Wait, what are you talking about?" Lu Ji took a breath and said, "Yin Zijing is the miraculous doctor you're looking for." Yin Luwei seemed to hear a huge joke and said, "Have you been under too much pressure lately? What nonsense are you talking about? What capability does that girl have? As her aunt, how could I not know? Alright, I need to practice piano. Let's talk after my concert is over." Then without waiting for Lu Ji to respond, she hung up the phone. Looking at her manager beside her, she said amusingly, "Lu Ji must be obsessed with finding a job. Actually telling me Yin Zijing is a miraculous doctor. What nonsense about miraculous doctor. Probably one of those frauds who tells sick people to eat temple dirt." The manager shook his head speechlessly and said, "Never mind that now. Take care of the elderly lady, and practice your performance piece as well. I believe your damaged reputation will soon recover." Yin Luwei, thinking of that maddening piece, impatiently said, "I know.